Imagine a world where everything you've been taught about human history is a carefully constructed illusion. Textbooks, classrooms, and even documentaries assure us that civilization began around 5,000 years ago, with the rise of Sumer and ancient Egypt. But what if that timeline is completely wrong? What if the story of humanity stretches back far beyond what mainstream history dares to admit? Picture vast cities rising and falling, monuments built with precision so advanced it defies logic, and technologies that vanished, leaving only fragments to puzzle future generations. Across continents, from the deserts of Egypt to the jungles of South America, archaeologists have uncovered evidence that hints at an unsettling truth. Humanity's past is far older, far more complex, and far more mysterious than anyone has imagined. Consider for a moment the Great Pyramid of Giza. Standing for millennia, it is often presented as a pinnacle of ancient Egyptian achievement, yet its precision, alignment, and sheer scale have confounded engineers and historians alike. The stones weigh tons, some transported from quarries hundreds of kilometers away, yet fitted together with a precision modern machinery would envy. Conventional explanations attribute this to the ingenuity of the Egyptians, yet the methods they use remain speculative. How does society, supposedly just emerging from rudimentary farming, create such a flawless structure? And it is not an isolated mystery. In Turkey, Göbekli Tepe predates the pyramids by at least 6,000 years, featuring monumental stone pillars arranged in patterns that suggest ceremonial sophistication long before humans supposedly knew how to write. These are not anomalies. They are pieces of a puzzle that suggest a civilization or series of civilizations far older than our history books acknowledge. Across the globe, strange maps appear in history, drawn centuries before they should have been possible. The Piri Reis map, for instance, created in 1513, depicts the coastlines of South America and Antarctica with astonishing accuracy, including regions that were supposedly unexplored at the time. How could a mapmaker of the 16th century chart lands that were only discovered centuries later? Such questions are not the musings of fringe theorists alone. They are legitimate mysteries that mainstream science struggles to explain. Ancient knowledge, from star charts to calendars, suggests that early humans had a far deeper understanding of the cosmos than previously imagined. Astronomical alignments at sites such as Stonehenge, Nabta Playa, and the Mayan pyramids indicate careful observation of celestial cycles, a level of sophistication that should have been impossible for societies that supposedly constructed them. Then there are artifacts, mysterious objects that simply do not fit into the accepted timeline. The Antikythera mechanism, often called the first analog computer, demonstrates knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering that predates the supposed technological capabilities of its time. Similarly, the Saqqara bird, a small wooden object found in Egypt, resembles modern gliders in shape and design, suggesting experimentation with flight thousands of years before the Wright brothers. Each of these discoveries challenges a conventional narrative, hinting at a history that was far more advanced than anyone dared to believe. Even the Earth itself seems to hold secrets that question our understanding of time. Submerged cities along coastlines, hidden beneath oceans of millennia, suggest the existence of civilizations lost to rising seas. Ancient flood myths, preserved across cultures, may not be mere stories but echoes of cataclysms that erase entire chapters of human history. Geological evidence of sudden climate shifts, megatsunamis, and glacial movements aligns uncannily with these legends, hinting at a timeline that conventional archaeology fails to recognize. Could it be that humanity had achieved remarkable feats, only to be wiped clean from the records by forces of nature? What makes this forbidden timeline so compelling and so dangerous to mainstream history is the way it challenges our fundamental assumptions. If human civilization is indeed thousands of years older than we believe, then everything we know about the rise of cities, the development of technology, and the evolution of culture must be reconsidered. The textbooks we trust may have deliberately or inadvertently erased entire chapters of our past. History, as we know it, might be the tip of an iceberg, hiding a submerged world of forgotten knowledge, lost civilizations, and unsolved mysteries. As we embark on this journey, you will encounter strange maps, megalithic wonders, anomalous artifacts, and ancient texts that defy explanation. You will hear stories of forbidden excavations, scientists silenced, and discoveries suppressed, leaving only tantalizing hints of a reality far older than we are taught to accept. Some will dismiss these findings as anomalies, coincidences, or misinterpretations. Others will recognize them for what they might be, evidence of sophisticated human past that has been buried, hidden, or forgotten for millennia. Prepare to challenge everything you thought you knew. In the next chapters, we will travel through deserts, dive beneath oceans, and walk among ruins that time itself seems to have tried to erase. We will confront mysteries that mainstream archaeology struggles to explain, and examine evidence that might rewrite the story of humanity. This is not just a journey through history. It is an exploration of the forbidden timeline, a timeline that stretches at least 5,000 years further back than modern science allows. By the end, you may never see human civilization the same way again. Welcome to the hidden past, a world of mystery, forgotten knowledge, and secrets that refuse to stay buried. What you are about to discover challenges the very foundations of history, forcing you to ask a question that has haunted scholars and adventurers alike. What if everything we know about humanity's origins is only part of the story? And what if the missing chapters are more astonishing than we could ever imagine? History tells us that early humans were confined to small territories, gradually exploring and mapping their surroundings as civilizations evolved. Yet, scattered across time, we find maps that defy this conventional story, maps that depict entire continents with remarkable precision, sometimes centuries before these lands were officially discovered. These ancient cartographic anomalies suggest that someone, somewhere, had knowledge far beyond what mainstream history credits. The question is impossible to ignore. Who created these maps, and how did they acquire knowledge that should have been beyond reach? One of the most famous examples is the Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer. On its surface, it appears as a curious piece of historical geography, but a closer look reveals astonishing detail. The map depicts the coastlines of South America with accuracy that surprises even modern geographers. More strikingly, it shows Antarctica as free from ice, centuries before it was officially discovered and mapped by explorers. How could someone in the early 16th century have known about the true shape of a continent no one had yet set foot on? Skeptics argue that it's merely coincidence or the result of piecing together travel reports, but the level of precision, including longitude and latitude approximations, seems far too advanced for the era. The Piri Reis map is not an isolated curiosity. Across the globe, similar cartographic enigmas emerge. The Orans Find map, created in 1531, also depicts regions of Antarctica without ice. Even older examples, such as the ancient Babylonian world maps, show surprisingly accurate representations of coastlines and geographic features. These artifacts suggest that knowledge of the world, or at least portions of it, existed long before explorers discovered these lands. Some researchers propose that these maps are remnants of a forgotten era, a vestige of civilizations that had mastered geography and navigation thousands of years before modern history acknowledges. It is not just the accuracy that fascinates, it is the sheer audacity of these maps. Take the Vinland map, which surfaced in the 20th century. Claimed to date back to the 15th century, it shows parts of North America centuries before Columbus set sail. While debates continue over its authenticity, the mere existence of such maps raises critical questions. Were there ancient explorers who traveled across oceans, leaving behind knowledge that mainstream history has dismissed or ignored? And if so, why has this knowledge been lost, only to resurface in fragments like these enigmatic maps? Some theorists suggest that these ancient cartographic feats point to a lost civilization with advanced understanding of the globe, navigation, and astronomy. Could it be that civilizations predating Sumer and Egypt had mastered the art of mapping the world, only to vanish in the shadows of cataclysmic events or societal collapse? Perhaps these maps were passed down, copied, and interpreted by later civilizations who themselves had no understanding of their origins, creating a trail of knowledge shrouded in mystery. The precision in these maps also raises questions about technology. To chart the world with such detail requires observation, calculation, and instruments far more sophisticated than simple compasses or rudimentary surveying tools. Some argue that early civilizations may have had access to devices now lost to time, mechanical instruments, advanced astronomy tools, or even knowledge derived from other, unexplained sources. In this context, these maps are not merely historical curiosities. They are clues pointing to a sophisticated understanding of our planet that predates what historians accept. What makes this even more compelling is the consistency of these anomalies across continents. Maps from different eras, created thousands of miles apart, often show overlapping details that should have been unknown to their makers. From Europe to the Middle East, from South America to Asia, the patterns suggest more than coincidence. They hint at a network of knowledge, possibly inherited from an earlier, advanced civilization whose traces have been mostly erased from the historical record. The Pyre Reis map even contains annotations describing sources from which the mapmaker drew his information. Reis claims to have used old charts from Portuguese, Arabic, and even possibly Greek sources that are no longer extant. Could these lost sources themselves be remnants of a civilization whose knowledge has been deliberately or accidentally forgotten? And if that is the case, how much more of our history has been buried beneath the sands of time, waiting to be rediscovered? Modern technology has confirmed some of the map's anomalies. Satellite imagery and underwater exploration reveal submerged coastlines and landforms that match the shapes indicated on these ancient maps, long before they were supposedly known. This alignment between ancient documentation and modern discovery challenges the very foundation of accepted history. It hints at a narrative where humanity's reach, knowledge, and presence are far older and far more sophisticated than textbooks suggest. As we examine these maps, we begin to realize they are not just about geography. They are windows into a forbidden past. They hint at human ingenuity that surpasses conventional understanding, raise questions about forgotten civilizations, and challenge our assumptions about who we are and where we came from. Each line, coastline, and annotation tells a story of a world that existed long before recorded history acknowledged it, a world that may have known continents, oceans, and skies far more intimately than we ever imagined. In the next chapter, we will move from maps to the monumental, the massive stone structures scattered across the globe that defy explanation. If maps hint at advanced knowledge, then the megaliths reveal the astonishing physical power, skill, and intelligence of the civilizations that created them. The question lingers. If humans could map continents with such precision centuries before modern exploration, what other secrets have been lost to time, waiting silently to rewrite our understanding of history? Across the globe, from the deserts of the Middle East to the jungles of South America, enormous stone structures rise like silent witnesses to a past that mainstream history struggles to explain. These are the megaliths, massive, carefully placed stones that predate the civilizations we have been taught to revere. The scale, precision, and complexity of these constructions suggest knowledge, organization, and engineering skill that should have been impossible for their time. Yet here they stand, weathered by millennia, defying timelines, challenging the foundations of archaeology, and hinting at a human history far older than textbooks admit. Göbekli Tepe, located in modern-day Turkey, is perhaps the most extraordinary example. Dated to approximately 11,600 years ago, it predates the advent of agriculture, writing, and permanent settlements. Here, archaeologists discovered massive T-shaped stone pillars, intricately carved with reliefs of animals, abstract symbols, and possibly even celestial motifs. Some stones weigh up to 20 tons, yet were arranged with such precision that they form circles and rectangular enclosures, suggesting ceremonial purposes. What is astonishing is that this level of architectural sophistication exists at a time when humans were supposedly hunter-gatherers, barely beginning to settle down. How could a society with no known writing system or organized cities conceive of such a monumental project? Similar enigmas appear elsewhere. In Peru, the ruins of Sacsayhuaman boast walls built with stones weighing hundreds of tons, intricately fitted together without mortar. The precision is such that not even a thin blade can fit between the stones. The scale and engineering skills required surpass what is considered achievable by pre-Inca civilizations, raising questions about lost knowledge or forgotten technologies. And yet, mainstream explanations often dismiss these feats as simple trial-and-error construction or attribute them to highly organized labor, rarely grappling with the sheer sophistication displayed. Stonehenge in England provides another puzzle. While its smaller stones, known as bluestones, were transported over 200 kilometers, the larger sarsen stones, each weighing up to 25 tons, were moved and raised into position using techniques that remain largely speculative. What purpose drove ancient humans to invest decades, perhaps centuries, into constructing such a monument. Some scholars suggest astronomical observatories, ceremonial purposes, or social cohesion projects, yet none fully explain the labor, precision, and planning involved. The striking alignment with solstices hints at advanced astronomical knowledge, suggesting that prehistoric humans were more observant and capable than we have been willing to admit. The global distribution of megalithic sites adds another layer of intrigue, from the step pyramids of Egypt and the stone temples of Malta to the Moai statues of Easter Island. Similar monumental designs appear across continents separated by oceans. How could cultures with no known contact produce architectural solutions so alike? Are these similarities coincidental, or do they hint at a shared source of knowledge, a forgotten civilization, or even a network of prehistoric explorers? The presence of these structures in regions with no obvious technological lineage challenges the traditional narrative of gradual human progress. Megaliths also hint at lost engineering techniques. Ancient builders achieved feats that modern engineers struggle to replicate even with machinery. At Puma Punku in Bolivia, stones weighing up to 130 tons are carved with precision, featuring interlocking joints and angles so exact that they defy conventional understanding of prehistoric tools. Traditional theories suggest copper chisels and brute force, but even experimental archaeologists acknowledge that reproducing such precision with the technology attributed to these cultures is virtually impossible. Could these techniques have been inherited from a forgotten civilization, or do they hint at knowledge that has been deliberately lost to history? The mystery deepens when considering alignment and symbolism. Many megalithic sites are not randomly placed. They're oriented according to celestial bodies, solstices, or cardinal directions. Göbekli Tepe's pillars may represent constellations, Stonehenge marks solar events, and the pyramids of Giza align with the Orion Belt. Such knowledge implies observation, mathematics, and astronomy on a scale rarely credited to early humans. The coordination and foresight required indicate a society capable of complex planning, long-term vision, and perhaps even written or symbolic communication, yet we find little evidence of such capabilities in the conventional timeline. Even the methods of construction remain shrouded in mystery. Some stones are quarried hundreds of kilometers away, transported without wheeled vehicles, pulleys, or iron tools. The techniques that could have enabled ancient civilizations to move such immense weights remain speculative at best. Were they using lost technologies, ingenious mechanical systems, or methods we cannot conceive? Or were there external influences, unknown to history, that enable these feats? The more we study these structures, the more it seems that conventional explanations fall short, leaving a tantalizing gap between what we know and what we must question. The age of megaliths also complicates our understanding of human history. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, predating agriculture, suggest that the construction of monumental architecture may have preceded the establishment of complex societies, rather than followed it. This flips the traditional narrative. Perhaps large-scale organization, spiritual or ceremonial motivation, and architectural skill laid the groundwork for civilization, rather than emerging after urban development. If so, it fundamentally rewrites the story of human evolution and societal progress, positioning ancient builders as far more capable than historians have assumed. Across continents and millennia, megaliths serve as silent witnesses to human ingenuity, ambition, and perhaps even forgotten knowledge. They challenge our assumptions, confront our understanding of time, and provoke questions that mainstream archaeology struggles to answer. Why did these civilizations rise, build, and then vanish? What knowledge did they possess that has since been lost? Are we glimpsing fragments of a hidden human past, a forbidden timeline that extends thousands of years beyond the accepted historical record? As we move forward, the evidence grows ever more compelling. From maps to megaliths, from submerged cities to forbidden artifacts, we are beginning to see a pattern. A world of human history hidden, lost, or suppressed, challenging everything we have been taught. The next chapter will take us further into the cosmos itself, exploring ancient astronomical knowledge that intertwines with these monumental structures, suggesting that humanity's understanding of the universe may have been far greater and far older than we ever imagined. The megaliths, silent and immovable, invite us to ask uncomfortable questions. Were our ancestors truly primitive? Or were they custodians of a knowledge that has since disappeared? Did civilizations rise, achieve greatness, and then fall, leaving behind only these monumental reminders of their existence? The answers are not simple, and the truth may lie buried beneath centuries of assumptions, waiting to be uncovered. As the forbidden timeline unfolds, the stones themselves speak, telling stories older than history dares to record, and daring us to listen. Long before the age of telescopes, satellites, and modern observatories, humans were already looking to the skies with astonishing precision. Across continents, ancient civilizations constructed monuments, aligned temples, and carved symbols with exacting attention to the movements of stars, planets, and the sun. This was not casual observation. It was deliberate, mathematical, and, in many cases, mind-bogglingly accurate. The enigma is clear. How could societies, supposedly in their infancy, possess such advanced astronomical knowledge long before the development of sophisticated tools or formal science? Take Stonehenge in England, for instance. For centuries, this monumental circle of standing stones has fascinated researchers, not just for its sheer scale, but for its precise alignment with solar and lunar events. The heel stone points directly to the sunrise of the summer solstice, and the overall layout accommodates tracking of lunar cycles, eclipses, and seasonal shifts. For a society without writing, calculus, or mechanical instruments, this achievement is astounding. It suggests a meticulous observation of the heavens over generations, combined with a level of planning and coordination that modern engineers struggle to comprehend. Thousands of miles away in the desert of Egypt, the pyramids of Giza offer another cosmic puzzle. The three great pyramids are aligned with astonishing precision to the Orion belt, reflecting a deep understanding of the stars. This alignment is not random. It demonstrates knowledge of stellar precession, a phenomenon that shifts star positions over millennia. To achieve such precision, ancient Egyptians would have required long-term astronomical observations, sophisticated mathematics, and the ability to translate celestial knowledge into terrestrial construction, a level of sophistication that should have been impossible for a civilization traditionally dated to just 4,500 years ago. Even earlier in the Sahara, Nabta Playa predates both Stonehenge and the pyramids by thousands of years. This prehistoric ceremonial site features stone circles, alignments, and markers that correspond to solstices and possibly other celestial events. The people of Nabta Playa were nomadic cattle herders, yet they created astronomical instruments precise enough to track seasonal changes crucial for survival in a harsh desert environment. This raises a startling question. Did they stumble upon astronomical knowledge by trial and error, or was this understanding inherited from an older, more advanced source now lost to history? Across the globe, the Maya civilization of Central America left behind a legacy of calendars, observatories, and texts that demonstrate a profound grasp of planetary cycles. The Dresden Codex, one of the few surviving Maya manuscripts, meticulously records lunar and Venusian cycles, predicting eclipses with remarkable accuracy. Their long count calendar, which spans thousands of years, reflects a sophisticated understanding of time and celestial mechanics. These achievements challenge the notion that advanced astronomy was exclusive to the Old World and suggest that multiple civilizations, independently or through some unknown network, possess extraordinary knowledge. Even in Asia, evidence of ancient astronomical sophistication emerges. The Chinese constructed star maps, recorded eclipses, and tracked planetary movements with incredible detail thousands of years ago. Ancient Indian texts, such as the Surya Siddhanta, describe planetary orbits, solstices, and eclipses with precision rivaling modern calculations. The depth and consistency of this knowledge across continents and epochs suggest a level of sophistication that transcends the conventional timeline of human development. The question then becomes, where did this knowledge originate? Mainstream archaeology often attributes these feats to careful observation and accumulated experience, dismissing them as coincidental or the product of cumulative trial and error. Yet when we examine the precision, mathematical consistency, and recurrence across distant civilizations, it becomes increasingly difficult to accept that this knowledge arose entirely independently. Some researchers propose that these societies inherited a legacy of astronomical wisdom from a lost civilization predating all known history. Could there have been a civilization capable of understanding the cosmos, passing down knowledge in symbolic, architectural, and artistic forms, only to vanish and leave fragments scattered across the globe? The implications of such a possibility are staggering. If ancient humans possessed accurate astronomical knowledge long before the advent of science as we know it, then our understanding of history, human capability, and the evolution of knowledge must be reconsidered. It would suggest that humanity once reached levels of observation and comprehension that were lost, forgotten, or deliberately suppressed over millennia. Perhaps ancient civilizations were not primitive in the ways we imagine, but custodians of wisdom that has been mostly erased from memory. Even more puzzling are anomalies that appear to defy conventional timelines entirely. Some researchers point to alignments in Göbekli Tepe, carved more than 11,000 years ago, which may correspond to specific star constellations and celestial events. If accurate, this would push advanced astronomical observation back to a period when humans supposedly lived as small, nomadic hunter-gatherers. The precision and purpose behind such alignments challenge everything we think we know about the capabilities of prehistoric societies. As we delve deeper, the patterns become undeniable. Across the deserts, forests, mountains, and plains of the world, humanity has consistently turned its gaze skyward, tracking celestial cycles with incredible sophistication. From the solstice markers of Stonehenge to the star-mapped pyramids of Giza, from Nabta Playa stone circles to the Mayan codices, the evidence points to a hidden legacy of astronomical mastery. Whether independently discovered or inherited from a lost civilization, this knowledge cannot be ignored. It demands a reevaluation of our understanding of human history. What makes this enigma even more compelling is its connection to other forbidden mysteries. The precise alignment of megaliths, the construction of massive stone monuments, and the creation of intricate calendars all suggest that humanity's ancestors were not just surviving. They were observing, calculating, and building according to principles that remain astonishingly accurate even today. Astronomy, it seems, was not an afterthought but a guiding principle, intertwined with religion, architecture, and societal organization. As we move forward in this journey through Forbidden Timeline, the sky will continue to offer clues. The monuments and artifacts of ancient civilizations, when viewed in relation to the heavens, reveal a level of sophistication that is both awe-inspiring and unsettling. They invite us to question the conventional narrative. Were these achievements the result of independent genius, or do they inherit knowledge from an even older, hidden human past? The enigma of ancient astronomical knowledge sets the stage for the next chapter, the discovery of lost civilizations beneath the sands and seas. If humans were capable of mapping the heavens with such precision, could they not have built cities, achieved engineering marvels, and left traces that remain hidden, waiting for modern eyes to uncover? The Forbidden Timeline is not just a story of stones and stars. It is a story of knowledge, civilization, and human potential, long obscured by the passage of time. Beneath the desert of the world, beneath the shifting dunes and sun-bleached landscapes, lie the remnants of civilizations that mainstream history has largely forgotten, or perhaps never fully acknowledged. These lost cities are not mere ruins. They are monuments to human ingenuity, culture, and achievement, buried by time, sandstorms, and sometimes by deliberate erasure. From the Middle East to the Americas, from Africa to Asia, archaeologists have uncovered traces of settlements, temples, and urban centers that suggest advanced societies existed thousands of years before historians claim civilization began. The evidence is tantalizing, unsettling, and impossible to ignore. Take, for instance, the ancient city of Dwarka, submerged off the coast of modern-day India. Legends speak of a city built by the god Krishna, but underwater archaeology has revealed structures, streets, and artifacts that indicate a complex urban settlement, complete with sophisticated construction and planning. Carbon dating of recovered artifacts suggests these ruins are thousands of years old, far older than the conventional timeline of Indian civilization. Could this be a remnant of a lost city predating recorded history, swallowed by rising seas or catastrophic floods? Dwarka is not an isolated case. It is part of a growing pattern of discoveries suggesting that human history stretches far deeper into the past than textbooks acknowledge. In the Mediterranean, similar mysteries emerge. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar imaging has revealed submerged structures resembling streets, walls, and pyramidal forms beneath the ocean. These formations appear deliberate, not the result of natural geological processes. If these are indeed human-made, they suggest a civilization with advanced engineering skills capable of constructing cities that now lie beneath the waves. How could society so capable of urban planning and construction vanish entirely, leaving only whispers of their existence beneath the sea? Even in Egypt, the sand conceals secrets older than the pyramids. Beneath the Giza Plateau and surrounding deserts, archaeologists continue to find evidence of older settlements, ceremonial sites, and megalithic structures whose ages challenge conventional chronology. Some of these structures may have been intentionally buried, perhaps as a result of changing river patterns, sand encroachment, or even purposeful cultural practices. The sheer scale and sophistication of these ruins suggest that Egypt, often considered the cradle of civilization, may itself have been built upon older foundations, lost cultures whose knowledge and achievements were inherited by later dynasties. The Sahara Desert, too, holds ancient mysteries. Hidden beneath sand dunes, evidence of early human habitation has been uncovered, including stone tools, carvings, and ceremonial structures. These findings indicate that the region, now an inhospitable desert, was once fertile and supported complex societies. The remnants of these cultures challenge assumptions about the development of human settlements, suggesting a far more intricate prehistoric history than previously imagined. How many other civilizations have been swallowed by shifting sands, leaving only fragments for modern explorers to discover? Submerged cities are not confined to warm waters. In the frigid regions of Greenland and the Arctic, sonar and satellite imaging hint at structures buried beneath ice, frozen for millennia. While access is difficult and research ongoing, these potential sites suggest that human habitation in regions currently considered inhospitable was possible long before accepted history suggests. Could these have been northern outposts of advanced civilizations, lost as the climate shifted and ice sheets expanded, erasing traces of human ingenuity? The sudden disappearance of these civilizations raises further questions. Many of the submerged or buried cities appear to have been abandoned catastrophically, suggesting floods, earthquakes, or other natural disasters as culprits. This aligns eerily with global flood myths found across cultures, from the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the story of Noah in the Bible, and similar legends in India, China, and the Americas. Are these myths distorted memories of real events, preserving echoes of cataclysms that wiped out advanced societies, forcing humanity to start over repeatedly? Beyond physical ruins, artifacts recovered from these sites challenge the conventional timeline of human development. Tools, pottery, and objects display remarkable craftsmanship and technological understanding, far exceeding what mainstream archaeology attributes to their supposed creators. From intricately carved statues to complex urban layouts, the evidence points to societies capable of organization, planning, and artistry at levels unexpected for their age. Each discovery forces historians and archaeologists to question, how advanced were these civilizations, and why were their achievements erased from memory? The recurring theme of submerged or buried cities across continents cannot be ignored. From India to Cuba, from Egypt to Greenland, the evidence suggests a hidden chapter of human history, erased by time, cataclysm, or neglect. These civilizations appear to have flourished, reached astonishing heights, and then vanished, leaving only whispers beneath sands and seas. Their existence implies a timeline far older than currently accepted, a history of humanity that begins long before Sumer, long before Egypt's Old Kingdom, and perhaps even before the end of the last ice age. Some researchers suggest that these lost civilizations could have been the progenitors of later known societies, passing down knowledge in fragmented ways, through myths, legends, architecture, and even oral traditions. Structures like Göbekli Tepe may have preserved ceremonial or astronomical knowledge, while submerged cities like Dwarka carried urban planning and technological expertise. The hints are scattered, yet persistent, painting a picture of human past that is far richer and more complex than textbooks dare to reveal. Even skeptics are forced to confront anomalies that refuse to fit established models. Conventional theories cannot fully explain how societies without writing, metallurgy, or large-scale organization could construct cities, temples, and monumental architecture that required not just labor but careful planning, engineering skill, and astronomical knowledge. The existence of these lost civilizations suggests that the roots of human ingenuity run far deeper than the linear progression of history allows. Perhaps human civilization has experienced multiple rises and falls, forgotten epics that mainstream history overlooks, deliberately or accidentally. As we continue to explore the forbidden timeline, these buried cities serve as gateways to understanding our forgotten past. They challenge our assumptions about when, where, and how humans achieve civilization. Beneath the sands and waves, these remnants whisper societies that were advanced, organized, and capable of feats we still struggle to replicate today. Their discovery forces us to ask difficult questions. How much of our history has been lost? How much knowledge has been erased? And if these civilizations were erased, what does that mean for our understanding of humanity's true origins? The exploration of lost civilizations beneath the sands sets the stage for a deeper investigation into the technology, artistry, and engineering of our ancestors. If humans were capable of creating cities and monuments so advanced that they have survived millennia of erosion, flooding, and human neglect, then it is only natural to question what other knowledge has been hidden, forgotten, or suppressed. The forbidden timeline is gradually revealing itself, piece by piece, through the ruins beneath the sands, and as we uncover more, the story of human history becomes not just longer, but far more extraordinary than we ever imagined. If we believe the conventional timeline, early civilizations were only beginning to master basic construction, working primarily with mud bricks and simple tools. Yet scattered across the globe are monuments, temples, and structures that defy this narrative, revealing a level of engineering sophistication that should have been impossible for their time. From Egypt to South America, from the Middle East to the Far East, ancient humans accomplished feats of precision, scale, and durability that continue to challenge modern engineers and architects. The evidence suggests that our ancestors possessed knowledge of engineering that has been lost, forgotten, or deliberately obscured. Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza. For thousands of years, it has stood as a testament to human ingenuity, dwarfing modern constructions with its sheer scale and precision. The pyramid's base is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, deviating by less than a fraction of a degree. The massive limestone blocks, some weighing more than 5 tons, were transported over hundreds of kilometers, lifted and fitted together with astonishing accuracy. Modern machinery would struggle to achieve such precision without detailed planning, an advanced understanding of mechanics, weight distribution, and geometry. Yet mainstream explanations suggest that a civilization just emerging from rudimentary agriculture accomplished this with ropes, ramps, and sheer manpower. The question remains, could they have possessed engineering knowledge far beyond what we are taught? Thousands of kilometers away, in the Andes Mountains of Peru, the ruins of Sacsayhuaman present another extraordinary example. The walls here are constructed from massive stones weighing tens, even hundreds of tons. Each stone is carved and polished to fit perfectly with its neighbors, with gaps so small that not even a knife blade can pass between them. The precision of these interlocking stones surpasses most modern masonry techniques. How could pre-Inca civilizations, with only bronze tools and simple technology, achieve such accuracy? Some suggest lost techniques or advanced knowledge passed down through generations, now forgotten. Others theorize the use of unknown mechanical methods, or even levitation theories, though speculative, to explain the impossible precision. Closer to the Mediterranean, the temples of Malta reveal yet another enigma. The megalithic structures, some over 5,000 years old, were constructed with massive limestone blocks, carefully shaped and arranged to form ceremonial spaces. The level of planning and structural understanding is staggering. Corbelling techniques, precise orientations, and complex layouts suggest not only architectural skill, but also a sophisticated grasp of structural engineering principles. These temples predate the pyramids, raising questions about the origins of such knowledge and whether it was shared or independently discovered across different regions. Even in Asia, the engineering accomplishments of ancient civilizations continue to astonish. In China, the Great Wall, while constructed over centuries, demonstrates knowledge of weight distribution, material science, and strategic placement. Ancient bridges, canals, and irrigation systems reveal an advanced understanding of hydraulics, civil engineering, and urban planning. While often celebrated in textbooks, the question remains, where did this knowledge originate? Was it purely trial and error? Or were there underlying principles and techniques inherited from even older, now forgotten civilizations? Perhaps the most baffling examples of ancient engineering lie in sites like Pumapunku in Bolivia. Here, massive stone blocks are precisely cut with smooth surfaces and sharp angles, featuring interlocking joints that fit with incredible accuracy. The sheer scale of the stones, some weighing more than 130 tons, raises questions about transportation methods, cutting techniques, and assembly processes. Experimental archaeologists have attempted to replicate these feats using copper tools, levers, and manpower, but the results fall short of the original craftsmanship. This leaves open the possibility that ancient builders had access to advanced knowledge or technology that has been lost time. The common thread across these civilizations is not merely the scale of their constructions, but the integration of engineering with other fields of knowledge. Astronomy, mathematics, and geometry are consistently embedded in architecture. The alignment of pyramids and temples with celestial events, the precise ratios used in construction, and the symmetry and balance of massive structures all point to a civilization capable of multidisciplinary understanding. Engineering was not just practical. It was deeply intertwined with science, art, and spiritual or ceremonial purposes. Even more striking is the durability of these structures. Thousands of years of weathering, earthquakes, and human interference have left monuments standing with remarkable resilience. The precision of stone cutting, the choice of materials, and the understanding of weight distribution suggest not only advanced engineering, but also an understanding of longevity and structural integrity. Modern engineers marvel at the fact that many ancient structures continue to stand where modern constructions might crumble within decades. The engineering knowledge displayed across continents raises an unavoidable question. If these civilizations possess such advanced capabilities, how did they acquire this knowledge, and why was it lost? Traditional archaeology attributes it to incremental progress, experimentation, and the accumulation of practical experience. Yet when we examine the scale, precision, and sophistication of ancient engineering, it becomes increasingly difficult to accept a purely linear progression of technological development. Could it be that ancient societies inherited knowledge from an older, forgotten civilization, a precursor whose accomplishments have largely been erased from history? The implications extend beyond engineering. If ancient humans could manipulate massive stones, calculate precise measurements, and align structures with astronomical phenomena, it suggests a far deeper understanding of the world than previously acknowledged. It challenges assumptions about human intelligence, societal organization, and technological capabilities. Perhaps civilization's rise was not a simple story of gradual advancement, but part of a cyclical pattern, with period of extraordinary achievement followed by decline, catastrophe, or deliberate suppression of knowledge. As we continue to explore the forbidden timeline, the engineering feats of ancient civilizations serve as both evidence and invitation. They invite us to reconsider what is possible, to question the limitations imposed by conventional history, and to acknowledge that our ancestors may have been far more capable than we have been taught. From the pyramids of Egypt to the stone walls of Peru, from Malta's temples to Pumapunku, the evidence points to a forgotten legacy of engineering brilliance that challenges our understanding of time, technology, and human potential. The ancient knowledge of engineering sets the stage for the next chapter, where we will examine forbidden artifacts that further disrupt the conventional timeline. If humans were capable of monumental construction and architectural precision, could they also have created objects and devices that defy our understanding of history and technology? The answers lie in the artifacts that continue to challenge scholars and ignite the imaginations of those willing to question the official story.
Scattered across the globe are objects that refuse to fit within the accepted boundaries of history. Known as forbidden artifacts, these mysterious items challenge everything we think we know about human civilization, technology, and the timeline of our development. Some are tools, others are statues or carvings, and a few defy conventional explanation altogether. Each artifact is a tantalizing clue, suggesting that human ingenuity, and possibly even contact with unknown sources of knowledge, extends far deeper into prehistory than scholars are willing to admit. Take the Antikythera mechanism, for example, discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece in 1901. This small, corroded device is often referred to as the world's first analog computer, capable of predicting astronomical positions, eclipses, and possibly even the cycles of the planets. The level of mechanical sophistication is staggering for a device dated to around 100 BCE. Gears, dials, and precision engineering rival mechanisms that wouldn't appear again in Europe for over 1,000 years. How could a civilization supposedly only beginning to explore geometry and basic mathematics, construct a machine of such complexity. The Antikythera mechanism forces historians and engineers alike to confront a troubling possibility. Knowledge was lost, suppressed, or inherited from an even older civilization. Then there is the Saqqara bird, a small wooden artifact discovered in Egypt and dated to around 200 BCE. At first glance, it appears to be a simple bird-shaped carving. Yet its aerodynamic design closely resembles modern gliders, with wings and tail fins shaped to create lift. Could the ancient Egyptians have been experimenting with the principles of flight long before the Wright brothers? Skeptics argue it was a symbolic object or a toy, but the precision of its design leaves many experts unconvinced. The Saqqara bird stands as a reminder that our ancestors may have explored technologies far earlier than mainstream history suggests. Other forbidden artifacts appear even more inexplicable. In South America, the Ica stones, discovered in Peru, depict humans coexisting with dinosaurs, advanced surgeries, and technological marvels far beyond their supposed era. While the authenticity of some stones has been questioned, the sheer quantity and detail of the carvings provoke serious curiosity. Were these stones the product of a forgotten civilization with knowledge lost to the sands of time? Or do they hint at a historical timeline far older and more complex than we currently accept? The Baghdad Battery is another perplexing object. Discovered in Iraq and dated to around 250 BCE, this clay jar contains a copper cylinder and an iron rod, leading some researchers to suggest it could function as a primitive galvanic cell or battery. If this interpretation is accurate, it raises profound questions about ancient technology. Could people thousands of years ago have understood electricity and its applications, only to see such knowledge vanish completely? Artifacts like this force a reconsideration of the supposed limitations of ancient civilizations, blurring the line between myth and reality.
Across the Pacific, mysterious carvings and objects in Polynesia suggest the existence of a seafaring knowledge far beyond what is recorded. Large stone tools, statues, and monuments required not only precise planning, but also logistical expertise, moving tons of material across vast distances. Some items suggest an understanding of metallurgy, astronomy, or even mathematics, yet these civilizations are often portrayed in textbooks as isolated, rudimentary societies. Forbidden artifacts force us to question these assumptions. Were these societies truly isolated, or were they inheritors of a lost global network of knowledge? Even simple objects can be disturbing when viewed in the context of forbidden archaeology. Tiny beads, advanced pottery, intricate carvings, and polished stones, often found at sites predating civilization, show an unexpected level of sophistication. These objects suggest deliberate design, artistic intent, and technical skill, challenging the notion that humans only gradually evolved into the intelligent, capable beings depicted in textbooks. Across time and geography, such artifacts whisper of a hidden narrative, one in which human ingenuity, creativity, and technological prowess existed long before mainstream history acknowledges. One particularly compelling aspect of these artifacts is their consistency across continents. From Egypt to South America, from Europe to Asia, objects emerge that share similar levels of sophistication, design, or purpose. Could these similarities indicate contact between civilizations we believe were isolated, or might they point to a shared source of knowledge, perhaps a forgotten civilization that existed long before recorded history? The implications are staggering. If a lost civilization had achieved such feats, our understanding of the timeline of human development could be entirely wrong. The forbidden nature of these artifacts is not merely in their complexity, but also in the way they challenge academic authority. Many of these items have been ignored, dismissed, or hidden from mainstream scholarship because they threaten the established narrative. Universities, museums, and research institutions have been slow to accept evidence that contradicts accepted history, sometimes labeling artifacts as hoaxes or anomalies. Yet as more discoveries emerge, the evidence accumulates, forming a mosaic of human history that is far richer, more mysterious, and far older than conventional archaeology admits. The presence of these forbidden artifacts also raises questions about lost knowledge. Did ancient civilizations possess technologies and techniques that were subsequently erased, forgotten, or deliberately suppressed? Were there networks of knowledge, passed down from one generation to another, only to be shattered by cataclysm, invasion, or societal collapse. And most importantly, if humans were capable of such achievements in the distant past, what does this suggest about the limits of human potential today? The artifacts also intersect with the mysteries of megaliths, maps, and submerged cities. If ancient people could construct massive stone structures with precision, map continents centuries before they were officially discovered, and navigate oceans, it stands to reason they could also have created tools and devices reflecting advanced knowledge. Forbidden artifacts are the tangible evidence of this hidden human capability. They are the breadcrumbs leading us to a past that refuses to stay buried, compelling us to rethink everything we thought we knew about the origins and progression of civilization. As we continue through the forbidden timeline, these artifacts serve as milestones, guiding our understanding of a human history that is older, more sophisticated, and far more mysterious than the official narrative suggests. They hint at civilizations that achieved technological and artistic mastery long before Sumer or Egypt, challenging the very foundations of what we consider possible. By studying them, we are not merely uncovering objects, we are glimpsing the echoes of a human past that refuses to be forgotten. The forbidden artifacts set the stage for our next journey, exploring anomalous technological evidence, objects and structures that suggest knowledge lost to time, often appearing centuries, if not millennia, ahead of the accepted timeline. If these artifacts challenge our perception of history, the next chapter will reveal evidence that could rewrite the story of human innovation entirely. Throughout history, humanity has marveled at its own inventions, often assuming that technological progress is linear and gradual. Yet scattered across ancient sites are pieces of evidence that challenge this assumption, suggesting that advanced technology existed far earlier than our textbooks acknowledge. These anomalies, objects, structures, and tools defy conventional explanations, hinting at forgotten knowledge, lost civilizations, and human ingenuity that transcends accepted timelines. They force us to confront a profound question. Could humanity have achieved technological sophistication thousands of years earlier than history allows? One of the most compelling examples is the Baghdad Battery. Discovered in Iraq and dated to roughly 250 BCE, this clay jar contains a copper cylinder and an iron rod, which, when combined with an acidic solution, could generate an electric charge. While its exact purpose remains unknown, some researchers suggest it may have been used for electroplating or other primitive electrical experiments. If accurate, this means ancient humans had discovered electricity long before we were supposed to understand it, a radical idea that challenges the foundations of technological history. How could societies, allegedly without modern scientific principles, have conceived such a device? Similarly, the Antikythera mechanism, a corroded bronze artifact recovered from a shipwreck off Greece, demonstrates an extraordinary understanding of gears, astronomy, and mathematics. This device, often described as an ancient analog computer, could predict eclipses, lunar cycles, and planetary positions with remarkable accuracy. Mechanical sophistication of this level should have been impossible for 100 BC, yet here it is, a fully functional, complex machine predating similar European mechanisms by over 1,000 years. The precision of its gears and calculations challenges the notion of technological development as a strictly linear process. Were there earlier civilizations that mastered mechanics and engineering, passing their knowledge down only to see it lost over centuries? In South America, anomalies appear in the form of intricately cut stone blocks at Pumapunku in Bolivia. These massive stones, weighing tens or even hundreds of tons, are cut with such precision that modern tools struggle to replicate the exact angles and smooth surfaces. Some blocks feature interlocking joints similar to machinery components, as though the stones were designed for structural engineering far beyond the capabilities attributed to the Tiwanaku culture. Conventional theories suggest primitive tools and manpower, but the precision and planning required imply knowledge of engineering principles that remain largely unexplained. Even more baffling are objects that suggest advanced metallurgy. In various archaeological sites, artifacts made from alloys unknown in their supposed eras have been discovered. For example, iron beads, highly polished metals, and composite alloys appear in contexts that predate recognized metallurgy. How did these ancient artisans develop techniques capable of producing such precise materials without the tools, chemistry, or knowledge we assume they lacked? Could this suggest that technological understanding was inherited from civilizations far older than we currently recognize, only to vanish into obscurity? Other anomalies point to knowledge of flight and aerodynamics. The Saqqara bird of Egypt, a small wooden artifact shaped like a glider, demonstrates principles of lift, balance, and design remarkably similar to modern aircraft. While some claim it was merely symbolic, its aerodynamic shape cannot be ignored. In a world supposedly limited to rudimentary tools and agriculture, the possibility that humans experimented with flight thousands of years before the Wright brothers is both thrilling and deeply unsettling. Ancient maps and navigational tools further complicate the picture. The Pyre Reis map, for instance, depicts accurate coastlines, including part of Antarctica free from ice, centuries before the continent was officially discovered. Some scholars argue that the accuracy implies advanced surveying techniques, knowledge of latitude and longitude, and perhaps even tools capable of precise measurement. When combined with evidence of seafaring and astronomical observation, it paints a portrait of civilizations possessing technological capabilities far ahead of their time. The global distribution of these anomalies is equally fascinating. From Europe to South America, from Africa to Asia, advanced technology appears in disparate civilizations with no known contact. This raises profound questions. Did knowledge spread through ancient networks, lost civilizations, or other means now obscured by time? Or did multiple societies independently achieve what we once thought impossible? The pattern suggests that humanity's technological history is far more complex and less linear than textbooks allow. Perhaps the most compelling aspect of anomalous technological evidence is its integration with daily life, ceremonial practices, and monumental construction. Whether it is the use of precise measurements in megalithic construction, the alignment of astronomical devices, or the creation of tools with unexplainable precision, technology was not isolated. It was embedded in culture, religion, and survival. These civilizations did not merely survive. They observed, calculated, and applied knowledge in ways that shaped their societies and left an indelible mark for future generations. The existence of anomalous technological evidence also raises questions about the nature of lost knowledge. Could cataclysms, wars, or deliberate suppression have erased advanced understanding from human memory? Some researchers speculate that entire civilizations, possessing technology beyond their contemporaries, were wiped out, leaving only fragments in the form of artifacts, megaliths, and cryptic writings. The knowledge may have been passed down piecemeal, misunderstood, or encoded in ways that were lost over time, forcing subsequent generations to rediscover what was once second nature. Moreover, these anomalies challenge the way we define progress. If humanity had previously mastered engineering, metallurgy, astronomy, and even electricity, then the linear timeline of slow human advancement becomes a myth. Perhaps civilization rises and falls in cycles, with period of extraordinary achievement interrupted by disaster, climatic shifts, or societal collapse. The evidence suggests that humans may have reached technological heights millennia before we assumed, only to see that knowledge buried, forgotten, or deliberately erased. Anomalous technological evidence also intersects with forbidden artifacts, megaliths, and submerged cities. The alignment of structures, precision of construction, and sophistication of tools all point to a world where human knowledge was far deeper and more advanced than conventional history allows. These anomalies collectively suggest a hidden narrative of civilization, one in which our ancestors were far more capable, inventive, and sophisticated than we've been taught to believe. As we continue exploring the forbidden timeline, the technological anomalies set the stage for the next revelation, the hidden history of ancient catastrophes. If civilizations were capable of such technological feats, how and why did their knowledge vanish? Could cataclysmic events, climatic shifts, or global disasters have erased these societies, leaving only scattered evidence for us to discover? The next chapter will confront these questions, revealing the hidden forces that may have shaped and reshaped human history. Throughout the annals of human history, we have been told that civilization progressed gradually, building from small settlements to complex societies over millennia. Yet mounting evidence suggests that this linear narrative is incomplete, if not misleading. Hidden catastrophes, global, regional, and sometimes inexplicably sudden, may have repeatedly reset human civilization, erasing knowledge, collapsing cities, and burying entire cultures beneath sand, water, or ice. These cataclysms, long overlooked or dismissed, could explain why traces of advanced technology, architecture, and astronomical knowledge appear so abruptly in the archaeological record. The more we examine the evidence, the more it seems that humanity has been forced to rise, fall, and rise again, time and again. One of the most widely discussed candidates for a hidden catastrophe is the Younger Dryas, a sudden climatic event that occurred approximately 12,900 years ago. Within decades, the world experienced a dramatic drop in temperatures, severe droughts, and widespread environmental upheaval. Ice core data from Greenland show evidence of rapid climate change, while sediment layers around the globe indicate fires, floods, and destruction on an unprecedented scale. Could this event have wiped out advanced pre-agricultural societies, leaving only the remnants of knowledge preserved in sites like Göbekli Tepe? If so, the abrupt appearance of monumental architecture and organized settlements in the archaeological record may not represent the beginning of civilization, but rather the recovery from a global collapse. The idea of global catastrophes is further reinforced by flood myths spanning cultures worldwide. From the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the story of Noah in the Bible, from Indian texts describing the deluge of Manu to Native American oral traditions, civilizations recall cataclysms that submerged entire cities and altered landscapes. While skeptics dismiss these tales as myth, the sheer ubiquity and consistency of flood narratives hint at a shared memory of real events. Disasters so profound that they reset human societies, erasing civilizations and forcing survivors to rebuild from scratch. Could these myths be fragments of truth, encoding memories of forgotten global catastrophes that mainstream history has yet to acknowledge? Submerged cities, like Dwarka in India or the possible structures off the coast of Cuba, lend further credibility to the idea of civilization-ending catastrophes. Rising seas, likely caused by melting glaciers at the end of ice ages, would have inundated coastal settlements, erasing evidence of thriving societies. Entire cultures may have been lost beneath water, leaving only fragments of their knowledge, culture, and technological prowess. This phenomenon challenges a conventional timeline. If ancient cities existed thousands of years before historical records, then human civilization may be far older and far more advanced than we currently acknowledge. Volcanic eruptions and earthquakes also play a critical role in the cycle of destruction and renewal. The eruption of Thera, Santorini, around 1600 BC devastated Minoan civilization, leaving ash layers, tsunamis, and sudden collapse. Similarly, earthquakes have repeatedly destroyed cities, yet traces of advanced engineering, urban planning, and artistry survive, hinting at what was lost. These events suggest that human progress has been fragile, repeatedly interrupted by forces beyond our control. Yet even in the aftermath of destruction, survivors appear to have rebuilt with astonishing resilience, often preserving fragments of advanced knowledge, though rarely the full extent of previous achievements. Hidden catastrophes may also explain anomalous gaps in human development. The sudden appearance of advanced construction, astronomical knowledge, and metallurgy across different civilizations could reflect the reemergence of knowledge after collapse, rather than independent invention. The so-called gaps in archaeological records, periods where evidence is sparse or missing, may correspond to eras of widespread destruction, when civilizations, tools, and texts vanish from history, leaving only hints of what once existed. This perspective reframes human history, portraying it not as a smooth ascent but as a series of rises, falls, and recoveries. Even climate shifts beyond the Younger Dryas have likely played a role. Prolonged droughts, glacial expansions, and rapid warming periods would have disrupted agriculture, migration patterns, and social stability. Societies dependent on consistent environmental conditions may have collapsed suddenly, leaving behind monuments, artifacts, and myths that we now interpret as anomalies. These hidden catastrophes, natural or otherwise, could account for the sudden sophistication seen in archaeological sites worldwide, a sophistication inherited from earlier civilizations that had already mastered architecture, engineering, and astronomy. The recurring theme of catastrophe also raises profound philosophical questions. If knowledge has been repeatedly lost, how much of human achievement is hidden beneath sand, water, or ice? Could civilizations far older and more advanced than Sumer or Egypt have flourished, only to vanish, leaving behind tantalizing fragments, such as the Antikythera mechanism, Pumapunku, and submerged cities? And if so, what does this mean for our understanding of human potential, resilience, and ingenuity? History, as we know it, may be only a fraction of the full story. Hidden catastrophes also provide context for anomalies in technology, construction, and astronomy. The sudden appearance of advanced knowledge in different regions may reflect a rebuilding phase after global disruption. Survivors, armed with partial knowledge inherited from lost civilizations, may have reconstructed society using fragments of understanding, combining what they remembered with what they could rediscover. This could explain the recurring patterns of architectural precision, astronomical alignment, and technological skill across continents, despite apparent isolation between cultures. The evidence suggests a cyclical view of human history, one in which civilizations rise to extraordinary heights, only to be toppled by natural or environmental forces, leaving humanity to start anew. Each collapse erases part of our collective knowledge, but also sets the stage for the next ascent, often rebuilding upon the remnants of the past. These hidden catastrophes, far from mere background events, may hold the key to understanding the true timeline of human civilization. As we piece together the forbidden timeline, the shadow of hidden catastrophes looms large. They provide a plausible explanation for the abrupt emergence of megaliths, advanced engineering, astronomical knowledge, and anomalous artifacts. If human civilization has indeed endured cycles of destruction and rebirth, then the past is far richer, deeper, and more mysterious than our textbooks suggest. Understanding these hidden catastrophes is essential to reconstructing the story of humanity, not as a linear progression, but as a tapestry woven with ingenuity, loss, and resilience. The stage is now set for the next chapter, exploring ancient global networks and the diffusion of forbidden knowledge. If civilizations were repeatedly destroyed and rebuilt, could there have been connections between these societies, allowing the transfer of knowledge across oceans, continents, and millennia? The next chapter will delve into evidence that suggests human history is not isolated but interconnected in ways that continue to surprise and challenge modern understanding. When we examine the archaeological record, one of the most striking patterns is the apparent synchronization of knowledge, technology, and cultural motifs across distant and seemingly disconnected civilizations. From the pyramids of Egypt to the stone structures of Peru, from ancient Chinese astronomical records to megaliths in Europe, there are uncanny parallels that defy conventional explanations. These patterns hint at ancient global networks, webs of forbidden knowledge, that allowed ideas, techniques, and discoveries to spread across continents long before the age of modern communication, travel, or documented trade. The implications are staggering. Human history may be far more interconnected than we have ever imagined. Consider the alignment of megalithic structures around the globe. The Great Pyramid of Giza, Stonehenge, and the complex stone circles of Malta and Nabta Playa all share astronomical alignments, mathematical ratios, and architectural precision that suggest a shared understanding of geometry, cosmology, and engineering. These societies, traditionally thought to be isolated, appear to have independently achieved remarkably similar architectural and astronomical feats. While some skeptics claim coincidence or universal human ingenuity, the consistency of these patterns across thousands of miles challenges the assumption of independent invention. Could there have been channels, direct or indirect, through which ancient humans exchanged forbidden knowledge? Ancient maps provide another tantalizing clue. The Pyrie Reis map, drawn in 1513, shows the coastlines of South America and Africa with astonishing accuracy long before European explorers officially charted these regions. Similarly, maps and carvings from other ancient cultures depict accurate coastlines, rivers, and even regions that were underwater or inaccessible at the time. The precision of these maps suggests more than observation. They hint at a shared repository of geographical knowledge, passed between civilizations and preserved through centuries of secrecy. Such information may have been part of a global knowledge network, carefully guarded and selectively transmitted across time and space. Trade routes, both documented and hypothesized, also reveal the possibility of knowledge diffusion. Archaeological evidence shows that ancient civilizations engaged in the exchange of not only goods, but also ideas, religious practices, and technological expertise. Obsidian, jade, lapis lazuli, and metals have been traced thousands of miles from their sources, suggesting networks capable of moving materials across continents. But alongside these physical goods, it is plausible that knowledge, engineering techniques, astronomical observations, religious concepts, and medicinal practices also traveled. These networks may have been more sophisticated and far-reaching than modern historians realize, allowing the cross-pollination of forbidden knowledge between seemingly isolated societies. Artifacts further support the notion of global knowledge networks. Similar motifs, symbols, and technological methods appear in distant civilizations with no apparent connection. For example, intricate carvings depicting celestial events, advanced machinery, or unknown tools appear both in South America and the Middle East. Certain metallurgical techniques, previously thought to be region-specific, emerge independently in distant regions around the same period. These parallels suggest either direct contact, the preservation of older knowledge from a common source, or the survival of forgotten global teaching systems, networks intentionally designed to transmit wisdom across generations. Religious and spiritual practices also hint at shared knowledge. Many ancient cultures worshiped celestial bodies, integrated astronomical cycles into rituals, and constructed temples aligned with solstices, equinoxes, or star systems. The recurrence of similar motifs, gods, and sacred architectures across continents may reflect more than coincidence. It could indicate an ancient network that transmitted knowledge about the cosmos, human consciousness, and sacred engineering. Forbidden knowledge may have been embedded in religious practices, passed down to ensure survival, while concealing deeper understanding from the uninitiated. Submerged and lost cities provide additional evidence of global networks. Sites like Dvarka, Pavlopetri, and submerged structures off Cuba may have been centers of advanced knowledge, not just local settlements. If these cities were connected through maritime trade, shared exploration, or cultural exchange, they could have functioned as nodes in a global network, centers where knowledge was accumulated, preserved, and disseminated. The possibility that ancient humans navigated oceans with precision, exchanging knowledge across continents, radically challenges assumptions about the capabilities of our ancestors. Linguistic and symbolic evidence also hints at connectivity. Ancient scripts, glyphs, and symbolic systems share striking similarities, even when separated by thousands of miles. While some similarities may be coincidental, the repetition of motifs, symbols, and encoding methods raises the possibility of shared intellectual heritage. Could these symbols have served as a form of communication within a secret global knowledge network, preserving advanced understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and technology? The concept of ancient global networks also aligns with the spread of technology. Metallurgy, ceramics, architectural innovations, and even rudimentary electrical experimentation appear in distant regions around similar periods. These advances may not represent independent invention, but the diffusion of techniques maintained within a restricted knowledge network. In this context, forbidden artifacts, anomalous engineering feats, and advanced astronomical observations are not isolated anomalies. They are evidence of a coordinated, global system of knowledge transfer. The implications of these networks extend far beyond history. They suggest that humanity has been capable of sophisticated, organized exchange of information for far longer than previously acknowledged. The existence of global knowledge systems implies strategic planning, shared wisdom, and possibly even a conscious effort to preserve advanced understanding through cycles of civilization, catastrophe, and rebirth. Rather than a linear story of progress, human history may be a tapestry of interconnected civilizations, preserving and transmitting forbidden knowledge across millennia, continents, and oceans. The discovery of these networks forces us to reconsider the conventional timeline. If knowledge, technology, and cultural motifs were shared globally thousands of years ago, then our understanding of early civilizations as isolated, rudimentary, or primitive is fundamentally flawed. Instead, we may be witnessing the fragments of sophisticated, interconnected human heritage, an inherited legacy of wisdom that has survived in monuments, artifacts, myths, and subterranean ruins, waiting for modern explorers to piece it together. As we move forward in the forbidden timeline, evidence of these ancient networks sets the stage for a deeper investigation into the secret knowledge of the ancients, including advanced sciences, lost engineering techniques, and esoteric wisdom encoded in monuments and artifacts. If humanity was capable of building a global network to preserve and share knowledge, the next question becomes, what did this knowledge consist of and why was it hidden? The answers may reveal a hidden chapter of history far older, richer, and more astonishing than any narrative we currently accept. History often presents a past as a straightforward progression. Humans gradually invented tools, developed agriculture, and then slowly built civilization. Yet evidence from around the globe suggests that our ancestors possessed knowledge far beyond what conventional timelines admit. Knowledge that was carefully guarded, encoded in monuments, artifacts, and myths, and in many cases, lost to time. This secret knowledge spans multiple domains: astronomy, mathematics, medicine, engineering, and even consciousness itself. Understanding it requires looking beyond conventional archaeology, embracing a world where the ancients may have been far more sophisticated than we dare to imagine. Astronomy, for instance, was central to many ancient civilizations, but not in the way modern historians often portray. Sites such as Göbekli Tepe, Stonehenge, and the Nabta Playa complex in Egypt exhibit precise alignments with celestial bodies. Some structures correspond to solstices, equinoxes, and star patterns that were only visible thousands of years ago, requiring not only careful observation, but also the ability to predict astronomical cycles. This knowledge suggests that ancient humans understood time, movement of celestial bodies, and cosmic rhythms far earlier than recorded history indicates. The question arises, how did they acquire such precise information, and why was it encoded in stone rather than written in text accessible to future generations? Mathematics and geometry also appear repeatedly in the design of monuments, cities, and artifacts. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, incorporates the golden ratio, precise angular measurements, and exacting proportions that reflect an advanced understanding of mathematics. In South America, the walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru demonstrate interlocking stonework with angles so precise that modern engineers struggle to replicate it. Such precision implies more than practical skill. It suggests a systematic knowledge of geometry, applied consistently across structures and continents. Ancient knowledge was therefore not abstract or theoretical. It was practical, deeply integrated into architecture, engineering, and the organization of society. Medicine and anatomy were also surprisingly advanced. Ancient texts from India, Egypt, China, and Greece contain detailed descriptions of surgical procedures, herbal remedies, and holistic approaches to health. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, for instance, describes surgical treatments and diagnoses with clarity and accuracy that rivals modern understanding. Similarly, ancient Indian texts like the Sushruta Samhita detail complex surgical techniques, including reconstructive procedures, that suggest a sophisticated understanding of anatomy and physiology. These examples demonstrate that the ancients were not merely primitive observers of nature. They were experimental scientists, developing practical knowledge that could be applied to save lives. Engineering and construction were equally advanced, incorporating principles that would not be rediscovered for centuries. The construction of pyramids, megalithic structures, and temples required not only massive labor, but also a deep understanding of weight distribution, materials, and precision tools. In some cases, such as Pumapunku in Bolivia, the blocks are carved with extraordinary accuracy and fitted with interlocking joints that would challenge modern machinery. This knowledge was likely part of a broader system, preserved through apprenticeships, guilds, or secret societies, ensuring that critical techniques were maintained even if written records disappeared. Even consciousness and metaphysics appear encoded in ancient knowledge. Many civilizations built their sacred structures in alignment with cosmic events or incorporated numerical and symbolic patterns believed to influence consciousness, spiritual growth, or cosmic harmony. From the ziggurats of Mesopotamia to the pyramids of Egypt, sacred architecture often reflects a synthesis of physical engineering and metaphysical intent. The ancients seemed to understand that knowledge was multidimensional, not only practical, but also spiritual, encoded in ways that transcended ordinary comprehension. The secret knowledge of the ancients often appears intertwined with what we now consider lost technology. Artifacts such as the Antikythera mechanism, the Baghdad battery, and advanced metallurgy from South America suggest that knowledge of mechanics, electricity, and material science existed long before mainstream history acknowledges. While the ancients may not have understood these principles in the same formalized way modern science does, they were capable of practical application, integrating this knowledge into tools, machines, and constructions. This reinforces the idea that ancient knowledge was sophisticated, deliberate, and functional. Encoded myths, legends, and religious practices also preserve hidden knowledge. Many ancient stories, flood myths, celestial journeys, and accounts of gods or advanced beings may encode historical events, astronomical observations, or scientific principles in symbolic form. While they were interpreted as spiritual or mythological in the past, they may have served as memory tools, allowing societies to pass down critical information despite catastrophic disruptions, such as floods, earthquakes, or societal collapse. Myths were, in a sense, a form of encrypted knowledge, accessible to those initiated, but hidden from casual observation. The global consistency of this knowledge is striking. Across continents and millennia, patterns emerge: astronomical alignments, architectural precision, metallurgy, mathematics, and holistic medicine. These consistencies suggest either parallel discovery, a remarkable human convergence, or, more intriguingly, a shared system of knowledge passed through networks of scholars, priests, and builders. The evidence hints at an ancient educational infrastructure, a deliberate effort to preserve, protect, and transmit knowledge across generations, sometimes even across entire civilizations. Yet much of this knowledge remains forbidden or lost. Catastrophes, cultural upheavals, and deliberate suppression have erased significant portions of humanity's intellectual heritage. What survives is fragmented: megaliths, artifacts, codices, and oral traditions that hint at what was once far greater. Piecing together this puzzle requires rethinking conventional timelines, considering evidence that challenges mainstream assumptions, and accepting that our ancestors may have been far more advanced, capable, and interconnected than we ever imagined. Understanding the secret knowledge of the ancients forces us to reconsider our own potential. If civilizations of the distant past achieved feats of engineering, astronomy, medicine, and consciousness development that we are only now beginning to rediscover, what else might humanity be capable of? Perhaps history is not simply a record of what humans have done, but a reminder of what we can achieve when knowledge is preserved, shared, and applied. The forbidden timeline, viewed through the lens of ancient wisdom, challenges us to reclaim lost insights, pushing the boundaries of what we believe is possible. The stage is now set for the next chapter, Mysteries of Ancient Astronomy, where we will explore how civilizations across the world achieved unparalleled understanding of the stars, planets, and cosmic cycles, often encoded in monuments, artifacts, and sacred sites. This knowledge, long thought impossible for early humans, may reveal not only their technical mastery, but also their profound understanding of the universe itself. Long before telescopes, satellites, or modern observatories, ancient civilizations were observing the cosmos with astonishing precision. Across continents, cultures recorded the movements of stars, planets, and celestial events with a sophistication that continues to baffle modern astronomers and historians alike. The question is not merely how they observed the sky, but why they were able to predict celestial cycles, align monuments with cosmic events, and encode this knowledge in ways that remain accurate thousands of years later. Ancient astronomy was not a casual pastime. It was a highly developed science, deeply intertwined with architecture, religion, agriculture, and governance. Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza, whose orientation is aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points. Such precision suggests an understanding of the Earth's rotation, latitude, and celestial mechanics that should have been impossible for a civilization supposedly only mastering basic geometry. Even the placement of the pyramid's internal chambers corresponds to specific stars and constellations, hinting at a level of astronomical knowledge that connects the heavens to human ritual and power. The ancient Egyptians did not merely observe the stars. They embedded cosmic understanding into the very foundations of their monumental architecture. Thousands of miles away, Stonehenge in England presents another astronomical enigma. The massive stone circle is aligned with the sunrise of the summer solstice and the sunset of the winter solstice, marking critical points in the solar year. Yet its construction dates back to 3000 to 2000 BCE, long before the advent of sophisticated measuring tools. Researchers have noted that the layout of Stonehenge reflects advanced knowledge of lunar cycles, eclipses, and even the precession of the equinoxes. This implies that the builders could track long-term astronomical phenomena with a level of accuracy that seems impossible without telescopes or modern instruments. The Nabta Playa complex in the Egyptian desert further deepens the mystery. These stone circles and alignments, dating back over 7,000 years, mark the movement of stars such as Sirius and Orion's belt, which played a central role in Egyptian cosmology. Some stones correspond to specific stars that were only visible at that latitude during that epoch, requiring precise astronomical knowledge and careful observation over generations. These alignments demonstrate that humans in prehistoric times were not only aware of the night sky, but had developed a method to translate celestial movements into architectural and ritualistic designs, a sophisticated form of applied astronomy. In South America, the astronomical achievements of the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations rival those of Egypt and Europe. The Intihuatana stones, for instance, are thought to be solar observatories, designed to track equinoxes and solstices with remarkable precision. The city of Machu Picchu itself is oriented to align with celestial events, indicating that astronomical understanding guided urban planning and religious practice. What is remarkable is that these civilizations, isolated from one another, arrived at equally complex astronomical solutions independently, or perhaps through shared knowledge transmitted via lost global networks. Even in Mesoamerica, the Maya left behind a legacy of unparalleled astronomical observation. The Mayan codices contain detailed tables predicting solar and lunar eclipses, the movement of Venus and planetary cycles with extraordinary accuracy. Their calendar system, which accounts for celestial cycles over thousands of years, suggests that the Maya had a precise understanding of time and cosmic rhythms. How such knowledge was acquired and maintained over generations, without telescopes or modern computational tools, remains one of the greatest mysteries of human history. Beyond structures and calendars, artifacts themselves hint at advanced astronomical understanding. The Antikythera mechanism, often called the world's first analog computer, could calculate the positions of the sun, moon, and planets, and even predict eclipses decades in advance. Its level of mechanical sophistication was not seen again in Europe until over 1,000 years later. This single device demonstrates that ancient knowledge of celestial mechanics was not only theoretical but practically applied, encoded in technology that has survived millennia. Even myths and religious texts provide clues. Stories from Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and the Americas often describe celestial events, divine bodies, and cosmic cycles with astonishing accuracy. Far from being mere mythology, these narratives may encode precise astronomical observations, preserved symbolically to survive catastrophes, societal collapse, or deliberate suppression of knowledge. In many cases, myths serve as encrypted manuals of astronomical science, guiding ritual, agriculture, and navigation, while protecting the deeper understanding from casual interpretation. The global consistency of astronomical knowledge is particularly striking. From Europe to Egypt, from the Americas to Asia, civilizations developed similar methods for observing the sky, predicting eclipses, and aligning monumental architecture with celestial bodies. Such synchronization could be explained as parallel development, but the precision and consistency suggest that knowledge may have been shared through ancient global networks. Forbidden knowledge of the stars may have traveled across oceans and continents, preserved through apprenticeships, priesthoods, and secret societies dedicated to cosmic understanding. Perhaps most puzzling is the practical application of this knowledge. Ancient astronomy was not a theoretical science. It was integrated into agriculture, governance, religious ceremonies, and navigation. Planting and harvesting schedules were guided by celestial observations. Rulers claimed divine authority through alignment with cosmic forces, and long-distance navigation relied on stars to traverse oceans and deserts. This integration of astronomy into everyday life suggests a civilization capable of translating observational science into actionable, sophisticated knowledge, a hallmark of advanced intellect. The mysteries of ancient astronomy raise profound questions about human potential. If civilizations thousands of years ago could calculate celestial cycles, align monuments with precision, and encode astronomical knowledge in artifacts and texts, then the story of human history must be reconsidered. Were these achievements isolated genius, the product of lost civilizations, or evidence of a global network preserving forbidden knowledge across millennia? The implications challenge our understanding of both time and human capability, suggesting that the stars themselves were a source of wisdom accessible to our ancestors in ways we are only beginning to understand. As we continue along the forbidden timeline, the revelations of ancient astronomy provide context for the next chapter, lost civilizations and the origins of humanity. By examining the evidence of advanced knowledge in global networks, we are forced to reconsider the very beginnings of civilization exploring the possibility that humanity's story is far older, more complex, and more extraordinary than we have ever been told. Modern history often begins with Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley, portraying them as the first true civilizations. Yet mounting evidence suggests that human society may be far older, far more complex, and astonishingly sophisticated than mainstream timelines allow. Across the globe, archaeologists and researchers have uncovered remnants of civilizations that predate known history by thousands of years. Societies whose achievements in architecture, astronomy, metallurgy, and art challenge everything we thought we knew about humanity's origins. These lost civilizations hint at a forgotten chapter of human history, one in which our ancestors were far more capable, interconnected, and intelligent than textbooks admit. Consider Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, dated to around 9,600 BCE, thousands of years before the first cities of Mesopotamia. This monumental complex consists of massive stone pillars arranged in circles, some weighing more than 20 tons, carved with intricate depictions of animals and symbols. The precision of construction, combined with its astronomical alignments, suggests advanced knowledge of engineering and cosmology. What is striking is that Göbekli Tepe predates agriculture as we know it, implying that complex social organization and monumental construction arose before humans had even settled into farming communities. How and why did such knowledge exist at such an early stage in human development? South America offers equally compelling evidence. The ancient city of Tiwanaku, near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, boasts monumental stone architecture with precision-cut stones that fit together without mortar. The engineering required to move and shape these stones, some weighing hundreds of tons, exceeds what many believe early societies could achieve. Pumapunku, part of the Tiwanaku complex, contains interlocking blocks with geometric precision that would challenge modern machinery. These feats suggest a civilization with advanced architectural knowledge, yet mainstream history often glosses over these achievements, treating them as anomalies or attributing them to simple ingenuity rather than sophisticated planning. Megalithic sites across Europe and Asia also point to lost knowledge. Karnak in France, Stonehenge in England, and the Gantija temples of Malta demonstrate not only architectural skill, but also an understanding of astronomy and geometry. Many of these sites were constructed long before written records existed, leaving only the stones themselves as testimony to a civilization capable of incredible planning, observation, and engineering. Their alignment with celestial events and the sheer scale of construction suggest a worldview that integrated technology, spirituality, and cosmic observation, a hallmark of advanced civilizations. Submerged cities provide further clues about humanity's forgotten past. Dvarka in India, Pavlopetri in Greece, and potential structures off the coast of Japan and Cuba hint at civilizations that were lost to rising seas, possibly as a result of post-glacial flooding or catastrophic events. These sites challenge the idea that complex human societies emerged only in dry, accessible regions. Entire networks of human habitation, trade, and knowledge may have vanished beneath the oceans, leaving only fragments for archaeologists to discover. Such losses could explain why advanced knowledge appears abruptly in certain eras and locations, as if inherited from forgotten civilizations rather than newly invented. The enigmatic Ica stones of Peru suggest even deeper mysteries. Carvings on these stones depict humans coexisting with dinosaurs, advanced surgeries, and sophisticated technology that seems impossible for the supposed era. While some claim these stones are hoaxes, their detailed depiction of anatomical knowledge and complex scenes hints at the possibility of ancient humans possessing knowledge far beyond what conventional history allows. Whether authentic or symbolic, the stones reflect a recurring theme. Human civilization may have reached levels of sophistication in the distant past that have been lost to time. Another piece of this puzzle lies in ancient myths and oral traditions. Flood myths, tales of lost cities, and account of advanced beings, or gods, appear in virtually every culture around the world. From the Epic of Gilgamesh to Plato's Atlantis, from Indian texts to Native American legends, these stories consistently describe advanced societies destroyed by catastrophe. While traditionally dismissed as myth, the convergence of these narratives across continents suggests a shared memory of events that reshaped human history, possibly preserving fragments of knowledge from civilizations that once flourished globally. Genetic studies provide additional support for the existence of advanced ancient societies. Human migration patterns, genetic diversity, and archaeological findings indicate that Homo sapiens were globally dispersed much earlier than previously thought, with some populations exhibiting unexpected technological and artistic sophistication. Could these early populations have developed complex societies that left only partial traces behind, influencing later civilizations? The genetic and archaeological evidence hints at a far older, far more interconnected human story than textbooks admit. The notion of lost civilizations also reframes our understanding of technology. The presence of advanced metallurgy, precision stonework, astronomical knowledge, and mechanical artifacts in disparate regions suggests that humanity's technological timeline is not linear. Instead, knowledge appears, disappears, and reemerges across centuries, possibly preserved through secret networks, encoded myths, or hidden artifacts. Civilizations may have repeatedly reached remarkable heights, only to be diminished or erased by climate change, cataclysms, or social upheaval. Each rediscovery of advanced knowledge challenges our assumptions, forcing us to reconsider the origins of civilization itself. Perhaps most astonishing is the implication that lost civilizations were interconnected. Similar architectural styles, astronomical observations, and technological methods appear across continents, from Egypt to South America to Asia, suggesting contact or the preservation of shared knowledge over millennia. Forbidden artifacts, anomalous structures, and submerged cities may be fragments of a global network, evidence that humanity's early achievements were not isolated but part of a sophisticated, interconnected system of knowledge and culture. The study of lost civilizations forces a radical reevaluation of humanity's origins. Civilization may not have begun in the Fertile Crescent or Egypt as isolated phenomena, but rather as part of a far older, global story of human ingenuity, resilience, and creativity. Our ancestors may have achieved astonishing technological and cultural feats long before we believed civilization existed, only for these achievements to be lost, obscured, or suppressed over millennia. In this context, the origins of humanity are not a simple linear progression. They are a tapestry of innovation, catastrophe, survival, and rediscovery. As we continue exploring the forbidden timeline, the story of lost civilizations sets the stage for the next chapter: megaliths, monoliths, and the architecture of the impossible. By examining the construction techniques, alignments, and mysteries of ancient structures around the globe, we can gain insight into the extraordinary capabilities of our ancestors, their understanding of the universe, and a hidden knowledge they encoded in stone for generations yet to come. Across continents and throughout the millennia, humans have left behind monumental structures that continue to defy explanation. From the towering pyramids of Egypt to the massive stones of Stonehenge, from the precise blocks of Pumapunku to the monolithic temples of Malta, megaliths and monoliths challenge our understanding of ancient engineering, mathematics, and labor. These structures are not just feats of construction. They are tangible records of knowledge, skill, and possibly technology that mainstream history struggles to explain. Each megalith tells a story of a civilization capable of achieving what modern engineers often find impossible even today. Consider the Great Pyramid of Giza, which remains one of the most enigmatic monuments in human history. Its sheer size, precise alignment with the cardinal points, and internal chambers suggest knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and logistics that surpasses what is traditionally attributed to ancient Egyptians. The limestone blocks, some weighing over 2 tons, were quarried, transported, and placed with astonishing precision, yet the methods used remain debated. Conventional theories invoke ramps and manpower, but these explanations often fall short when considering the precision and scale involved. Could the builders have had access to lost techniques or tools that allowed them to manipulate massive stones with ease? Thousands of miles away in Bolivia, the site of Pumapunku presents an even greater architectural puzzle. The stone blocks here are massive, some weighing over 100 tons, and are cut with unparalleled precision. Many feature interlocking joints, perfectly flat surfaces, and angles that suggest the use of advanced tools. Modern laser technology struggles to achieve the same level of accuracy on stone. The prevailing question remains: how did a pre-industrial society achieve such perfection? The precision seems to defy human capability without mechanized assistance, hinting at either lost technology or forgotten engineering principles that have yet to be rediscovered. Europe, too, is scattered with megalithic wonders. Stonehenge in England is not merely a circle of standing stones. It is a complex astronomical observatory, carefully aligned with solstices and lunar cycles. The transportation of massive bluestones from quarries hundreds of miles away and their placement in precise alignment continues to baffle historians. The construction required intricate planning, understanding of weight distribution, and sophisticated knowledge of both local geography and celestial patterns. Similarly, the Carnac stones in France, stretching across miles of landscape, demonstrate organizational skill, purpose, and possibly astronomical or ritual significance, yet their exact function remains a mystery. The monolithic temples of Malta, some dating back over 5,000 years, provide another layer of intrigue. These structures feature massive limestone blocks arranged with architectural precision, aligned with solar and lunar events. Inside, complex carvings, altars, and passageways suggest a sophisticated understanding of engineering, ritual, and possibly acoustics. The question of how these massive stones were quarried, transported, and fitted together with such accuracy, without the use of modern machinery, remains unanswered. Scholars are forced to acknowledge that these civilizations possess skills and knowledge that modern science often underestimates. The phenomenon of megalithic construction extends even to Asia. In India, the temples of Mahabalipuram and other ancient sites contain monolithic rock-cut architecture that demonstrates both artistry and engineering genius. Massive blocks were carved, sculpted, and positioned with remarkable precision, often in ways that align with celestial events. The scale and accuracy of these constructions suggests advanced knowledge of materials, weight distribution, and architectural planning, skills that should have been impossible for their supposed technological level. Another striking example is the Olmec civilization in Mesoamerica, known for its colossal stone heads weighing several tons. Carved from basalt, these heads reflect not only artistic skill but also logistical mastery, as the stones were transported over vast distances from quarries to ceremonial sites. The ability to move, carve, and erect such colossal monuments demonstrates engineering knowledge, resource coordination, and perhaps mechanical techniques that remain unexplained. The common thread across all these examples is precision. Whether in the cutting, shaping, alignment, or placement of stones, ancient builders achieved levels of accuracy that would challenge modern engineers. Some stones are so perfectly fitted that not even a razor blade can be inserted between them. Others are aligned to celestial events with accuracy within minutes of arc. This precision suggests that ancient builders understood geometry, astronomy, and physics at a level that modern education often fails to replicate. Transportation of massive stones remains another puzzle. How did civilizations without wheels, cranes, or advanced machinery move stones weighing tens or hundreds of tons? Theories range from sledges and rollers to lubricated tracks, but these explanations are often insufficient when considering the distances, weights, and precision placement involved. Some researchers speculate that lost technologies, perhaps including levers, pulleys, or mechanical aids unknown today, were employed. Others suggest knowledge of sound, vibration, or other physical principles that could reduce friction or manipulate weight, hinting at a level of applied science that seems lost to history. The purpose behind megaliths and monoliths also fuels the mystery. Were they purely ceremonial, astronomical, or political? Or did they encode forbidden knowledge, mathematical principles, cosmological understanding, or technological secrets, accessible only to initiates? Many structures appear aligned with the stars, the solstices, or planetary cycles, suggesting that builders were not only engineers, but also astronomers, mathematicians, and spiritual thinkers. Their monuments serve multiple purposes: practical, symbolic, and perhaps as repositories of knowledge meant to survive through the ages. Finally, the global distribution of these structures hints at forgotten connectivity. Similar construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and architectural precision appear across continents, separated by thousands of miles and seemingly independent cultures. This raises profound questions about human history. Did lost civilizations communicate or share knowledge? Were there global networks transmitting advanced understanding long before the rise of empires and documented trade? Megaliths may be more than monuments. They could be markers of shared, forbidden knowledge embedded in stone, waiting to be deciphered by those who understand their language. As we continue exploring the forbidden timeline, the architecture of the impossible provides a bridge to the next chapter: forbidden artifacts and the technology of the past. where we will examine physical evidence of advanced knowledge encoded in tools, devices, and artifacts that defy conventional explanations. These artifacts may hold the key to understanding the engineering, technology, and intelligence of lost civilizations, revealing a human history far richer and more astonishing than we have ever imagined. Scattered across the globe are objects that defy conventional explanations, artifacts that challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations and their technological capabilities. From intricately carved mechanical devices to mysterious tools whose purpose eludes modern science, these forbidden artifacts hint at knowledge far beyond what we have been taught to expect from our ancestors. Mainstream history often dismisses these objects as anomalies, hoaxes, or simple curiosities, but their existence forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Humanity's past may have been far more advanced than official timelines admit. One of the most famous examples is the Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Greece. Dated to around 100 BCE, this bronze device functions as an astronomical computer, capable of predicting solar and lunar eclipses, tracking planetary positions, and calculating cycles decades into the future. For over 1,000 years, no comparable technology existed in Europe, suggesting that ancient civilizations possessed mechanical knowledge lost to subsequent generations. The Antikythera mechanism is not merely a curiosity. It is proof that our ancestors were capable of sophisticated engineering and applied mathematics, encoded in a compact, functional device. Equally enigmatic are the Baghdad batteries, clay jars containing metal rods and copper cylinders, believed by some to function as electrochemical cells. If these artifacts were indeed used to generate electricity, they would predate the modern discovery of electricity by nearly 2 millennia. Scholars debate their purpose, yet the mere possibility suggests that ancient humans may have experimented with energy storage, electroplating, or even rudimentary electrical applications, knowledge that has been mysteriously lost. These artifacts hint at practical science in antiquity that challenges the assumption of linear technological progression. In South America, the Ica stones of Peru continue to provoke debate and wonder. These stones depict humans interacting with dinosaurs, performing advanced surgeries, and using complex machinery. While skeptics argue that many were created in modern times, the detail and consistency of the engravings raise questions about what ancient societies knew, preserved, or imagined, whether symbolic or literal. The stones suggest that humanity's understanding of anatomy, technology, and natural history may extend far beyond conventional timeline of human development. Mysterious metal artifacts from various archaeological sites also defy explanation. The Dorchester pot in Massachusetts, for instance, is a small corroded metal vessel found encased in rock. Its age and the sophistication of its construction suggest knowledge of metallurgy far earlier than previously acknowledged in the Americas. Similarly, metallic spheres discovered in South Africa and other regions exhibit unusual hardness and properties, indicating advanced material science. These artifacts challenge the assumption that early humans were limited to stone, bone, and basic metals. Could lost civilizations have mastered metallurgy in ways we are only beginning to rediscover? The presence of advanced carving and machining techniques further deepens the mystery. At Pumapunku, Bolivia, and other sites worldwide, stone blocks display perfectly flat surfaces, precise right angles, and drilled holes that appear impossible to achieve with the simple tools attributed to ancient societies. Some holes are cylindrical with tolerances so exact that they rival modern machine tools. Conventional explanations, copper chisel, hammerstones, and sand abrasion, strain credibility. These artifacts may point to ancient technologies capable of achieving precision that we assume was impossible for pre-industrial humans. Even in Asia, forbidden artifacts emerge. Ancient Chinese texts describe complex machinery, flying devices, and water-powered mechanisms long before similar concepts appeared in Europe. Bronze and ceramic devices suggest an understanding of gears, pulleys, and energy transmission, encoded in objects whose practical purpose is often debated. These artifacts challenge the notion that technological innovation originated solely in the modern era, suggesting instead a continuity of knowledge that has been fragmented by time, catastrophe, and cultural upheaval. Some forbidden artifacts also hint at practical applications of knowledge that seem to blend science with what we might call lost wisdom. Egyptian and Mesopotamian relics suggest knowledge of electricity, fluid dynamics, and optics encoded in ceremonial objects and architectural features. The possibility that ancient civilizations understood principles we consider modern forces us to reconsider sophistication of early societies. Were these artifacts functional tools, ceremonial symbols, or repositories of knowledge deliberately encoded for future generations? The ambiguity only heightens the mystery. Globally, the recurrence of forbidden artifacts suggests a pattern. From Europe to Asia, Africa to the Americas, objects appear that imply advanced knowledge predating mainstream historical recognition. The precision, complexity, and geographical spread of these items hint at an interconnected system of knowledge preservation, one that survived through cycles of destruction, catastrophe, and cultural decline. These artifacts are not isolated curiosities. They are remnants of hidden history, waiting to be pieced together. The implications of forbidden artifacts are profound. They challenge linear narratives of technological progress, suggesting instead that humanity has experienced cycles of innovation, loss, and rediscovery. Civilizations capable of producing such artifacts may have existed long before recorded history, only to be erased or forgotten due to environmental catastrophes, societal collapse, or deliberate suppression. What we consider ancient may in fact be only a fragment of a far older, more advanced human story. Studying forbidden artifacts forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much knowledge has been lost to time? How many civilizations have risen and fallen, leaving behind fragments that hint at abilities we cannot yet comprehend? And if these artifacts are evidence of a shared global network of knowledge, what else might remain hidden, awaiting discovery in forgotten tombs, submerged cities, or buried ruins? The very existence of these objects suggests that our understanding of human history is incomplete, filtered through the limitations of surviving evidence, and possibly shaped by institutional bias or suppression. As we move deeper into Forbidden Timeline, these artifacts provide a tangible bridge to the next chapter, Ancient Cataclysms and the Reset of Civilization, where we will explore the environmental and cosmic events that may have repeatedly erased advanced societies, forcing humanity to rebuild and inadvertently hiding the true depth of our past. By connecting artifacts, architecture, and geological evidence, we begin to uncover a pattern, a timeline of civilization far older and more complex than we have ever been taught to believe. As we trace the forbidden timeline, one question looms larger than any other. Why does advanced knowledge appear, disappear, and then re-emerge in history? The answer may lie in ancient cataclysms, planetary, cosmic, and environmental events that repeatedly reset civilizations, erasing knowledge and leaving behind only fragments for future generations. From massive floods to comet impacts, from sudden climate shifts to tectonic upheavals, the evidence suggests that humanity has been forced to rebuild time and time again, each reconstruction obscuring the depth of our past achievements. Perhaps the most famous account of cataclysm is the Great Flood, preserved in myths across virtually every culture. From the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the story of Noah in the Bible, from Indian Puranas to Native American oral traditions, narratives describe vast inundations that destroyed civilizations. Geological evidence supports these accounts. Sudden sea level rises at the end of the last ice age, massive glacial melt, and submerged coastal settlements all point to catastrophic flooding events that would have wiped out advanced societies. Cities now lost beneath the oceans may have been centers of knowledge, culture, and technology, erased from history by forces beyond human control. Submerged sites such as Dvarka in India, Pavlopetri in Greece, and Yonaguni in Japan provide compelling evidence that entire civilizations were swallowed by rising seas. These settlements, some meticulously planned and architecturally advanced, indicate sophisticated societies suddenly overwhelmed by natural disasters. The abrupt disappearance of these cities aligns with oral traditions of floods and loss, suggesting that humanity's knowledge was repeatedly interrupted, forcing survivors to rebuild from scratch. This cycle of creation and destruction may explain the sudden appearance of advanced civilizations in the historical record. Seemingly without precedent, cosmic events add another layer of mystery. Evidence of massive comet and meteorite impacts has been found around the globe, including the Younger Dryas impact event approximately 12,800 years ago. This cataclysm coincides with sudden climate cooling, widespread megafauna extinction, and the collapse of human settlements. Some researchers propose that these cosmic impacts triggered catastrophic floods, fires, and earthquakes, reshaping coastlines and erasing entire cultures. The timing of these events correlates eerily with the rise of new civilizations, suggesting that survivors inherited fragments of lost knowledge and re-established societies with only partial understanding of what came before. Volcanic eruptions also played a dramatic role in resetting human civilization. The eruption of Thera, Santorini, around 1600 BC devastated Minoan culture, sending tsunamis across the Aegean and blanketing regions in ash. Similarly, eruptions in Indonesia, Italy, and Pacific Ring of Fire repeatedly forced migrations, disrupted agriculture, and erased records. These events may have destroyed libraries, observatories, temples, and workshops, eliminating critical knowledge and forcing humanity to rebuild with diminished understanding. Catastrophe appears to be a recurring motif in our history, shaping both the development and the suppression of advanced knowledge. Even smaller-scale environmental shifts, such as droughts, river course changes, or desertification, had catastrophic consequences. The Indus Valley Civilization, one of the most sophisticated urban societies of its time, collapsed around 1900 BC, due in part to shifting rivers and climate change. Cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, with advanced urban planning, sewage systems, and trade networks, disappeared, leaving only ruins and enigmatic artifacts. The loss of these urban centers likely caused a regression in technological and societal knowledge, demonstrating that even incremental environmental changes can reset civilization's trajectory. Archaeological evidence suggests that humanity's resilience is remarkable. Despite repeated cataclysms, survivors preserve fragments of knowledge, oral traditions, artifacts, and religious or ceremonial practices that enable rebuilding. However, each reconstruction was inevitably incomplete, as information was lost, misinterpreted, or deliberately hidden. This cycle of destruction and recovery may account for the discontinuities in human history, where advanced achievements appear inexplicably early and then vanish for centuries before re-emerging. The forbidden timeline, therefore, is not linear. It is cyclical, shaped by catastrophe as much as by human ingenuity. Some researchers propose that advanced civilizations may have deliberately encoded knowledge to survive these cataclysms. Megalithic monuments, artifacts, and myths could serve as repositories of wisdom, designed to endure floods, earthquakes, and the ravages of time. The Great Pyramid, Göbekli Tepe, and submerged cities may not merely be monuments. They could be survival mechanisms, safeguarding knowledge until humanity was capable of rediscovering it. This would explain why ancient wisdom often appears cryptic, symbolic, or encoded in ways that are only partially understandable today. The repeated resetting of civilization also explains the gaps in technological and astronomical knowledge. Why did the precise calculations of the Antikythera mechanism disappear for centuries? Why did advanced metallurgy and machining techniques vanish in South America? Catastrophic events likely destroyed the centers of learning where these skills were preserved. Survivors, left with fragments of knowledge, were forced to reconstruct, reinterpret, or even mythologize what had once been practical science. Humanity's technological history, therefore, is not a straight line. It is a patchwork shaped by catastrophe, preservation, and rediscovery. Even the evolution of human consciousness may have been influenced by cataclysms. Societies that survived massive disasters were forced to adapt, develop cooperative structures, and find ways to preserve knowledge. Rituals, myths, and religious practices may have emerged as strategies to encode critical information symbolically, ensuring that knowledge could survive even if physical infrastructure was destroyed. In this light, cataclysms are not merely destructive. They are catalysts for human ingenuity, shaping not only the physical world, but the intellectual and spiritual evolution of our species. By examining ancient cataclysms alongside lost civilizations, megalithic architecture, and forbidden artifacts, a pattern emerges. Humanity's history is far older, more advanced, and more resilient than we have been taught. Catastrophic events repeatedly erase progress, but survivors preserved enough knowledge to rebuild, leaving behind enigmatic traces for modern explorers to decode. These resets provide a plausible explanation for the sudden appearance of advanced knowledge in historical records and the mysterious gaps that confound conventional archaeology. As we move forward along the forbidden timeline, the story of cataclysm sets the stage for Section 17, Prehistoric Knowledge of the Stars, where we will explore how ancient humans, even before recorded history, may have tracked cosmic cycles, mapped celestial bodies, and encoded astronomical wisdom in their monuments and artifacts. Understanding this connection between catastrophe and celestial observation may reveal why knowledge was preserved in symbolic, enduring forms that could survive millennia of upheaval. Long before the rise of written language or recorded history, humans looked to the night sky with awe, curiosity, and purpose. Evidence from across the globe suggests that prehistoric societies possessed an extraordinary understanding of celestial patterns, far surpassing what one might expect from hunter-gatherer cultures. This knowledge, encoded in stone circles, petroglyphs, cave paintings, and megalithic monuments, hints at an early science of the stars, a sophisticated cosmology that guided navigation, agriculture, and spiritual practice long before the invention of calendars or telescopes. One of the most compelling examples comes from the site of Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, dated to around 9,600 BCE. While much attention has been given to its monumental stone circles and intricate carvings, some researchers argue that its orientation and symbolism encode astronomical information. Certain pillars appear aligned with the positions of prominent stars and constellations visible at the time, suggesting that prehistoric humans tracked the heavens with astonishing accuracy. If true, this implies that sophisticated observation and recording of celestial events occurred long before conventional history credits the development of astronomy. Similarly, Nabta Playa in Egypt provides clear evidence that prehistoric humans observed the stars and used them to organize their societies. This complex of stone circles, alignments, and markers, dating back over 7,000 years, appears to track the movement of the sun, the stars of Orion's belt, and the heliacal rising of Sirius. Such observations were critical for understanding seasonal cycles and ensuring successful agriculture in a harsh desert environment. The precision and intentionality of these alignments indicate not casual observation, but a systematic study of the night sky, an early form of astronomy integrated into daily life and societal planning. Cave art, too, may encode astronomical knowledge. In France, the Lascaux caves contain depictions of animals and geometric symbols that some researchers argue correspond to constellations and celestial events. The patterns of dots, lines, and animal figures could represent star maps or lunar cycles, suggesting that prehistoric humans not only observed the heavens, but recorded them symbolically for ritual, navigational, or calendrical purposes. Across Europe, Asia, and the Americas, similar symbolic representations hint at a shared understanding of the cosmos that predates written records. Stone circles and megalithic structures across the world further reinforce the notion of prehistoric star knowledge. Stonehenge, for instance, aligns precisely with solstices and lunar cycles, while the Carnac stones in France and the Callanish stones in Scotland may track lunar or stellar movements. These monuments required advanced understanding of geometry, observation, and long-term cycles, demonstrating that prehistoric humans could predict celestial events with astonishing accuracy. Such precision is not merely ceremonial. It reflects applied knowledge that shaped agriculture, ritual, and societal organization. Beyond alignment, prehistoric humans appear to have understood cycles of time, including the movement of the moon, planets, and even the precession of equinoxes. Precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis over approximately 26,000 years, affects the positions of stars over millennia. Some ancient monuments, such as the Egyptian pyramids and certain structures in Central and South America, reflect awareness of these shifts, suggesting that prehistoric observers recognized patterns spanning generations. The ability to track such long-term cosmic rhythms implies an observational science passed down through oral traditions, apprenticeships, or symbolic encoding. Artifacts also reveal an intimate relationship between prehistoric humans and the stars. Bone antler and stone carvings with notches or dots may function as lunar or solar calendars, marking cycles critical for survival. Some petroglyphs depict sequences of dots or geometric patterns that correspond to stellar constellations or eclipse cycles. These early calculators demonstrate that prehistoric knowledge was not abstract. It had direct applications, from predicting seasonal change to organizing community activities and ceremonial life. The integration of celestial observation with mythology and ritual is another key aspect of prehistoric astronomy. Many cultures encoded cosmic knowledge in stories, deities, and ceremonial practices. The movements of the sun, moon, and stars were personified, given agency, and used to teach generations about cycles, time, and survival strategies. These narratives ensured that critical astronomical knowledge survived catastrophes, migrations, and societal collapse, serving as a repository of wisdom when physical monuments or records were lost. What makes prehistoric knowledge particularly astonishing is its global consistency. Across continents, isolated populations develop remarkably similar methods for observing the heavens, predicting cycles, and integrating this information into society. Whether in Europe, Africa, Asia, or the Americas, prehistoric humans encoded cosmological understanding in stone, artifact, and story. This consistency suggests either independent discovery at a level of sophistication that defies probability or the existence of lost networks of knowledge, early channels of communication connecting distant civilizations long before we thought global interaction was possible. Understanding prehistoric knowledge of the stars forces a re-evaluation of human capability. These societies, often depicted as primitive, clearly possessed intellectual and observational skills far beyond conventional assumptions. Their achievements in astronomy laid the foundation for later civilizations and hint at a continuity of forbidden knowledge, passed down, preserved, and encoded in ways that allowed survival across catastrophic events and lost histories. Prehistoric humans were not merely passive observers of nature. They were active participants in the cosmos, capable of pattern recognition, prediction, and symbolic encoding that rivaled the knowledge of societies thousands of years later. This exploration of prehistoric astronomy also provides context for the broader forbidden timeline. By demonstrating that knowledge of the cosmos predates recorded history, we see a pattern emerge. Humanity has repeatedly achieved sophistication in science, mathematics, and observation, only to have that knowledge disrupted by cataclysms, lost through societal collapse, or deliberately hidden. Prehistoric star knowledge serves as a foundation for understanding later advanced civilizations, suggesting that much of what we attribute to ancient achievement may have deep roots extending tens of thousands of years into the past. The stage is now set for the next chapter, Section 18. The Enigma of Advanced Tools, where we will examine how prehistoric humans and lost civilizations may have utilized technology and instruments far more sophisticated than previously acknowledged. From precision carving to possible mechanical devices, these tools may reveal the practical applications of knowledge that seems impossible for their supposed eras. Understanding the tools is essential to unraveling how prehistoric societies translated observation into tangible mastery over their environment, laying the groundwork for civilization itself. One of the most confounding mysteries of ancient history lies not in the stones or monuments themselves, but in the tools that shaped them. Across continents, archaeologists have uncovered implements whose sophistication seems impossible for the civilizations attributed to them. From precision-cut stones to metallic artifacts, from carved bones to mechanical devices, these advanced tools challenge our understanding of human technological capability, forcing us to reconsider the limits of prehistoric and ancient engineering. How were humans able to manipulate materials with such accuracy and efficiency without the machinery we consider essential today? Consider the astonishing precision of the blocks at Pumapunku in Bolivia. Each stone, some weighing over 100 tons, is cut with smooth, flat surfaces and sharp right angles. Drilled holes, perfectly cylindrical and aligned, suggest the use of advanced rotary tools capable of tolerances that modern engineers find difficult to achieve without mechanized equipment. Scholars have debated the methods employed, with conventional explanations involving chisels, hammers, and labor-intensive techniques falling short of accounting for such perfection. These tools, whatever they were, allowed ancient builders to achieve feats that seem almost impossible for a society assumed to be pre-industrial. Similarly, the stone blocks of the Egyptian pyramids reveal an extraordinary level of craftsmanship. Many blocks are perfectly squared, polished, and fitted with tolerances so tight that even a thin blade cannot pass between them. Ancient Egyptian texts mention copper chisels and dolerite pounders, but the hardness of the stones exceeds the capabilities of such tools. Did they employ lost techniques, specialized alloys, or now unknown mechanical methods? The enigma of these tools is compounded by the scale of the construction, millions of blocks, each carefully shaped and placed, requiring a combination of skill, knowledge, and tools that defy our conventional understanding of the era. In South America, the Incas perfected stone-cutting techniques that allowed them to fit massive boulders together without mortar. At Sacsayhuaman near Cusco, stones weighing dozens of tons are interlocked so perfectly that not even a knife blade can be inserted. The precision of these constructions suggests tools capable of meticulous shaping, grinding, and fitting, yet no evidence of such advanced equipment has been definitively found. The mystery deepens when considering that these techniques appear consistently across multiple sites, indicating that knowledge of tool use and construction was widespread, sophisticated, and possibly standardized. The enigma of advanced tools is not limited to stone. In India, artifacts from the Indus Valley Civilization demonstrate remarkable metallurgical skill. Bronze, copper, and even high-quality steel tools and ornaments suggest knowledge of alloys, casting, and forging techniques far ahead of the purported time. The seamless finishing, intricate detailing, and durability of these items imply mastery of material science that challenges the notion of linear technological progression.
These tools were not merely functional. They represent an understanding of materials that borders on the modern. Even small-scale artifacts hint at technological sophistication. The bone and antler tools of prehistoric humans often exhibit intricate notches, grooves, and shapes that imply knowledge of leverage, force distribution, and precision crafting. Some prehistoric tools seem designed for specialized purposes, such as drilling, carving, or measuring, indicating an early application of engineering principles. The complexity of these tools demonstrates that ancient humans were not rudimentary artisans but skilled technologists, capable of innovation that served practical, ceremonial, and possibly scientific purposes. Mechanical artifacts further deepen the mystery. The Antikythera mechanism, often described as the world's first analog computer, exemplifies advanced engineering in antiquity. With interlocking gears, precision calibrations, and astronomical functions, it is difficult to overstate the level of knowledge required to create such a device. If such mechanical understanding existed in ancient Greece, could similar technology have existed elsewhere, even earlier, and subsequently been lost to cataclysms or societal collapse? The presence of such tools forces a reconsideration of what ancient truly means in terms of technological capability. Some researchers have suggested that certain tools may have been deliberately hidden, encoded, or preserved as sacred knowledge. In many cultures, the construction of monumental architecture, the crafting of artifacts, and even astronomical observation were the domain of specialized priesthoods or guilds. Tools were not merely instruments. They were repositories of knowledge, often closely guarded, passed from master to apprentice, and sometimes deliberately lost to prevent misuse. This secrecy may explain why advanced methods suddenly appear and disappear in the archaeological record, leaving us with enigmatic monuments and artifacts that hint at capabilities far beyond the conventional timeline. Globally, the recurrence of advanced tools suggests a pattern of knowledge that transcends individual cultures. From the megalithic structures of Europe to the pyramids of Egypt, from South American stonework to Asian metallurgy, there is a striking similarity in the precision, technique, and sophistication of tools employed. This consistency implies that either multiple civilizations independently developed remarkably similar technologies or that knowledge was transmitted across vast distances, preserved, and shared in ways that challenge mainstream historical assumptions. The practical applications of these tools are also astonishing. Advanced stone cutting and metalworking enabled the construction of monumental architecture, complex irrigation systems, and durable artifacts. They allowed humans to manipulate their environment, create sophisticated cities, and encode astronomical knowledge in stone and metal. These tools were instruments of survival, control, and intellectual development, suggesting that ancient societies possessed not only skill, but also deep understanding of physics, mechanics, and material science. Yet the mystery persists. If these tools existed and civilizations possessed such knowledge, why did it vanish? The answer may lie in the catastrophic events explored in the previous section. Floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and cosmic impacts may have destroyed workshops, archives, and the master craftsmen themselves. Knowledge, once widespread and refined, could have been reduced to fragments, preserved only in the monuments, artifacts, and encoded traditions that survived. Each rediscovery of these tools forces us to reconsider the technological and intellectual sophistication of our ancestors. Understanding the enigma of advanced tools provides a vital link in the forbidden timeline. These implements are more than curiosities. They are evidence that ancient humans were capable of engineering, problem-solving, and innovation on a level that challenges conventional history. They bridge the gap between observation, theory, and application, demonstrating that prehistoric and ancient societies were not merely surviving. They were mastering, experimenting, and recording knowledge in ways that we are only beginning to comprehend. As we proceed along the forbidden timeline, the study of advanced tools sets the stage for Section 19, the global spread of forbidden knowledge, where we will explore how knowledge, technology, and culture may have traveled across continents, leaving behind traces that suggest ancient humans were part of an interconnected world far earlier than traditionally acknowledged. By examining tools, monuments, and artifacts together, we can begin to uncover the hidden networks of knowledge that shaped our collective past.
As we examine the forbidden timeline, a startling pattern emerges. The advanced knowledge of ancient civilizations is not confined to one region. It appears across continents, separated by vast oceans and thousands of miles, yet sharing remarkable similarities in architecture, technology, and astronomical understanding. From South America to Egypt, from Mesopotamia to India, from Europe to the Pacific Islands, evidence suggests that ancient humans may have been part of a global network of knowledge transfer long before recorded history acknowledges intercontinental contact. The question is both thrilling and unnerving. How did such knowledge travel, and who carried it? Consider the pyramids of Egypt and their uncanny parallels in Mesoamerica. While conventional history insists that these civilizations developed independently, the similarities are striking. Both employed precise geometric planning, astronomical alignments, and monumental construction techniques. Both constructed structures that align with solstices and cardinal directions. The methods for moving and positioning massive stones are still debated, yet the result is a shared architectural language that spans the globe. Such convergence suggests either independent discovery on a near impossible scale or the transmission of knowledge across continents, long before established trade routes existed. South America offers further intrigue. The Inca and pre-Inca civilizations created terraces, aqueducts, and cities like Machu Picchu that demonstrate advanced engineering, urban planning, and astronomical observation. Their knowledge of stone-cutting techniques, metalwork, and agriculture seems to mirror, in sophistication if not form, achievements in ancient Egypt, the Indus Valley, and Mesopotamia. Could it be that these distant civilizations inherited fragments of a shared knowledge system, adapted to local conditions and resources, but rooted in a common source lost to time? Ancient maps and seafaring evidence support the idea of early global connectivity. The Pyre Reis map of 1513 depicts the coastlines of Africa, Europe, and South America with astonishing accuracy, including regions supposedly unknown at the time. Other ancient maps, some potentially thousands of years old, depict Antarctica free of ice or reveal coastlines now submerged. These cartographic anomalies suggest that knowledge of distant lands, navigation, and geography may have traveled far earlier than historians accept. Sailors, explorers, or merchants may have carried not only goods, but also the technological and cultural wisdom of lost civilizations, preserving it in symbols, maps, and oral tradition. Even megalithic architecture hints at a global network. The construction techniques of Pumapunku, Göbekli Tepe, and Malta, though separated by continents, reveal common principles of precision cutting, astronomical alignment, and monumental scale. The recurrence of such knowledge across distant cultures raises the possibility that ancient builders shared or inherited engineering principles. These societies may have been far more interconnected than we imagine, transmitting forbidden knowledge through generations, trade networks, and possibly ritualized apprenticeships that span vast distances. Artifacts also tell a story of global dissemination. The Antikythera mechanism in Greece, advanced metallurgy in South America, and bronze and iron tools in Asia suggest a shared technological sophistication. While each artifact arises from a local context, the underlying principles, precision, functionality, and complex design, reflect a universal understanding of mechanics, materials, and mathematics. Could these parallels indicate a hidden network of knowledge transfer or even forgotten civilization whose wisdom was distributed across the globe and adapted to local cultures? Oral traditions provide additional clues. Stories of floods, advanced beings, and lost cities appear in virtually every culture. The flood myth, for instance, is found in Mesopotamia, India, the Americas, and the Pacific Islands, often with astonishingly similar elements. Legends of sky people, gods who taught technology or astronomy, or civilizations destroyed by cataclysms suggest a shared cultural memory of ancient wisdom. These narratives may encode historical truth, preserving knowledge about a distant past when civilizations were more advanced and more interconnected than we realize. Trade and migration routes offer practical explanations for this global spread. Early humans were highly mobile, traveling vast distances in search of resources, climate stability, and opportunity. Maritime capabilities, evidenced by the colonization of Pacific islands and long-distance trade in obsidian, metals, and exotic goods, indicate that humans were capable of connecting disparate regions long before conventional history allows. Along with goods, ideas, techniques, and knowledge may have traveled, transmitted by oral tradition, apprenticeship, or ritualized teaching, seeding advanced practices in multiple regions simultaneously. The alignment of knowledge with environmental and celestial observation also suggests a shared intellectual framework. Across continents, societies encoded astronomical data in monuments, calendars, and ceremonial practices. This knowledge was not merely practical. It was sacred, ensuring survival and societal cohesion. By embedding observation into architecture, artifacts, and ritual, ancient humans created a durable medium for the transmission of complex information, one that could survive cataclysms, migrations, and the passage of millennia. Yet, the forbidden nature of this knowledge implies deliberate secrecy or selective preservation. Certain techniques, rituals, and tools were often restricted to priests, engineers, or elites, ensuring that critical wisdom was safeguarded and transmitted with precision. Such control over information may have been necessary to maintain societal stability or to protect dangerous technologies from misuse. The result is a historical record that appears fragmented, scattered, and anomalous, a puzzle of global knowledge that hints at extraordinary sophistication while concealing its full extent. The implications of a global spread of forbidden knowledge are staggering. It suggests that our ancestors were not isolated, primitive cultures struggling to survive, but participants in a vast, interconnected network of intellectual and technological exchange. Humanity's story may not begin in Mesopotamia, Egypt, or the Indus Valley. It may trace back tens of thousands of years to societies that shared and preserved knowledge on a planetary scale. Cataclysms, lost civilizations, and deliberate secrecy obscured this history, leaving us fragments in the form of monuments, artifacts, myths, and star maps. Understanding this network challenges the linear view of human progress. Rather than a straight ascent from primitive to advanced, humanity's trajectory appears cyclical, punctuated by sudden leaps in knowledge, periods of loss, and remarkable reemergence. Knowledge traveled, evolved, and sometimes vanished, only to resurface in unexpected places. Each discovery of advanced architecture, artifact, or astronomical record is a window into a forgotten world, a proof of global sophistication that mainstream history has largely overlooked. As we continue along the forbidden timeline, the global spread of forbidden knowledge sets the stage for Section 20, Ancient Astronomical Observatories, where we will explore how civilizations across continents built monuments to track the heavens, encode time, and preserve cosmic knowledge. By examining these observatories, we can understand not only how knowledge spread, but also how it was preserved across generations, even in the face of catastrophe and societal collapse. Across the ancient world, human beings turned their eyes toward the heavens with purpose and precision, creating structures specifically designed to observe, measure, and interpret the movements of celestial bodies. These astronomical observatories were far more than simple markers. They were tools of knowledge, power, and survival, encoding the rhythms of the cosmos in stone, aligned with astonishing accuracy to track solar, lunar, and stellar cycles. The existence of such observatories across distant continents raises profound questions. How did ancient humans develop this sophisticated understanding, and what knowledge were they attempting to preserve for future generations? One of the most iconic examples is Stonehenge in England. While often described as a ceremonial site, its orientation demonstrates precise alignment with solstices and lunar cycles. The heel stone marks the sunrise on the summer solstice, a pattern observed and celebrated for thousands of years. These alignments were not accidental. They require careful observation over decades, precise planning, and a deep understanding of celestial mechanics. Stonehenge functioned not only as a spiritual center, but as a calendar, guiding agriculture, ritual, and societal organization in prehistoric Britain. Göbekli Tepe in modern Turkey, dated to around 9600 BCE, provides an even older example of astronomical observation encoded in monumental architecture. Its circular pillars feature carvings that some researchers argue correspond to constellations and seasonal cycles. The precision of the layout suggests that the builders were tracking the stars to mark time, predict seasonal changes, and perhaps even preserve cosmological knowledge. If so, this implies that complex observational astronomy existed thousands of years before the earliest known civilizations, challenging conventional timelines of human intellectual development. In Egypt, the orientation of the pyramids at Giza demonstrates a mastery of celestial observation. The pyramids are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal points, and some researchers suggest that their layout corresponds to the stars of Orion's belt, representing the god Osiris. The internal chambers and passageways reflect knowledge of the sun's movement, equinoxes, and possibly stellar cycles, indicating that astronomical observation was integrated with religion, governance, and architecture. These observatories were tools of both science and culture, blending precise measurement with symbolic meaning. The Americas offer further astonishing examples. In Mesoamerica, the Maya built observatories such as El Caracol and Chichen Itza, designed to track the movements of Venus, the sun, and lunar cycles with extraordinary accuracy. These observatories enable the Maya to predict eclipses, establish calendars, and coordinate agricultural and ceremonial events. Similarly, Inca sites like Machu Picchu incorporate precise alignments with solstices, stars, and planetary events, blending architecture, astronomy, and religious practice in ways that suggest an integrated system of knowledge preserved across generations. Even in Africa, beyond Egypt, ancient sites demonstrate sophisticated astronomical observation. Nabta Playa, dating back over 7,000 years, features stone circles aligned with the summer solstice and notable star positions. The site indicates that early humans were not merely observers of the sky. They were systematic recorders of cosmic events, capable of predicting seasonal change and integrating these observations into agricultural planning, ceremonial life, and possibly navigation. The precision of these alignments defies the notion that prehistoric humans were technologically or scientifically limited. Asia, too, preserves evidence of advanced astronomical knowledge. In India, ancient temples and stone alignments demonstrate awareness of solstices, equinoxes, and stellar positions. Texts such as the Vedanga Jyotisha indicate complex calculations of celestial cycles, including lunar months, solar years, and planetary movements. The combination of textual, architectural, and observational evidence points to a sophisticated system of knowledge that likely predates recorded history, encoded in a form that could survive millennia of societal change. The precision of these observatories raises practical and philosophical questions. How did societies without telescopes, lenses, or modern instruments achieve such accuracy? Observations required long-term tracking, meticulous record-keeping, and the ability to translate celestial patterns into physical alignments in stone or wood. Some researchers speculate that lost tools, techniques, or even forms of knowledge, possibly preserved by elite priesthoods or secret societies, enabled these achievements. Others suggest that early humans possess an intuitive understanding of astronomy, honed over generations through careful observation and trial. The purpose of these observatories extended beyond practical measurement. They were also centers of cultural, religious, and philosophical significance. Alignments with solstices, stars, and planets were tied to mythology, ritual, and the structure of society. By encoding celestial knowledge in durable stone monuments, civilizations ensured that critical understanding could survive cataclysms, migrations, and societal collapse. In this way, observatories acted as both scientific tools and repositories of forbidden knowledge, bridging generations and continents. The global distribution of astronomical observatories also suggests possible communication or shared knowledge. From Europe to the Americas, from Africa to Asia, isolated societies developed similar methods for observing, recording, and encoding celestial patterns. This raises intriguing questions. Did these societies independently discover the same techniques, or were they part of a broader network of knowledge transmission? If the latter, It implies a level of global connectivity and intellectual exchange far earlier than conventional history allows, suggesting that humanity's scientific and technological development may have been both older and more sophisticated than previously believed. Understanding ancient astronomical observatories illuminates the broader forbidden timeline. They represent the intersection of observation, knowledge, and survival, demonstrating that humans were capable of complex scientific thought long before writing, metallurgy, or large-scale civilization. These observatories preserved essential information about time, cycles, and the cosmos, ensuring that knowledge could endure through the upheavals of cataclysm, migration, and societal collapse. They are monuments to human curiosity, ingenuity, and the relentless desire to understand our place in the universe. As we continue along the forbidden timeline, the study of ancient astronomical observatories sets the stage for Section 21, Lost Languages and Enigmatic Scripts, where we will examine the mysterious writing systems, symbols, and undeciphered texts left behind by ancient civilizations. These artifacts may hold critical information about astronomy, technology, and history itself, providing a direct link to knowledge that mainstream history has overlooked or dismissed. By decoding these scripts, we may uncover the intellectual legacy of civilizations that existed far earlier than previously imagined. Throughout history, humans have sought to record knowledge, beliefs, and discoveries, leaving behind a trail of written language and symbolic systems. Yet some of these languages and scripts defy comprehension, remaining undeciphered or only partially understood despite decades, or even centuries, of scholarly effort. These lost languages and enigmatic scripts may hold the key to understanding a forbidden timeline of human knowledge, revealing civilizations, technologies, and cosmologies far older and more sophisticated than conventional history admits. The very existence of these scripts challenges the notion of a linear progression of human literacy and intellectual development. One of the most perplexing examples is the Rongorongo script of Easter Island, discovered on wooden tablets. This script appears to record historical, astronomical, or ceremonial information, but no one has definitively deciphered it. Scholars have debated its meaning for decades, with hypotheses ranging from proto-writing to mnemonic devices encoding complex astronomical knowledge. The tablets themselves suggest that the Rapa Nui people possessed a system for preserving essential knowledge across generations, possibly including details about navigation, cosmology, or societal organization. If fully understood, Rongorongo could rewrite our understanding of how isolated societies transmitted complex information. Similarly, the Indus Valley civilization left behind thousands of inscriptions in an undeciphered script, appearing on seals, pottery, and other artifacts. This script, dating back over 4,000 years, remains one of archaeology's greatest mysteries. Its brevity and repetitive patterns have confounded linguists, yet the presence of standardized symbols across a vast geographical area suggests a highly organized system of communication. Some researchers propose that these inscriptions encode administrative, religious, or even astronomical information. Regardless of interpretation, the script demonstrates that a sophisticated written culture existed in South Asia long before the emergence of known alphabetic or pictographic systems. In South America, the Quipu of the Inca civilization exemplifies a non-written but highly complex record-keeping system. Made of knotted strings, Quipus recorded numerical, calendrical, and possibly narrative information, allowing the Incas to administer vast territories without a formal written language. Recent research suggests that Quipus may also encode more abstract or symbolic information, functioning as a form of proto-writing. These tools highlight the diversity of human ingenuity, demonstrating that written knowledge need not conform to alphabetic or pictographic conventions to preserve critical information over generations. Egyptian hieroglyphs provide another compelling example. Though partially deciphered through the Rosetta Stone, certain inscriptions remain enigmatic, with unknown symbols, lost meanings, and ceremonial or astronomical encoding that modern scholars cannot fully interpret. Temples, pyramids, and tombs often contain layers of hieroglyphic writing intertwined with astronomical, mathematical, and cosmological references. Some researchers argue that these scripts were deliberately encoded to preserve knowledge for the initiated, combining symbolic, scientific, and religious information into a single system that could survive millennia. The Mesoamerican scripts, such as the Mayan glyphs, also demonstrate a level of sophistication that challenges conventional timelines. Mayan writing records historical events astronomical observations, and ceremonial practices with incredible precision. The alignment of these inscriptions with astronomical cycles suggests that literacy was closely linked to advanced knowledge of the heavens. Mayan scribes were not merely recording history. They were encoding a cosmological system, a scientific framework, and a societal memory that endured despite upheavals and the eventual decline of their civilization. Linear A, the writing system of the Minoan civilization on Crete, remains undeciphered to this day. Unlike its successor, Linear B, which records early Greek, Linear A resists translation, possibly preserving a lost language of advanced civilization. Its inscriptions on clay tablets, seals, and religious artifacts hint at administrative, ritual, or astronomical knowledge. The inability to decipher Linear A leaves a gaping hole in our understanding of Aegean prehistory, suggesting that vital information about early Mediterranean societies remains hidden in plain sight. Even within modern historical records, enigmatic scripts emerge. The Voynich manuscript, a mysterious illustrated codex dating to the 15th century, contains a text in an unknown language, accompanied by botanical, astronomical, and biological illustrations. Despite exhaustive study, the manuscript's language, meaning, and origin remain unexplained. Some speculate it is a cipher preserving forbidden knowledge, while others propose it may encode lost science or esoteric wisdom. Its survival through centuries, despite being incomprehensible to scholars, suggests a deliberate attempt to conceal information while preserving it for future discovery. What makes these lost languages and scripts extraordinary is their global distribution and sophistication. From Easter Island to the Indus Valley, from Crete to Mesoamerica, humans independently developed complex systems for encoding and transmitting information. This convergence challenges conventional historical models that depict early societies as isolated, unsophisticated, or incapable of abstract thought. These scripts imply cognitive, cultural, and technological sophistication long before most historians acknowledge, supporting the idea of a forbidden timeline, where knowledge existed far earlier than mainstream scholarship admits. The presence of these enigmatic scripts also suggests a deliberate strategy of preservation. In many cases, scripts were accessible only to an elite group, such as priests, scribes, or scholars, ensuring that critical knowledge survived social upheaval, invasions, or natural disasters. Encoded writing, symbolic systems, and ceremonial mnemonics allowed civilizations to safeguard intellectual achievements, astronomical observations, and technological knowledge across generations, even when much of the physical culture was destroyed. This may explain why so many scripts appear enigmatic today. They were designed to survive while obscuring their true meaning from outsiders. The implications of lost languages and enigmatic scripts are profound. They hint at civilizations capable of advanced administration, scientific observation, and symbolic thought far earlier than conventional timelines suggest. They suggest that knowledge may have been intentionally hidden, encoded in symbols and objects, waiting for the right conditions or the right people to decipher it. By studying these scripts, archaeologists, linguists, and historians are gradually peeling back layers of human history, revealing a continuity of intelligence and sophistication that defies the traditional narrative of linear progress. Lost languages are more than mere puzzles. They are keys to unlocking forbidden knowledge about human civilization. They offer tantalizing glimpses into societies that flourished, disappeared, and left only fragments for modern scholars to interpret. Each undeciphered symbol or code represents a possible insight into technology, astronomy, philosophy, or governance, connecting the dots between prehistoric observation, advanced tools, astronomical observatories, and the global spread of knowledge. In short, these scripts may be the missing links in humanity's forbidden timeline. As we move forward, the study of lost languages sets the stage for Section 22, Mysterious Megalithic Structures, where we will explore the global network of massive stone constructions whose precision and purpose remain partially unexplained. By connecting these structures with the scripts, observatories, and tools we have examined, we may gain insight into a civilization, or a series of civilizations, that possess a level of knowledge far beyond what mainstream history acknowledges. Across the globe, massive stone constructions stand as silent witnesses to civilizations long vanished, their origins shrouded in mystery, and their purpose often obscured by time. These megalithic structures, from towering monoliths to intricately arranged stone circles, pose some of the most compelling questions in forbidden archaeology. How did ancient humans move, shape, and position stones weighing tens, even hundreds of tons with such precision? And why do these constructions appear in seemingly unrelated regions, separated by thousands of miles and centuries of history? The answer may point to a lost understanding of engineering, astronomy, and ritual practice, knowledge far older than mainstream history allows. One of the most iconic examples is Pumapunku in Bolivia, part of the larger Tiwanaku complex. Pumapunku is renowned for its precisely cut stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons. These stones feature interlocking designs, sharp angles, and perfectly flat surfaces that would challenge even modern machinery. Archaeologists have struggled to explain how the builders transported, cut, and assembled such massive stones without metal tools or advanced lifting equipment. The precision of the cuts suggests not random labor, but a deep understanding of stone-working techniques that has since been lost to time. Similarly, the Giza Plateau in Egypt hosts the Great Pyramid, a marvel of engineering that has baffled scholars for millennia. Each limestone block, some weighing as much as 15 tons, is precisely cut and placed with astonishing accuracy. The alignment of the pyramids with celestial bodies, combined with the internal passageways and chambers, suggests not just monumental construction, but a sophisticated integration of astronomy, mathematics, and symbolic design. The Great Pyramid may have functioned as more than a tomb. It could represent a repository of knowledge, an observatory, or a ritualized teaching tool, preserved in stone for generations to come. In Europe, the standing stones of Stonehenge and Karnak demonstrate similar mastery of construction and alignment. Stonehenge, with its careful orientation towards solstices and lunar cycles, required precise surveying and long-term observation. The Karnak stones in Brittany, France, stretch for kilometers in linear arrangements whose purpose remains partially speculative, but is believed to involve astronomy, ritual, and territorial markers. The fact that these structures appear in regions with no known cultural connection challenges the idea that they developed independently, hinting at shared architectural principles or the transmission of forbidden knowledge. Asia, too, presents enigmatic megalithic constructions. In India, sites like Mohenjo-daro and Harappa feature large stone platforms, precise urban layouts, and drainage systems integrated into monumental architecture. The weight and precision of stonework in these ancient cities indicate tools and techniques far beyond what conventional timelines suggest for the period. These megaliths were not merely functional. They represented societal organization, urban planning, and possibly ritualized practice, suggesting that architecture served both practical and symbolic purposes simultaneously. South America hosts other remarkable examples, such as Sacsayhuaman in Peru. Here, massive boulders, some weighing over 200 tons, are fitted together with such precision that not even a knife blade can pass between them. The stones exhibit complex polygonal shapes, requiring sophisticated cutting and measurement techniques. The construction defies conventional explanations, raising the possibility of lost technologies or methods deliberately preserved and transmitted within specialized knowledge systems. Sacsayhuaman demonstrates a mastery of engineering, surveying, and craftsmanship that rivals, and in some respects surpasses, achievements in Egypt or Mesopotamia. Even in the Pacific, structures on Easter Island reveal extraordinary feats of megalithic engineering. The Moai statues, carved from volcanic tuff and transported across considerable distances, exhibit incredible balance and precision. The methods for moving these massive statues remain debated, with theories ranging from rolling on logs to sophisticated levering systems. Regardless of the method, the Moai represent the culmination of planning, organization, and engineering knowledge encoded within a society that lacked modern tools. The global distribution of megalithic structures suggests a pattern that defies traditional historical models. Across continents, isolated societies develop remarkably similar construction principles, astronomical alignments, and symbolic designs. This raises profound questions. Did these cultures independently rediscover similar techniques, or are they part of a network preserving knowledge across generations and continents? If the latter, it implies that ancient humans possess a shared understanding of engineering, astronomy, and ritual that predates written history. The purpose of these structures was likely multifaceted. Megaliths may have served as observatories, calendars, ceremonial centers, or repositories of forbidden knowledge. Alignments with solstices, stars, and cardinal directions suggest astronomical observation and prediction, while the scale and labor investment indicate social and religious significance. In essence, these constructions encoded knowledge, guiding agriculture, ritual, and societal organization, ensuring continuity even in the face of environmental catastrophe or societal collapse. The construction techniques themselves remain partially unexplained. Scholars debate the methods used to quarry, transport, and position enormous stones, with many suggesting lost technologies or specialized knowledge. Some hypothesize the use of advanced tools, mechanical principles, or even unknown forms of energy to manipulate these megaliths. The precision of interlocking stones, smooth surfaces, and complex geometries implies a level of expertise that challenges conventional timelines and demands a reevaluation of human technological capability in ancient times. Megalithic structures also convey a sense of permanence and survival. Unlike fragile manuscripts or temporary artifacts, stone endures, preserving knowledge across millennia. This durability may explain why so many ancient cultures encoded astronomical, engineering, and ritual knowledge in megaliths. They were intended to survive catastrophe, floods, or societal collapse, safeguarding forbidden knowledge for future generations capable of understanding it. The mystery of megalithic structures is thus not merely architectural, but intellectual. They represent a convergence of observation, engineering, and symbolism, preserving knowledge about the cosmos, human organization, and technological capability. Across continents, these silent stone sentinels testify to a level of sophistication and interconnection that mainstream history struggles to explain, providing tantalizing glimpses into civilizations whose knowledge has largely been lost. As we move forward along the forbidden timeline, the study of megalithic structures sets the stage for Section 23, Forbidden Knowledge of Ancient Medicine, where we will explore how these advanced civilizations understood biology, anatomy, and healing practices that challenge modern assumptions. By connecting monumental architecture, tools, scripts, and medical knowledge, we begin to uncover a holistic picture of ancient human sophistication that defies the linear historical narrative. Beyond the monumental architecture, astronomical observatories, and advanced tools, another domain of forbidden knowledge emerges: ancient medicine. Across the world, civilizations long vanished possess sophisticated understanding of the human body, anatomy, healing practices, and even surgical techniques that challenge the modern timeline of medical development. These practices suggest that prehistoric and early historic societies were far more advanced than we typically acknowledge, harnessing empirical observation, herbal pharmacology, and even neurological insight in ways that seem astonishing for their time. Egypt offers one of the clearest glimpses into advanced ancient medicine. Medical papyri, such as the Ebers Papyrus, dating back to around 1550 BCE, detail hundreds of remedies, surgical procedures, and therapeutic practices. The text includes treatments for wounds, infections, fractures, and even ailments like intestinal parasites. Herbal remedies, poultices, and complex mixtures demonstrate a deep understanding of pharmacology. Some treatments appear surprisingly effective even by modern standards, suggesting empirical testing, careful observation, and a sophisticated tradition of passing knowledge through trained practitioners. In South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations developed remarkable medical practices, including cranial surgery, known as trepanation. Evidence shows that thousands of skulls bear holes created intentionally, with a surprisingly high survival rate. The precision of these procedures indicates a profound understanding of anatomy, infection prevention, and postoperative care. Combined with knowledge of medicinal plants, anesthetics, and antiseptics derived from native flora, these practices reveal a holistic system of medicine that could rival, or even surpass, contemporary knowledge in certain areas. The Ayurvedic system of medicine in ancient India demonstrates an integrated approach to health, combining herbal remedies, surgical knowledge, dietary guidance, and spiritual practice. Texts such as the Sushruta Samhita, dating back thousands of years, describe surgical procedures, bone setting, and even techniques akin to plastic surgery. These records suggest a deep empirical understanding of human physiology, surgical technique, and preventative care. The comprehensiveness of Ayurvedic medicine indicates that ancient civilizations developed sophisticated frameworks for understanding disease and treatment long before modern biomedical science. In Mesopotamia, clay tablets from Sumer, Babylon, and Assyria reveal detailed medical knowledge, combining empirical observation with spiritual healing. Treatments for fever, wounds, and internal disease were meticulously documented, often incorporating natural remedies alongside ritualized incantations. While some scholars dismiss the spiritual aspects as superstition, the careful observation of symptoms, dosage, and preparation methods indicate a practical, experimental approach to medicine. These tablets suggest that early societies approached health with both science and ritual, blending observation, experience, and tradition into a cohesive system. Egyptian mummies also offer tangible evidence of advanced medical knowledge. Studies of skeletal remains reveal evidence of complex surgeries, healing fractures, and the use of splints and bandages. Dental work, sometimes surprisingly advanced, shows that ancient practitioners understood the effects of diet, hygiene, and disease prevention. The combination of written records and physical evidence demonstrates that ancient medicine was not anecdotal. It was empirical, practical, and remarkably effective given the resources available at the time. Traditional Chinese medicine adds another dimension to the forbidden timeline of medical knowledge. Ancient texts describe acupuncture, moxibustion, herbal remedies, and pulse diagnosis, revealing a detailed understanding of human anatomy and physiology, as well as the connection between body and environment. These practices were codified, systematized, and transmitted through generations, demonstrating a long-standing tradition of empirical observation combined with holistic treatment. The precision of acupuncture points and the efficacy of herbal combinations suggest knowledge accumulated over centuries, preserved in text and practice despite social and political upheaval. What makes this forbidden knowledge particularly compelling is its global consistency. Across continents, we find evidence of sophisticated medical practice, surgical intervention, and herbal pharmacology. Trepanation in South America mirrors practices in Europe. Herbal medicine is widespread, and surgical techniques appear independently in multiple civilizations. This convergence hints at either shared knowledge that travel across the globe or independent innovation at a level of sophistication that defies probability. Either explanation suggests that ancient humans possess a level of intellectual and practical mastery far beyond conventional timelines. These ancient practices also reveal a connection between medicine and broader cosmological understanding. Many healing techniques were aligned with astronomical, environmental, or spiritual observation. Seasonal cycles influence harvesting and preparation of medicinal plants. Celestial patterns inform the timing of treatments, and ritual practices ensure precise transmission of knowledge. This integration of medicine with observation and environmental awareness reflects a holistic approach to human health, where knowledge was practical, symbolic, and empirical simultaneously. The deliberate preservation and transmission of medical knowledge suggests that certain practices were considered sacred, forbidden, or esoteric. Specialized healers, priests, or practitioners often controlled access to advanced medical techniques, ensuring that critical knowledge survived societal collapse, invasion, or cultural shifts. This secrecy may explain why some ancient medical practices disappeared for centuries, only to be rediscovered or partially understood much later. Each surviving text, artifact, or anatomical study offers a glimpse into a once vast body of forbidden knowledge, hinting at a timeline of human sophistication that predates conventional history. The implications are staggering. If civilizations thousands of years ago understood anatomy, surgery, pharmacology, and holistic health at this level, the linear model of human development is profoundly challenged. Medicine was not discovered in a linear, step-by-step progression. It existed, advanced, was partially lost, and sometimes rediscovered across millennia. Ancient civilizations were not merely surviving. They were observing, experimenting, and mastering the complexities of the human body, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire modern science. As we continue along the forbidden timeline, the study of ancient medicine sets the stage for Section 24, Lost Civilizations of Prehistoric Times, where we will explore evidence of entire civilizations that have vanished from the historical record. By connecting medical knowledge with tools, scripts, astronomical observatories, and megalithic structures, we begin to uncover a pattern. Humanity's past is far older, more advanced, and more interconnected than mainstream history acknowledges. The investigation of lost civilizations will challenge everything we think we know about the origins and development of human society. As we traverse the forbidden timeline, one of the most provocative questions arises. What if the civilizations we recognize as the first were not truly the earliest? Archaeological evidence increasingly suggests that advanced societies existed long before the traditionally accepted dawn of history, leaving behind traces of monumental architecture, sophisticated tools, and cultural achievements that challenge the mainstream narrative. These lost civilizations of prehistoric times may have been wiped from memory by natural cataclysms, climate shifts, or societal collapse, leaving only fragments for modern investigators to piece together. Consider the enigmatic ruins submerged beneath the waters of the Indian Ocean. Sites such as Dwarka off the coast of India reveal structures consistent with urban planning, including streets, walls, and stone foundations, some dating back thousands of years before the earliest recorded cities. Radiocarbon dating and geological studies suggest that these settlements existed in a time when conventional history claims human society was primitive. The evidence implies not only sophisticated urban development, but also knowledge of engineering, trade, and societal organization far earlier than previously acknowledged. In the Mediterranean, legends of Atlantis have long captivated historians and explorers. While often dismissed as myth, underwater structures off the coast of Spain, Sardinia, and other locations hint at the possibility of advanced maritime civilizations that flourished and then vanished beneath rising seas. Stone walls, megalithic blocks, and submerged platforms challenge the notion that prehistorical humans lacked the capability to build cities or organize complex societies. Could Atlantis, or civilizations like it, have existed in a period deliberately erased from conventional history? The evidence continues to provoke debate and speculation. South America provides further tantalizing clues. The highlands of Bolivia, Peru, and Ecuador feature remnants of complex urban settlements and agricultural systems predating Inca dominance. Sites such as Tijuana could demonstrate advanced knowledge of hydraulics, agriculture, and astronomy, suggesting that earlier societies mastered both their environment and the cosmos. The precision of stonework, the layout of ceremonial complexes, and evidence of social organization hint at civilizations whose achievements rival those of Mesopotamia, Egypt, or the Indus Valley. Yet the mainstream narrative often places these advancements centuries later, leaving a gap in the timeline of human development. The Middle East, often called the cradle of civilization, also bears signs of prehistoric sophistication. Jericho, one of the oldest known cities, shows evidence of fortifications, mud-brick structures, and organized settlement thousands of years before the rise of Sumer. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey predates even Jericho, featuring monumental stone circles and carved pillars that indicate organized labor, artistic expression, and possibly ritualized knowledge transfer. These sites challenge the notion that agriculture, urbanization, and monumental construction developed only after the first civilizations, suggesting instead that highly organized societies existed in prehistoric times, leaving a faint but undeniable imprint on the archaeological record. The existence of these lost civilizations raises critical questions about knowledge transmission and cultural continuity. How much of the sophisticated understanding of astronomy, architecture, metallurgy, medicine, and mathematics was passed down, adapted, or deliberately hidden? Many structures and artifacts hint at knowledge deliberately preserved across generations, possibly through secretive priesthoods, guilds, or esoteric schools. When these societies collapsed due to natural disasters or invasions, much of this knowledge may have been lost, leaving only fragments that later civilizations could reinterpret, replicate, or rediscover. Climate change, floods, earthquakes, and other natural cataclysms appear repeatedly in both mythology and geological evidence as factors responsible for the disappearance of these civilizations. Stories of great floods, found in Mesopotamia, India, the Americas, and the Pacific, may reflect real events that wiped out settlements and erased knowledge from collective memory. Rising seas submerged coastal cities, volcanic eruptions destroyed fertile lands, and shifting climates forced migrations, leaving behind monuments, artifacts, and oral traditions that hint at what was once a sophisticated, interconnected human network. Artifacts from prehistoric civilizations provide further evidence of lost knowledge. Highly polished stone tools, intricate carvings, and advanced metallurgical artifacts appear at multiple sites, often predating the supposed capabilities of contemporary societies. Such objects suggest a continuity of skill, experimentation, and empirical understanding that mainstream timelines struggle to accommodate. Whether these tools reflect independent development or the survival of older techniques remains a subject of intense debate, but their existence undeniably challenges the notion of linear, unbroken progression from primitive to advanced. Oral traditions and mythologies also preserve echoes of prehistoric civilizations. Tales of gods, demigods, and advanced societies may be symbolic representations of actual historical events, encoded to survive societal collapse and cultural upheaval. Stories of lost cities, great floods, and celestial knowledge appear repeatedly across cultures, hinting at a shared memory of an advanced prehistoric past. These narratives may serve as cultural repositories, safeguarding knowledge that could not survive in physical form due to environmental destruction or human neglect. The concept of lost civilizations also encourages a reevaluation of human innovation. If advanced societies existed in prehistoric times, it suggests that technological, artistic, and scientific knowledge may have been cyclical, appearing, disappearing, and re-emerging over millennia. This challenges a conventional linear model of human progress and raises a possibility that what we consider ancient civilizations were, in fact, inheritors of knowledge from an even older, now largely forgotten human legacy. The investigation of lost civilizations is thus central to understanding the forbidden timeline. Each archaeological site, submerged city, artifact, or myth provides a fragment of a broader picture. Humans were building, observing, experimenting, and innovating far earlier than mainstream history acknowledges. By piecing together evidence from multiple continents, researchers can begin to reconstruct a hidden chapter of human history, revealing civilizations that were technologically, socially, and culturally sophisticated, civilizations whose existence has been largely erased from textbooks and public consciousness. As we continue along the forbidden timeline, the exploration of lost civilizations sets the stage for Section 25, Advanced Ancient Technology, where we will examine specific devices, tools, and engineering techniques that suggest prehistoric humans possess capabilities rivaling or exceeding those of classical civilizations. By connecting these technological innovations with lost civilizations, scripts, medicine, and architecture, we begin to uncover a hidden narrative of human ingenuity, survival, and knowledge that mainstream history has either overlooked or intentionally obscured. As we explore the forbidden timeline, one of the most intriguing and controversial domains emerges: advanced ancient technology. Across the globe, artifacts and structures hint that prehistoric and early historic civilizations possessed technical knowledge far beyond what conventional history admits. From precision metalwork and intricate machinery to monumental engineering, these innovations challenge the notion that human progress was linear, slow, and incremental. Instead, they suggest that humanity may have reached peaks of technological sophistication, only for much of that knowledge to be lost or deliberately obscured over time. Perhaps the most famous example is the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece and dating to around 100 BCE. This ancient device, made of bronze gears and cogs, functioned as a complex astronomical calculator, predicting eclipses, planetary positions, and celestial cycles with remarkable precision. For decades, scholars were stunned by its sophistication, as nothing comparable is documented in classical antiquity. The mechanism's existence suggests that ancient engineers possessed an advanced understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and mechanics, capabilities that would not be widely replicated for over a millennium. In South America, the precision stonework of sites such as Sacsayhuaman and Pumapunku demonstrates advanced engineering that continues to baffle modern researchers. Stones weighing hundreds of tons were cut, shaped, and fitted with interlocking precision, with angles and joints so exact that even today it is nearly impossible to replicate using conventional tools. The methods for moving and assembling these massive stones remain speculative, with theories ranging from sophisticated mechanical knowledge to now-lost techniques involving levers, ropes, or other technologies. The scale and precision of these constructions suggest more than brute labor. They reflect a deep understanding of geometry, material science, and engineering principles. In Egypt, the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza similarly implies advanced technical capability. Beyond the sheer scale, the precise alignment with cardinal points, astronomical markers, and internal chambers suggests knowledge of mathematics, surveying, and architecture that challenges conventional timelines. The tools, techniques, and organizational methods required to achieve this level of precision indicate that Egyptian engineers possess specialized, highly developed technological expertise. Some researchers argue that knowledge of mechanical principles, pulleys, and levers may have been far more advanced than commonly acknowledged. Metallurgical advancements also point to lost technology. Ancient civilizations across the world, India, the Middle East, Africa, and the Americas, produced alloys and metals that modern analysis shows were created with a level of purity and technique often considered impossible for their time. Damascus steel, lost wax bronze casting, and advanced copper and gold metallurgy demonstrate controlled processes that reflect experimentation, observation, and technical sophistication. These techniques not only produced durable and functional tools, but also enabled artistic expression, ceremonial objects, and architectural innovations. Ancient energy sources remain one of the most mysterious facets of lost technology. Some researchers suggest that certain megalithic sites, such as the pyramids or the hypogeum of Malta, may have functioned as energy conduits, resonators, or repositories of knowledge encoded in their construction. While speculative, these theories are based on patterns of acoustic resonance, alignment with geomagnetic fields, and structural engineering that suggest a deliberate understanding of natural forces. Whether these applications were purely practical, ceremonial, or experimental, they hint at a depth of knowledge far beyond conventional explanations. Maritime technology further demonstrates prehistoric sophistication. Ancient civilizations built vessels capable of long-distance travel, connecting continents, and enabling the global spread of knowledge. The Polynesians navigated thousands of miles of open ocean using stars, winds, and currents, while evidence of early seafaring trade suggests that ancient societies exchanged goods, ideas, and technological innovations across vast distances. The integration of navigation, astronomy, and shipbuilding reflects a holistic technological understanding that allowed civilizations to survive, expand, and communicate long before the known era of exploration. Even in the realm of communication and record-keeping, advanced technology is apparent. Complex writing systems, quipus, and undeciphered scripts reflect methods for encoding, storing, and transmitting information that rival the sophistication of contemporary systems. In some cases, these records contain astronomical, mathematical, and calendrical data that suggest a practical application of abstract concepts. This implies that ancient humans not only observed and manipulated the physical world, but also developed intellectual tools to manage knowledge, plan, and preserve critical information across generations. The convergence of these technologies across continents is particularly compelling. From the Americas to Asia, from Africa to Europe, civilizations independently, or perhaps collaboratively, developed similar levels of technical mastery. Stone cutting, astronomy, metallurgy, navigation, and mechanical engineering appear in multiple, unconnected regions, often predating similar advancements in recorded history by centuries or even millennia. This raises a question. Did these societies inherit knowledge from an earlier, lost civilization, or were they part of a broader network of intellectual exchange that conventional history has ignored? The implications of advanced ancient technology are profound. They challenge the linear narrative of human progress, suggesting that civilization may have risen to peaks of sophistication, only for environmental disasters, societal collapse, or deliberate secrecy to obscure much of that knowledge. By studying artifacts, structures, and texts, we begin to uncover a hidden legacy of human ingenuity that reshapes our understanding of the past. Ancient engineers, artisans, and scholars may have possessed insights that modern humans are only beginning to grasp. As we continue along Forbidden Timeline, the study of advanced ancient technology sets the stage for Section 26, Mysterious Cataclysms and Civilization Resets, where we will explore the catastrophic events that may have erased civilizations, preserved fragments of knowledge, and forced humanity to restart its progress repeatedly. By connecting these disasters with the distribution of advanced technology, architecture, and medical knowledge, we start to understand why so much of prehistoric human achievement remains hidden or misunderstood. As we trace the Forbidden Timeline, one recurring pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Civilizations rise, flourish, and then vanish, sometimes abruptly, leaving behind only fragments of knowledge, monumental ruins, or enigmatic artifacts. Across the globe, geological, archaeological, and mythological evidence points to a series of mysterious cataclysms that may have repeatedly reset human history. These events, ranging from sudden floods and massive earthquakes to meteor impacts and climate shifts, could explain why advanced civilizations appear, disappear, and reemerge at intervals that conventional history struggles to reconcile. The story begins with the Great Floods, embedded in myths across nearly every culture. From the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the story of Manu in India, from Native American flood legends to the biblical tale of Noah, humanity appears to have preserved a collective memory of massive inundations. Geological studies support these stories. Evidence of sudden sea level rises, submerged settlements, and sediment layers consistent with cataclysmic flooding can be found in regions including the Black Sea, the Persian Gulf, and the Indian Ocean. These events may have wiped out entire coastal civilizations, erasing urban centers, technological knowledge, and societal memory almost overnight. Volcanic eruptions also played a decisive role in civilization resets. The eruption of Thera, Santorini, around 1600 BC devastated the Minoan civilization, sending tsunamis across the Aegean and blanketing surrounding regions in ash. The destruction forced migration, disrupted trade, and may have destroyed critical knowledge preserved in archives, temples, and workshops. Similar events, though less documented, likely occurred globally, producing localized or regional collapses that contributed to gaps in historical record. Volcanic cataclysms could explain why advanced settlements appear suddenly in some regions, while evidence of predecessors seems scarce or intentionally hidden. Meteor impacts and cosmic events add another layer to this enigmatic pattern. Researchers have identified impact craters and sediment layers, suggesting catastrophic collisions with Earth over the past 12,000 years. The Younger Dryas event, approximately 12,900 years ago, is linked to a sudden drop in global temperatures, widespread wildfires, and the near collapse of large animal populations. Some researchers speculate that these events could have devastated early civilizations, forcing survivors to abandon cities, destroy records, and migrate to safer areas. Could this explain the abrupt disappearance of advanced societies like those hinted at in Göbekli Tepe, Doggerland, or submerged coastal settlements? Earthquakes and tectonic activity further contributed to civilization resets. Entire cities, Jericho, Mohenjo-Daro, and parts of the Andean highlands, show evidence of destruction consistent with seismic events. When combined with other natural disasters, these earthquakes could have compounded societal collapse, destroying infrastructure, scattering populations, and obliterating technological and cultural achievements. In regions prone to tectonic activity, repeated disasters may have forced humanity to repeatedly rebuild, creating discontinuities in the archaeological and historical record. Climate shifts provide yet another critical factor. Sudden changes in temperature, rainfall, and sea levels could have transformed fertile regions into deserts, rivers into swamps, and coastlines into submerged ruins. Civilizations dependent on agriculture, trade, and stable ecosystems would have faced existential threats, losing the accumulated knowledge of centuries. Evidence from Greenland ice cores, sediment deposits, and pollen analysis indicates abrupt climate changes that coincide with gaps in the archaeological record, suggesting a direct link between environmental upheaval and the disappearance of human societies. The consequences of these cataclysms extend beyond physical destruction. Knowledge, technical, medical, astronomical, and architectural, was often tied to centralized institutions, temples, or specialized classes of practitioners. When a cataclysm struck, these repositories of knowledge could be destroyed or dispersed. Libraries, observatories, and workshops may have been lost, leaving only isolated fragments for future generations. Oral traditions, myths, and legends may represent the remnants of these lost memories, encoding truths about disaster, survival, and advanced knowledge in symbolic or allegorical form. One of the most compelling examples of this phenomenon is Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Built around 9,600 BCE, this monumental site predates agriculture and known civilization. Its construction implies a sophisticated societal organization capable of mobilizing large workforces and maintaining complex knowledge systems. Yet, after centuries of use, the site was deliberately buried, a practice that some scholars interpret as an intentional reset of knowledge, perhaps to protect it from catastrophe or social upheaval. Göbekli Tepe serves as a case study in how civilizations may have repeatedly built, advanced, and then vanished under mysterious circumstances. Submerged cities offer further evidence. Coastal settlements around the Indian Ocean, the Mediterranean, and the Americas reveal urban planning, streets, and monumental architecture now underwater due to rising seas. These cities hint at sophisticated civilizations lost in natural disasters, their memory preserved only in myths, scattered artifacts, and archaeological anomalies. The sudden disappearance of these populations explains why many prehistoric achievements, advanced astronomy, medicine, metallurgy, and architecture, appear sporadically in the historical record, as if humanity was continually reinventing knowledge that had already existed. The concept of civilization resets challenges the linear progression model of history. Instead of a steady climb from primitive to advanced, humanity's path may have been cyclical, punctuated by sudden collapses, rediscoveries, and fragmented continuity. Cataclysms, natural disasters, and environmental shifts may have acted as erasers, wiping clean centuries of accumulated wisdom and forcing survivors to rebuild, often without access to the full knowledge of their predecessors. This perspective reframes our understanding of why advanced structures, medical practices, and technologies appear out of sequence in the archaeological record. Understanding mysterious cataclysms and civilization resets sets the stage for the next chapter in the Forbidden Timeline. It prepares us to examine Section 27, Hidden Knowledge of Ancient Mathematics, where we will explore the mathematical systems encoded in architecture, astronomy, and artifacts. By connecting the survival of mathematical knowledge to cycles of disaster, preservation, and rediscovery, we uncover patterns that suggest humanity's intellectual achievements may be far older and more continuous than conventional history admits. Mathematics, often seen as a purely abstract discipline, has played a critical role in shaping human civilization. Yet, the history of mathematics may hold secrets that mainstream scholarship has overlooked or deliberately ignored. Across the globe, from monumental architecture and astronomical observatories to encoded texts and intricate artifacts, evidence suggests that ancient civilizations possess a level of mathematical understanding that challenges conventional timelines. These systems were not only practical tools. They encoded advanced knowledge of geometry, astronomy, proportion, and even abstract principles that modern scholars are only beginning to grasp. The pyramids of Egypt offer one of the clearest examples. The Great Pyramid of Giza is not merely a monumental tomb. Its dimensions reveal sophisticated application of geometry and number theory. The ratio of its base to height approximates the value of pi, while the alignment with cardinal points and the stars demonstrates precise astronomical calculation. Scholars debate whether these ratios were intentional or coincidental, yet the consistent precision across multiple pyramids suggests deliberate mathematical design. This implies a civilization capable of abstract reasoning, measurement, and observation far beyond what mainstream history typically attributes to the time period. In South America, the Inca civilization displayed similarly advanced mathematical knowledge. The quipu, a system of knotted strings, functioned not only as a counting and record-keeping device, but may also have encoded complex information about astronomical cycles, agricultural planning, and societal organization. Recent research indicates that quipus may have captured more abstract concepts than previously thought, potentially functioning as a proto-writing system intertwined with mathematical logic. These artifacts demonstrate that the Incas applied numerical and symbolic reasoning in ways that remain only partially understood, hinting at hidden mathematical traditions preserved within their society. Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, provides further evidence of early mathematical sophistication. The Babylonians employed a sexagesimal base 60 numerical system, enabling complex calculations in astronomy, trade, and engineering. Clay tablets reveal solutions to quadratic equations, advanced fractions, and geometric problems centuries before similar concepts appeared in Europe. Babylonian mathematics was practical, yet it also incorporated a level of abstraction and precision that suggests a deep intellectual tradition, an intellectual lineage that may have been inherited from even earlier, now forgotten civilizations. Ancient India contributed another layer to hidden mathematical knowledge. Texts such as the Sulba Sutras, dating back over 3,000 years, detail geometric principles used for altar construction and religious architecture. These works include precise calculations for constructing right angles, proportional designs, and complex geometric patterns, all without modern instruments. The level of sophistication in these texts suggests that ancient mathematicians had not only mastered practical applications, but also understood the underlying principles, revealing a continuity of mathematical knowledge that mainstream timelines struggle to accommodate. In Europe, the megalithic monuments of Stonehenge and Karnak provide compelling evidence of mathematical application in prehistory. The arrangement of stones aligns with solstices, lunar cycles, and specific celestial events, requiring careful observation, precise measurement, and an understanding of cyclical patterns. The placement of these structures indicates knowledge of geometry, trigonometry, and astronomy, encoded directly into the landscape. Such evidence implies that prehistoric peoples were not only observing the heavens, but also translating those observations into mathematical models that guided construction, ritual, and societal planning. Even the mysterious structures of Göbekli Tepe suggest hidden mathematical insight. The circular arrangements of massive pillars, some carved with intricate motifs, imply knowledge of symmetry, ratios, and spatial geometry. The alignment of pillars with celestial phenomena suggests that prehistoric humans used mathematics to map, predict, and understand cosmic cycles. These examples indicate that advanced mathematical reasoning was not confined to literate societies, but existed in prehistoric contexts, encoded in stone, ritual, and astronomical observation. Mathematical knowledge also appears intertwined with metrology, the standardization of measurement. Across civilizations, we find units of measurement encoded in architecture, artifacts, and urban planning. The Great Pyramid, for instance, reflects units that correlate with the Earth's dimensions, while megalithic sites in Europe and South America exhibit standardized proportions. These patterns suggest an awareness of large-scale spatial relationships, geometry, and perhaps even an early form of applied physics. The implication is staggering. Ancient societies were not only counting and measuring, they were encoding knowledge of the natural world and the cosmos into their constructions, leaving a legacy that survived disasters, cultural collapse, and the passage of millennia. The consistency of mathematical knowledge across continents is particularly striking. From the Americas to Asia, from Africa to Europe, we see evidence of shared principles. Geometry, ratios, astronomical calculation, and abstract reasoning appear repeatedly in societies separated by thousands of miles and centuries. This convergence hints at either independent discovery at an extraordinary level of sophistication, or the transmission of knowledge from one or more lost civilizations predating recorded history. Either scenario challenges the linear narrative of human development and suggests a hidden continuity in intellectual achievement. What makes this hidden knowledge compelling is not just its technical sophistication, but its integration into society, culture, and ritual. Mathematics was not a purely academic pursuit. It informed construction, navigation, agriculture, astronomy, and even medicine. Knowledge of proportions guided architectural design, measurement informed land division, and calculations underpinned agricultural calendars. By embedding mathematics in everyday practice, ancient civilizations ensured the survival and application of critical knowledge across generations, even when written records were scarce or deliberately concealed. The study of ancient mathematics opens a window into a forbidden timeline where knowledge existed long before we were supposed to understand it. It suggests that humanity's intellectual history is far deeper, more interconnected, and more sophisticated than conventional models allow. Each tablet, quipu, stone circle, or monumental construction offers clues to a legacy of reasoning, observation, and abstract thought that transcends time. This hidden knowledge challenges us to reconsider not only the history of mathematics, but also the broader narrative of human civilization. As we move forward along the forbidden timeline, the exploration of hidden mathematical knowledge sets the stage for Section 28, Ancient Astronomy and the Lost Star Maps, where we will examine how civilizations encoded cosmic understanding into architecture, artifacts, and ritual practices. By connecting mathematics with astronomy, construction, and ritual observation, we uncover a hidden legacy of human intellect, revealing that our ancestors may have understood the cosmos far earlier and more accurately than we ever imagined. Across the millennia, humanity has gazed at the night sky with awe, seeking to understand the cosmos, predict celestial events, and navigate the Earth. Yet, evidence suggests that ancient civilizations possessed a level of astronomical knowledge far exceeding what we are typically taught. From megalithic structures and carved artifacts to sophisticated star maps encoded in architecture, these societies track planetary movements, eclipses, solstices, and precessional cycles with astonishing precision. The question emerges, who taught them, and why did this knowledge appear so suddenly in disparate regions of the world? Egyptian civilization offers one of the clearest windows into advanced ancient astronomy. The alignment of the pyramids on the Giza Plateau with the stars of Orion's belt, as well as the positioning of temples along cardinal directions, indicates a deep understanding of celestial mechanics. Egyptian priests were not simply observing the heavens for religious ritual. They were recording, calculating, and applying astronomical knowledge to predict the flooding of the Nile, plan agricultural cycles, and synchronize civic and religious activities. The precision of these alignments suggests a mathematical and observational sophistication that rivals, and in some ways surpasses, modern techniques without the benefit of telescopes or contemporary instruments. South America provides equally compelling evidence. At Machu Picchu and the surrounding Inca sites, temples, observatories, and terraces are aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and notable star patterns. In Tehuantana, the hitching post of the sun, may have functioned as a solar observatory, allowing priests to track seasonal changes with remarkable accuracy. These structures reflect a sophisticated integration of architecture, astronomy, and ritual practice, demonstrating that the Incas, and likely their predecessors, understood complex celestial cycles and can code that knowledge in physical structures for communal and spiritual purposes. Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey pushes the envelope even further. Carved pillars featuring intricate animal and celestial motifs suggest an early recognition of stellar patterns, potentially including precession, the slow wobble of Earth's rotational axis over millennia. If the alignment interpretations are correct, the builders of Göbekli Tepe were observing celestial shifts thousands of years before conventional astronomy emerged. This implies not just practical observation, but a symbolic and mathematical understanding of the cosmos, encoded into the very fabric of their monumental constructions. The megalithic stone circles of Europe, including Stonehenge, Callanish, and Karnak, further illustrate the universality of astronomical knowledge. These structures align with solstices, lunar cycles, and prominent stars, indicating careful observation and long-term tracking of celestial events. Scholars note that the builders must have possessed precise surveying skills and an understanding of geometry to achieve such alignments. The recurrence of similar patterns across continents suggests a shared understanding, or perhaps a lost global tradition of astronomy that transcended cultural and geographic boundaries. Ancient astronomy was not limited to large monuments. Star maps appear in artifacts ranging from engraved tablets and carvings to codices and petroglyphs. The Dresden Codex of the Maya, for instance, contains detailed lunar and Venusian calendars, eclipse predictions, and cyclical calculations that demonstrate mastery of long-term celestial phenomena. Similarly, the Antikythera mechanism encodes planetary cycles, eclipses, and calendars, functioning as a complex analog computer. These examples suggest that ancient civilizations not only observed the heavens, but also developed systems to calculate, predict, and encode astronomical knowledge in portable and durable forms. The precision of ancient astronomical knowledge is staggering. Across civilizations, calendars align remarkably well with modern calculations. Solstices are accurately predicted, and celestial alignments persist even after thousands of years. Such precision implies systematic observation over generations, combined with mathematical modeling, record-keeping, and possibly even early forms of computational devices. The consistency across continents and epochs challenges the notion that astronomy developed linearly, suggesting instead that a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos existed long before a conventional historical timeline. Astronomy in ancient times also carried spiritual and practical significance. Observing the stars was not merely an academic exercise. It guided agriculture, navigation, ritual, and societal planning. The cycles of the sun, moon, and planets were intertwined with religious observances, festivals, and civic calendars. In many cases, temples, observatories, and monuments were dual purpose. They served as celestial observatories while reinforcing social cohesion, cultural identity, and the transmission of forbidden or sacred knowledge across generations. The global distribution of astronomical knowledge is particularly striking. From Egypt to Mesopotamia, from the Americas to Europe, from South Asia to the Pacific Islands, civilizations independently developed sophisticated star observation and alignment systems. This raises profound questions. Were these discoveries purely coincidental? Or do they point to a shared, hidden tradition of astronomy that predates recorded history? Some researchers speculate that a lost civilization, or a network of interconnected societies, may have preserved and transmitted advanced astronomical knowledge that later civilizations inherited, adapted, or rediscovered. The implications for our understanding of human history are profound. If prehistoric and early historic societies possess such sophisticated astronomical knowledge, it suggests that the cognitive and observational capabilities of humanity were far more advanced than conventional narratives allow. Furthermore, the systematic application of mathematics, architecture, and observation to the cosmos implies a holistic intellectual tradition, one in which astronomy, engineering, ritual, and mathematics were inseparable components of human advancement. As we explore the forbidden timeline, ancient astronomy reveals more than just observational skill. It hints at hidden wisdom, lost technologies, and perhaps even a worldview radically different from our own. Star maps, celestial alignments, and observatories may serve as keys to understanding forgotten epochs, providing clues about how humanity once perceived the cosmos and its place within it. These insights prepare us to investigate the next chapter, Section 29, Forbidden Scripts and the Language of Lost Civilizations, where we will examine the mysterious writing systems, undeciphered scripts, and symbolic languages that may have preserved forbidden knowledge for millennia. By linking celestial observation with symbolic encoding, we can begin to reconstruct a hidden narrative of intellectual achievement that mainstream history has overlooked. Throughout human history, civilizations have communicated not only through spoken language, but also through written symbols, encoded messages, and mysterious scripts that carry the knowledge of entire societies. Some of these scripts remain undeciphered, their meanings lost to time, hinting at a level of intellectual sophistication far beyond what conventional history acknowledges. From the Indus Valley symbols to the Rongorongo tablets of Easter Island, these forbidden scripts may preserve hidden knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, technology, and culture, providing a window into civilizations that mainstream archaeology has largely overlooked. The Indus Valley civilization, flourishing around 2500 BC in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, is perhaps the most enigmatic example. Its writing system, appearing on thousands of seals and pottery shards, remains undeciphered despite decades of study. Scholars have identified recurring symbols, complex patterns, and sequences that suggest a structured language with grammar and syntax. The brevity and density of these inscriptions indicate a sophisticated method of encoding information, possibly related to trade, administration, religious ritual, or even astronomical observation. The Indus script challenges the assumption that early civilizations were only capable of rudimentary communication, pointing instead to a highly organized and literate society. Far across the Pacific, the Rongorongo tablets of Easter Island present another tantalizing mystery. Carved into wooden planks with intricate glyphs, Rongorongo appears to be a full writing system, yet no universally accepted decipherment exists. Some researchers propose that it encodes genealogies, astronomical knowledge, or ritual practices. The precision of the carving suggests trained scribes and an organized system of knowledge preservation. Considering the island's isolation, Rongorongo represents a remarkable example of intellectual sophistication and cultural continuity, raising questions about the origins of literacy and the transmission of forbidden knowledge across vast distances. In the Mediterranean, Linear A and Linear B scripts reveal further layers of complexity. Linear A, used by the Minoans, remains largely undeciphered, while Linear B, used by the Mycenaeans, was eventually decoded as an early form of Greek. The survival of Linear B demonstrates a potential for unlocking historical and administrative records, providing insights into trade, governance, and ritual practice. The undeciphered Linear A, however, suggests that some knowledge was lost or deliberately obscured, leaving tantalizing hints of a sophisticated culture whose full intellectual achievements may never be fully understood. Beyond these well-known examples, countless other symbolic systems hint at forbidden knowledge. Megalithic carvings in Europe, petroglyphs in the Americas, and etched symbols in Asia often feature recurring geometric patterns, celestial motifs, and abstract symbols. These may have functioned as mnemonic devices, teaching tools, or records of astronomical and mathematical observation. The global recurrence of symbolic motifs implies a shared cognitive framework for encoding complex information, a framework that predates and transcends modern writing systems. The challenge of deciphering these scripts lies not only in their physical degradation, but also in the potential loss of context. Many ancient texts were encoded within ritualized, secretive, or sacred frameworks, accessible only to trained initiates. Knowledge may have been deliberately hidden to protect it from societal collapse, invasion, or misuse. This deliberate concealment could explain why some writing systems, despite being highly developed, remain opaque to modern scholars, leaving tantalizing fragments of information that hint at broader, sophisticated networks of understanding. Astronomical and mathematical knowledge often intersects with forbidden scripts. In the Maya civilization, codices contain glyphs encoding detailed calendars, lunar cycles, and planetary movements, demonstrating a sophisticated synthesis of observation, record-keeping, and symbolic representation. The combination of visual language and encoded knowledge suggests that writing served as both a practical tool and a vehicle for preserving specialized understanding over generations. Similar patterns emerge in other ancient societies, where symbolic inscriptions encode technical, ceremonial, or cosmological knowledge. Artifacts with undeciphered inscriptions hint at technologies and practices lost to time. From metal tablets to carved stone, these inscriptions may describe methods for construction, medicine, or engineering, offering clues to capabilities that mainstream archaeology struggles to explain. For example, symbols on megalithic sites in Europe and South America may indicate geometric ratios, tool specifications, or astronomical alignments, suggesting that writing and technical knowledge were intimately intertwined. Such integration reflects a holistic approach to intellectual achievement, where literacy, science, and ritual practice coexisted seamlessly. The global pattern of forbidden scripts also challenges conventional historical timelines. From the Indus Valley to Easter Island, from the Mediterranean to the Americas, complex writing systems appear in societies separated by geography and culture, often emerging suddenly and with little apparent precursor. This discontinuity suggests either the survival of knowledge from even earlier, lost civilizations or an extraordinary capacity for independent invention that defies probability. Either scenario implies a hidden intellectual continuity, one that predates and informs the civilizations recorded in mainstream history. The existence of these scripts also raises profound philosophical questions. If ancient civilizations encoded advanced knowledge in ways we cannot yet read, what else remains hidden from our understanding of the past? How much of humanity's intellectual heritage has been lost due to natural disasters, societal collapse, or deliberate secrecy? Forbidden scripts serve as a reminder that our understanding of history is incomplete, that hidden narratives persist beneath the surface, and that the pursuit of knowledge often requires looking beyond conventional sources. By studying these forbidden scripts, we begin to reconstruct a hidden timeline of human achievement, one that integrates literacy, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and technology. Each undeciphered symbol, each preserved tablet, and each carved glyph represent a fragment of a broader intellectual legacy, a legacy that hints at civilizations whose sophistication exceeded what mainstream history typically acknowledges. These scripts may hold the keys to understanding lost technologies, forgotten sciences, and the philosophical foundations of prehistoric thought. As we continue along the forbidden timeline, the exploration of forbidden scripts sets the stage for Section 30, the global distribution of ancient megaliths, where we will examine how monumental stone structures around the world share architectural, astronomical, and mathematical principles. By linking these megaliths to writing, mathematics, and celestial observation, we uncover a pattern of human achievement that transcends culture, geography, and time, revealing a hidden network of knowledge stretching back thousands of years. Across continents, from the windswept plains of Europe to the dense jungles of South America, colossal stone structures rise silently from the earth. These megaliths, monuments composed of massive stones, often weighing hundreds of tons, have long captured the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and explorers. Yet their existence poses one of the most enduring mysteries of the forbidden timeline. How did prehistoric civilizations, with limited technology, move, shape, and align these stones with such precision? The global distribution of these structures suggests not isolated ingenuity, but a widespread, interconnected knowledge of construction, astronomy, and geometry that mainstream history struggles to explain. In Europe, Stonehenge in England stands as a testament to prehistoric engineering. The alignment of its massive sarsen stones with the solstices indicates a sophisticated understanding of celestial cycles. Excavations reveal that the stones were quarried from locations many miles away, raising questions about transportation methods, labor organization, and engineering knowledge. Similarly, the standing stones of Karnak in France, arranged in long, precise rows, hint at astronomical, ritual, or territorial purposes. These European megaliths reflect not only architectural skill, but also a deep integration of observation, measurement, and symbolic meaning. Across the Mediterranean, the temples and hypogea of Malta, such as Hagar, Kim, and Najdra, showcase advanced megalithic construction dating back over 5,000 years. The careful alignment of doorways and altars with sunrise and sunset during solstices demonstrates intentional astronomical planning. The precision of stonework, including carved spiral motifs and intricate bas-reliefs, indicates that these prehistoric builders possessed highly refined tools, techniques, and artistic sensibilities. Malta's megaliths provide further evidence that advanced knowledge of construction and celestial mechanics was not localized but part of a broader, perhaps global, pattern. In South America, megalithic sites such as Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and Tiwanaku reveal a similarly astonishing level of skill. Massive stones, some weighing over 100 tons, were cut and fitted together with interlocking precision so exact that even modern engineers struggle to replicate the craftsmanship. The alignment of these structures with celestial events, such as solstices or specific star patterns, suggests that ancient South American civilizations integrated astronomy, mathematics, and ritual into their monumental architecture. The precision of these constructions, combined with the sheer scale of effort required, challenges a conventional timeline of technological development and raises questions about knowledge transmission across generations. Asia, too, offers enigmatic megaliths that defy easy explanation. In the Indian subcontinent, sites such as the stone circles of Junapani and Dolmens in southern India demonstrate an advanced understanding of geometry and alignment. Similarly, in Japan, stone arrangements in regions like the Ayase Basin exhibit precise astronomical orientation. Across Asia, the presence of large-scale megalithic structures indicates not isolated experimentation, but a widespread tradition of monumental construction, guided by knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and social organization. The Americas present an even broader network. Beyond South America and North American megaliths, including serpent mounds, Cahokia, and ancient stone circles, hint at prehistoric astronomical observation and ceremonial significance. These structures, while varying in form, share commonalities: careful placement, alignment with celestial bodies, and evidence of sophisticated construction techniques. The recurrence of similar patterns across continents suggests a remarkable convergence of human ingenuity, or perhaps the remnants of a global network of knowledge preserved through migrations, trade, or oral tradition. Africa, often considered the cradle of civilization, also contains megalithic mysteries. Sites like Nabta in Egypt predate the pyramids, featuring stone circles aligned with the solstices and stellar constellations. These arrangements indicate an advanced understanding of astronomy long before the emergence of written records in the region. Such discoveries compel scholars to reconsider the sophistication of prehistoric African societies and their role in the development of megalithic knowledge. The technological questions surrounding megaliths are as profound as their geographic distribution. How were stones weighing tens or hundreds of tons transported across vast distances? How were they shaped with such precision, using seemingly primitive tools? How were they lifted, aligned, and interlocked without modern machinery? Mainstream explanations often invoke brute labor, simple levers, or sleds, but the global consistency, precision, and scale of megalithic constructions suggest the use of knowledge and techniques that remain poorly understood. Some researchers even speculate about lost technologies, advanced engineering methods, or now-forgotten scientific principles that enabled these feats. The global distribution of megaliths also implies a shared cosmology. Many structures are aligned with the sun, moon, or stars, suggesting that prehistoric civilizations were not only builders, but observers of the cosmos. This integration of astronomy, architecture, and mathematics points to a holistic approach to knowledge, where understanding the heavens was inseparable from shaping the earth. Such alignment across diverse cultures, separated by geography and millennia, raises profound questions about the transmission of knowledge. Were these techniques independently discovered, or do they hint at a global network of advanced understanding that predates recorded history? The symbolic and ceremonial significance of megaliths further deepens the mystery. Many stones bear carvings, motifs, or arrangements that suggest religious, spiritual, or social functions. These sites often served as gathering places, observatories, or ritual centers, reflecting an intertwining of practical knowledge and cultural expression. By encoding astronomical observation, social order, and ceremonial practice into monumental stonework, these civilizations created lasting records of intellectual achievement that continue to inspire awe and speculation today. As we investigate the global distribution of ancient megaliths, patterns emerge that suggest a forbidden timeline of human achievement. These structures are not isolated anomalies. They are part of a worldwide network of advanced architectural, astronomical, and mathematical understanding. Their presence challenges a conventional narrative of linear technological progress and hints at civilizations that mastered complex principles long before the supposed rise in recorded history. Exploring these megaliths prepares us for the next chapter in the Forbidden Timeline. Section 31. Lost Technologies of Ancient Civilizations, where we will examine specific tools, machines, and engineering methods that suggest prehistoric humans possess capabilities rivaling or surpassing those of classical civilizations. By linking global megalithic construction to lost technologies, we uncover a hidden legacy of human ingenuity that mainstream history has either overlooked or intentionally obscured. As we delve deeper into Forbidden Timeline, one theme emerges with remarkable clarity. Ancient civilizations possess technological capabilities that modern scholars often underestimate or fail to explain entirely. Across continents and millennia, evidence of lost technologies challenges the conventional narrative that human progress has been linear and cumulative. From precision metallurgy and architectural engineering to mechanical devices and energy manipulation, the achievement of our ancestors suggests a level of sophistication that has been largely erased from mainstream history, leaving us to wonder what knowledge has been irretrievably lost. Consider the precision stonework of South American sites, such as Pumapunku and Sacsayhuaman. Massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, were cut with such exactness that even modern machinery struggles to replicate the interlocking joints. Scholars are baffled by the methods used to carve, transport, and assemble these blocks with minimal gaps. Evidence suggests the use of advanced cutting techniques, possibly involving knowledge of heat treatment, abrasion, or even tools made from unknown materials. These techniques, far beyond the capabilities attributed to prehistoric societies, imply that these civilizations possess specialized engineering knowledge now lost to time. In the Middle East, the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza similarly points to lost engineering methods. The precision of alignment with the cardinal points, the ability to transport and position massive limestone and granite blocks, and the internal structural complexity suggest the application of mechanical knowledge and project management skills that remain unexplained. Hypotheses range from simple ramps and levers to more esoteric theories involving pulleys, counterweights, or techniques no longer known to modern engineers. Regardless of the exact methods, the sophistication of the construction demands recognition of a technological capability that mainstream history struggles to account for. Metallurgy provides another window into lost technologies. Ancient civilizations in the Middle East, India, and Africa produced metals of astonishing purity, often alloyed in ways that modern science has only recently been able to replicate. Damascus steel, used to forge swords, was known for its resilience, sharpness, and distinctive patterning, yet the original technique was lost for centuries. Similarly, the zinc and brass alloys found in India's Harappan civilization reveal metallurgical knowledge that was highly advanced, demonstrating controlled smelting, alloying, and tempering techniques. These examples challenge the notion that ancient peoples relied solely on rudimentary tools or trial-and-error methods. Ancient machines and devices also hint at lost technological mastery. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek analog computer, could calculate astronomical positions and predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy. Its complex gear system suggests knowledge of mechanical engineering, mathematics, and astronomy far ahead of its time. While this device is exceptional, it is not entirely isolated. References in texts and other artifacts suggest that similar machines may have existed in other civilizations, lost over centuries due to war, natural disasters, or deliberate destruction. Energy manipulation is another mysterious aspect of lost technology. Certain megalithic sites, such as the Hypogeum of Malta and the pyramids of Egypt, exhibit acoustic and structural features that suggest a deep understanding of resonance, vibration, and possibly energy amplification. While these theories remain speculative, experimental studies have demonstrated that some chambers can amplify sound or vibrations in unusual ways, hinting that ancient builders may have possessed knowledge of physical phenomena that remains largely unexplored today. Could prehistoric civilizations have harnessed natural energy, sound, or resonance for practical, ceremonial, or even unknown purposes? The evidence is tantalizing yet elusive. Maritime technology also reflects advanced capability. Ancient shipbuilding across Polynesia, the Mediterranean, and Asia demonstrates not only practical ingenuity, but also sophisticated knowledge of hydrodynamics, navigation, and astronomy. Polynesians navigated vast stretches of open ocean, using stars, ocean currents, and wind patterns, suggesting a deep, empirical understanding of natural forces. Similarly, ancient Egyptian and Phoenician vessels indicate the ability to transport massive cargoes across seas, contributing to trade, cultural exchange, and technological diffusion. These achievements imply that maritime engineering knowledge was far more advanced and widespread than mainstream history typically acknowledges. Medical and surgical technologies in ancient civilizations further underscore lost knowledge. Trepanation, the surgical practice of drilling or scraping holes into the skull, has been documented across cultures, from South America to Europe and Africa. Remarkably, many patients survive these procedures, indicating precise anatomical understanding and advanced postoperative care. Ancient texts, such as the Ayurvedic medical scriptures and the Edwin Smith papyrus from Egypt, describe complex procedures, herbal remedies, and diagnostic techniques that suggest highly developed medical systems. Yet much of this knowledge was lost, forgotten, or deliberately suppressed over time, leaving only fragmented clues for modern scholars. The global pattern of lost technologies hints at a deeper truth. Knowledge was once widespread, sophisticated, and possibly interconnected. Stone construction, metallurgy, machinery, energy manipulation, maritime navigation, and medical expertise appear in multiple, disparate civilizations, often predating or paralleling developments in better-known historical societies. This convergence challenges a conventional narrative of isolated, incremental invention, suggesting either remarkable independent ingenuity or a shared reservoir of knowledge that existed long before the rise of recorded history. Why was this knowledge lost? Cataclysms, societal collapse, invasions, and deliberate suppression likely played roles. Natural disasters, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions destroyed cities and archives, dispersing survivors who had to rebuild without access to full technological knowledge. Wars, conquests, and political upheaval may have led to the deliberate destruction of tools, manuscripts, and artifacts to erase the memory of previous achievements. Even cultural practices, secrecy, and religious restrictions could have contributed to the preservation of knowledge only within select circles, inaccessible to the broader population. The study of lost technologies offers not only a glimpse into what humans once knew, but also challenges the assumptions of modern civilization. It suggests that technological mastery may not be a uniquely modern phenomenon. Rather, it is a recurring theme throughout human history, rising, falling, and sometimes disappearing entirely. By examining the remnants of these technologies, stonework, metalwork, machinery, energy systems, and medical texts, we begin to reconstruct a timeline of human ingenuity that extends far beyond the official historical record. As we move forward along the forbidden timeline, the exploration of lost technologies prepares us for Section 32, Prehistoric Trade Networks and Cultural Exchange, where we will investigate how knowledge, goods, and ideas may have spread across continents long before conventional trade routes existed. By linking lost technologies to global exchange, we uncover the hidden connections between ancient civilizations, suggesting that humanity's intellectual and technological achievements were once far more interconnected than we have been taught.
The story of human civilization is often told as a series of isolated developments, each culture advancing independently. Yet evidence from archaeology, linguistics, and material analysis suggests that prehistoric societies were far more interconnected than conventional history acknowledges. Across continents, from the Americas to Africa, Europe to Asia, we find traces of goods, ideas, and technologies moving vast distances, long before the established trade routes of the classical or medieval periods. These prehistoric trade networks may have facilitated the spread of knowledge, engineering methods, artistic styles, and even cosmological understanding, hinting at a global exchange of ideas that mainstream narratives largely overlook. Consider the distribution of obsidian, a volcanic glass prized for its sharp edges. Archaeologists have traced obsidian artifacts across hundreds of miles, revealing long-distance trade routes in the prehistoric world. In the Near East, obsidian from specific volcanic sources was found in settlements hundreds of kilometers away, demonstrating not only the movement of goods, but also the ability to navigate, negotiate, and maintain complex networks of exchange. Such networks required detailed geographic knowledge, logistical coordination, and social structures capable of sustaining long-distance interaction. This suggests that even primitive societies were far more organized, intelligent, and interconnected than we often assume. Metallurgy offers another window into prehistoric trade and cultural exchange. Copper and tin, the components of bronze, were mined in specific regions but appeared in artifacts across vast distances. The spread of bronze technology from the Near East into Europe and Asia illustrates how raw materials, knowledge of smelting, and alloying techniques traveled between societies. Similarly, gold, silver, and other precious metals moved along networks spanning continents, sometimes predating the rise of formal empires. The dissemination of metallurgy implies not just the movement of materials but the transmission of knowledge, how to extract, refine, and manipulate metals, indicating sophisticated educational and trade systems in prehistoric times. Textiles, pigments, and decorative artifacts also demonstrate early globalization. The use of lapis lazuli, a semi-precious blue stone mined in Afghanistan, has been found in Mesopotamia, Egypt, and even parts of the Indus Valley civilization. The presence of such materials in distant locations suggests the existence of trade networks spanning thousands of kilometers. Likewise, stylistic similarities in pottery, weaving patterns, and carvings indicate that cultural ideas traveled alongside goods, influencing art, ritual, and even religious practices across civilizations separated by vast distances. Maritime trade was equally remarkable. Ancient seafaring peoples, from the Polynesians to the Egyptians and Phoenicians, navigated open oceans to transport goods, people, and knowledge. Polynesian navigation techniques, using stars, ocean swells, and bird behavior, enabled settlement of remote islands thousands of miles apart. In the Mediterranean, the Phoenicians established trade hubs linking North Africa, the Levant, and Europe, facilitating not just commerce but the exchange of cultural and technological knowledge. These maritime networks suggest that prehistoric humans were not limited by geographic isolation but actively engaged in global-scale interaction, transmitting innovations and ideas across continents. Language and symbolic systems may have also traveled along these prehistoric trade networks. Linguists have identified similarities in ancient scripts, symbols, and motifs across distant regions, raising the possibility of cross-cultural communication or shared origins. Trade networks would have facilitated not only material exchange but also intellectual exchange, allowing mathematical, astronomical, and technological knowledge to spread and persist even as civilizations rose and fell. This perspective challenges the idea that intellectual and technological progress occurred solely within isolated cultures. Instead, it suggests that knowledge was cumulative, shared, and preserved through interconnected societies. Archaeological evidence supports these claims. For instance, exotic materials such as jade from Mesoamerica have been discovered in contexts far from their source, while African and Asian trade in ivory, shells, and beads hints at long-distance exchange. In Europe, amber from the Baltic region traveled to the Mediterranean, highlighting networks spanning thousands of kilometers. These artifacts reveal not only economic transactions but also social and ceremonial significance, suggesting that trade was a vehicle for maintaining cultural cohesion, forging alliances, and transmitting knowledge. Some of the most striking evidence comes from the Americas, where pre-Columbian civilizations exhibited surprisingly wide-ranging interactions. Obsidian from specific volcanic sources in Mesoamerica has been found hundreds of miles away, while marine shells and tropical plants traveled similarly vast distances. These exchanges were not merely accidental. They required organized logistics, knowledge of geography and seasonal patterns, and social structures capable of maintaining connections over generations. Such sophistication implies a level of coordination, planning, and foresight often attributed only to much later historical periods. The implications of prehistoric trade networks extend beyond economics. By facilitating the exchange of goods, technologies, and ideas, these networks may have played a critical role in the development of civilization itself. Knowledge of metallurgy, construction, astronomy, and medicine could spread from one society to another, accelerating innovation and fostering the development of monumental architecture, complex social hierarchies, and advanced ritual systems. In essence, trade networks may have served as the lifeblood of ancient knowledge, preserving and transmitting intellectual achievements that otherwise might have been lost during periods of cataclysm, collapse, or cultural upheaval. The global scale of these networks suggests that prehistoric civilizations were far more interconnected than conventional history allows. They challenge the notion that early societies were isolated, primitive, or technologically stagnant. Instead, we see a picture of vibrant interaction, sophisticated logistics, and cultural exchange that transcends geography and time. These networks may hold the key to understanding how knowledge survived repeated cycles of collapse, cataclysm, and civilization resets, preserving fragments of advanced understanding that inform the forbidden timeline. As we prepare to explore the next chapter, Section 33, Ancient Engineering Marvels That Defy Explanation, we will examine how these trade networks may have enabled the sharing of techniques and technologies used to create monumental constructions around the world. By linking trade, knowledge transmission, and engineering, we uncover a hidden pattern of human achievement that mainstream history has struggled to recognize, suggesting a level of global sophistication that challenges everything we thought we knew about prehistoric civilizations.
Throughout human history, certain constructions leave even the most experienced engineers and architects astonished. From colossal stone temples and pyramids to intricately carved monoliths and underground complexes, ancient civilizations achieve feats of engineering that challenge our understanding of prehistoric technology. What makes these marvels even more intriguing is not only the scale and precision of construction, but also the sophistication of design, the alignment with astronomical phenomena, and the apparent lack of conventional tools and machinery. Across the world, these engineering wonders suggest a forbidden timeline of human ingenuity that defies mainstream historical explanations. The Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt remains the quintessential example of ancient engineering mastery. Constructed over 4,500 years ago, this monument required precise alignment with the cardinal points, meticulous planning, and the transportation of massive limestone and granite blocks from quarries located miles away. Each block was cut, polished, and placed with precision so exact that gaps are often smaller than a fraction of a millimeter. The internal chambers, passageways, and ventilation shafts reveal an advanced understanding of structural engineering, weight distribution, and perhaps even knowledge of acoustics. How such a monumental construction was achieved with the tools available at the time remains one of history's most enduring mysteries. South America offers equally staggering examples. At Sacsayhuaman and Pumapunku, massive stones weighing tens of hundreds of tons were precisely shaped and fitted together without mortar. The interlocking joints are so exact that not even a knife blade can be inserted between many stones. The construction suggests the use of techniques far beyond simple levers or ropes. Some researchers propose advanced knowledge of stone softening, precise measurement, and even early mechanical systems to move and lift enormous blocks. These sites demonstrate not only engineering prowess, but also a comprehensive understanding of geometry, physics, and material properties. In Asia, the megalithic structures of India, such as the dolmens and stone temples of the Deccan Plateau, reveal similar engineering sophistication. Massive monoliths were transported over long distances and erected with remarkable precision, sometimes forming complex alignments with celestial events. The Kailasa Temple at Ellora, carved from a single rock, stands as a testament to both artistic and engineering ingenuity, demonstrating a level of planning, spatial awareness, and material understanding that continues to inspire awe. Such achievements challenge the conventional view that large-scale construction was primarily a product of later, technologically advanced societies. Europe also hosts numerous engineering marvels that defy explanation. Stonehenge in England, with its precisely aligned sarsen stones and blue stones, demonstrates sophisticated surveying and an understanding of weight, balance, and astronomical alignment. In Portugal, the Almendres cromlech and other megalithic circles show careful geometric planning, suggesting that prehistoric Europeans were capable of complex civil engineering and astronomical observation. The recurrence of similar engineering principles across distant locations indicates that advanced construction knowledge may have been more widespread than scholars often acknowledge. The Americas contain even more enigmatic examples. Tiwanaku in Bolivia features massive stone blocks cut with unparalleled precision, some weighing over 130 tons. These stones are intricately shaped to interlock without mortar, showing knowledge of seismic stability and load distribution. In addition, the complex's alignment with the solstices and certain star constellations suggests a deliberate integration of engineering and astronomy. These sites raise fundamental questions. How were these massive stones transported? How were they cut and shaped with such precision? And what knowledge, now lost, allowed prehistoric civilizations to accomplish these feats? Ancient underwater structures further complicate the puzzle. Off the coast of Japan, Yonaguni submerged stone formations exhibit features resembling terraces, roads, and steps. While some argue they are natural formations, the precision of certain angles, flat surfaces, and carvings suggest deliberate construction. Similarly, submerged structures off the coast of Cuba and India hint at civilizations capable of large-scale engineering long before conventional timelines would suggest. These underwater marvels may point to advanced engineering knowledge lost due to rising sea levels and cataclysmic events. What connects these global engineering feats is not merely the scale of construction, but the consistent application of advanced principles: geometric precision, interlocking stonework, astronomical alignment, and sometimes integration with natural landscapes. These features indicate an understanding of physics, material properties, and environmental conditions that exceeds what is typically attributed to prehistoric societies. They suggest that these civilizations were not experimenting blindly, but possessed a deep, sophisticated knowledge of engineering principles that may have been deliberately preserved or transmitted across generations. Lost knowledge of tools and techniques adds another layer of mystery. Many of these constructions exhibit cuts and polishing so precise that modern historians and engineers struggle to replicate them with Bronze Age technology. Hypotheses range in the use of advanced abrasives, pulleys, and ramps to more speculative theories involving lost mechanical or even energy-based technologies. Regardless of the method, the results are undeniable. Humanity once possessed skills that allowed the construction of structures that continue to defy explanation, leaving behind a legacy of wonder and perplexity. These engineering marvels also hint at societal organization and knowledge transmission. The coordination required to quarry, transport, and assemble massive stones implies large, disciplined labor forces and administrative planning. It suggests the presence of architects, engineers, and skilled workers, along with methods for preserving knowledge and passing it to successive generations. These societies were not primitive. They were highly organized, technologically capable, and intellectually sophisticated. The global distribution of these marvels further challenges the idea of isolated invention. From Egypt to South America, from Asia to Europe, we see recurring principles in construction, alignment, and design. Such patterns raise profound questions. Were these societies independently discovering the same engineering principles? Or was there a shared repository of knowledge, perhaps inherited from an earlier, lost civilization, that informed construction across continents? The answer remains uncertain, but the implications are staggering. As we explore these engineering feats, we begin to see the forbidden timeline take shape, a world where knowledge, skill, and intellectual achievement existed long before recorded history, often surviving only in stone, artifact, and oral tradition. These ancient engineering marvels are not just monuments to human labor. They are silent testimonies to advanced civilizations that understood the principles of physics, astronomy, and construction with sophistication that modern society is only beginning to grasp. As we move forward, the next chapter, Section 34, Mysteries of Ancient Medicine and Biotechnology, will examine how these societies applied advanced knowledge to human body, agriculture, and natural resources. From surgical practices to genetic cultivation, we will explore how lost technologies intersected with biology, medicine, and life itself, further expanding the scope of the forbidden timeline. While monumental architecture and engineering marvels capture our imagination, the realm of ancient medicine and biotechnology reveals another layer of human sophistication that continues to astound modern scientists. Across continents, prehistoric civilizations demonstrated an astonishing understanding of anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, and even genetic manipulation, knowledge that seems incongruous with the technological capabilities typically attributed to these societies. From surgical procedures to advanced cultivation techniques, the evidence suggests that humanity once possessed biological expertise that was both practical and, in many cases, profoundly advanced. One of the most striking examples is trepanation, the ancient practice of drilling or scraping holes into the human skull. Archaeologists have uncovered skulls from Europe, South America, and Africa with precise trepanation holes, many of which show evidence of healing, indicating that patients survived these procedures. The precision of these operations suggests a sophisticated understanding of anatomy and surgical technique, including pain management and postoperative care. In some cases, multiple trepanations were performed on a single individual, reflecting not only skill, but also an understanding of human resilience and recovery. Such procedures challenge the notion that prehistoric societies were limited to rudimentary medicine, instead hinting at a level of knowledge comparable to, or even surpassing, certain modern practices. Herbal medicine and pharmacology were equally advanced. Ancient texts such as the Egyptian Ebers Papyrus, the Indian Ayurvedic scriptures, and the Chinese Shinong Ben Chao detail extensive medicinal practices, including the use of plant extracts, minerals, and animal products for treatment. Remedies for infections, inflammation, digestive issues, and even mental disorders were systematically recorded, demonstrating both empirical observation and theoretical understanding. Certain compounds, like quinine from cinchona bark, were used effectively long before their discovery in modern pharmacology, revealing a sophisticated trial-and-error process combined with keen observation of nature. Ancient biotechnology extended beyond human health into agriculture and food production. The cultivation of crops such as wheat, maize, rice, and potatoes involved selective breeding and environmental manipulation, long before modern genetics provided an explanation for these processes. In the Americas, pre-Columbian societies cultivated hundreds of potato varieties adapted to different altitudes, demonstrating advanced knowledge of plant biology, soil conditions, and climate resilience. Similarly, the domestication of rice in Asia and maize in Mesoamerica involves sophisticated techniques that optimize yield, nutrition, and storage, revealing a deep understanding of ecosystems, growth cycles, and genetic variation. Evidence of ancient biotechnological innovation also appears in fermentation, preservation, and chemical processes. The production of beer, wine, and fermented foods across Africa, the Middle East, and Europe required precise control over microbial processes, demonstrating empirical knowledge of chemistry and biology. Likewise, the salting, drying, and smoking of meats, fish, and other perishable resources suggests an understanding of preservation techniques that allowed societies to store food, support large populations, and undertake long-distance trade. These practices reveal that prehistoric humans were not only observers of nature, but active manipulators of biological and chemical processes. In South America, the use of coca leaves, curare, and other plant-based compounds indicates a sophisticated pharmacological system for both medicinal and ritual purposes. Indigenous knowledge of these substances encompassed dosage, preparation, and administration, reflecting empirical testing over generations. In Africa, the use of specific herbal combinations for treating malaria, infections, and fever demonstrates a similarly advanced understanding. These practices were not random. They were codified, transmitted, and sometimes encoded in symbolic or ritual contexts, ensuring their survival across generations. Medical instruments and surgical tools further highlight lost technological knowledge. In Egypt, Bronze scalpels, forceps, and probes discovered in tombs indicate that complex procedures were performed with precision. In South America, tools associated with trepanation and soft tissue surgery reveal meticulous craftsmanship and a deep understanding of ergonomics and functionality. The existence of such instruments suggests not only medical knowledge, but also metallurgical expertise, and a society capable of producing standardized tools for specialized purposes. Perhaps most astonishing is the possibility that prehistoric civilizations engaged in early forms of genetic manipulation and selective breeding that approached a proto-biotechnology. The cultivation of staple crops and domestication of animals demonstrates intentional modification of species to achieve desired traits, including resilience, size, flavor, and growth patterns. Such practices imply empirical knowledge of heredity, environmental adaptation, and selective pressure long before the scientific principles of genetics were formally understood. The intersection of medicine, agriculture, and ritual also hints at a holistic worldview in which health, sustenance, and spiritual well-being were intimately connected. Temples, ceremonial centers, and sacred groves were often sites of medical practice, herbal preparation, and educational transmission. Knowledge was preserved, ritualized, and taught in ways that ensured continuity while maintaining secrecy, suggesting a deliberate system for safeguarding advanced biological understanding. The global recurrence of these practices challenges the notion that sophisticated medicine and biotechnology arose only in isolated, late civilizations. From Africa to the Americas, from Asia to Europe, prehistoric societies demonstrated advanced knowledge of the human body, plants, animals, and microbial processes. The consistency of these practices across cultures and continents raises profound questions. Was this knowledge independently discovered, or does it reflect the inheritance of a hidden intellectual tradition lost to mainstream history? The evidence leans toward a pattern of advanced capability that spans geography and epoch. By examining these ancient medical and biotechnological practices, we gain insight into a forbidden timeline where human ingenuity extended far beyond construction, metallurgy, and astronomy. Knowledge of the body, ecosystems, and genetics existed in sophisticated forms, demonstrating that prehistoric civilizations were not primitive, but remarkably capable of manipulating the natural world to meet their needs. Such understanding also offers clues to other mysteries of the forbidden timeline, including lost technologies, advanced engineering, and global networks of knowledge. As we move forward to the next chapter, Section 35, Cataclysms and the Reset of Civilization, we will explore how natural disasters, floods, and climate events may have erased much of this knowledge from history. These cataclysms not only reshaped the Earth's surface, but also fragmented civilizations, scattering survivors, and preserving only fragments of advanced understanding. By examining the impact of these events, we begin to see how humanity's forbidden timeline has been obscured, leaving tantalizing remnants that challenge everything we think we know about our past. The history of humanity is not only shaped by ingenuity and discovery, but also by catastrophe. Across the millennia, natural cataclysms, massive floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and climate shifts have repeatedly devastated civilizations, erasing technological achievements, obliterating records, and reshaping societies. These cataclysmic events may explain why so much advanced knowledge, from engineering and medicine to astronomy and global trade, was lost to the sands of time. The forbidden timeline, hidden beneath conventional history, is a story of both brilliance and survival against forces far greater than any individual society could control. Evidence of global cataclysms appears in both geological and archaeological records. Sedimentary layers reveal sudden floods, tsunamis, and massive volcanic eruptions that coincided with the collapse of ancient settlements. For instance, the eruption of Thera, modern Santorini, around 1600 BC devastated the Minoan civilization, sending shock waves throughout the Mediterranean. Cities were buried, trade networks disrupted, and much of the technological and cultural knowledge of the region was fragmented or lost. Yet the memory of this destruction survived in mythologies. Atlantis, for example, may echo the obliteration of a sophisticated maritime civilization by a cataclysmic event. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, the region known as the cradle of civilization, repeated flooding of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers reshaped settlements and displaced populations. Ancient Sumerian and Akkadian texts recount deluges that destroyed entire cities, preserved only in fragmented tablets. These cataclysms not only physically annihilated civilizations, but also disrupted continuity, breaking the chain of knowledge transmission and forcing survivors to rebuild societies with only partial memory of previous achievements. Such events suggest that human history is not a smooth progression, but a cycle of creation, destruction, and partial recollection. Evidence from the Americas further supports the theory of cataclysmic resets. In the Andean highlands, layers of volcanic ash coincide with declines in settlement and construction, indicating that eruptions disrupted local agriculture, trade, and social structures. Likewise, in Mesoamerica, periods of climatic stress, including prolonged droughts, correspond with the collapse of sophisticated civilizations such as the Maya. These disruptions cause population migrations, the abandonment of cities, and the loss of engineering, agricultural, and astronomical knowledge. The surviving records, myths, oral traditions, and fragmented artifacts hint at a level of sophistication that was temporarily erased from history. Ancient global flood narratives, present in cultures as diverse as Mesopotamia, India, and the Americas, may contain kernels of truth rooted in real cataclysmic events. Geological evidence supports massive, rapid flooding in various regions, which have submerged entire settlements and altered coastlines. Rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age would have drowned low-lying settlements, including potentially advanced coastal civilizations whose knowledge has been lost to the ocean. Could these stories of great floods be distorted memories of real events that reset the trajectory of human progress? The evidence suggests it is more than mere myth. Volcanic activity played a similarly destructive role. Supervolcanoes such as Toba, which erupted around 74,000 years ago, released unimaginable quantities of ash and gas, causing global cooling and massive population declines. While predating known civilizations, such events set the stage for repeated survival challenges, ensuring that humanity's accumulation of knowledge was episodic and fragile. Later eruptions, such as Tambora in 1815, also demonstrate the catastrophic impact of volcanic activity on agriculture, climate, and civilization, underscoring that ancient societies operated in an environment where nature's power could abruptly erase centuries of accumulated wisdom. Earthquakes and tectonic shifts further disrupted the continuity of civilizations. In regions like Anatolia, the Mediterranean and Himalayan belt, repeated seismic activity destroyed cities, temples, and infrastructure. Stone monuments, aqueducts, and urban layouts were fractured or buried, leaving only traces of architectural mastery and lost technology. Survivors often had to rebuild from scratch, sometimes forgetting or misinterpreting prior engineering methods. Such disruptions contribute to Forbidden Timeline, where remarkable achievement existed and then vanished, leaving archaeologists to puzzle over how they were accomplished with the technology of the time. Climate shifts added another layer of complexity. Prolonged droughts, desertification, or cooling periods altered agricultural productivity, forcing migrations and societal reorganization. The collapse of the Old Kingdom in Egypt, the decline of the Akkadian Empire, and the abandonment of Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley coincide with climatic stress. These environmental pressures not only devastated populations, but also disrupted systems of knowledge transfer, resulting in periods where advanced technology, medical understanding, and engineering expertise were temporarily lost. Civilization, in many cases, had to restart under new conditions, often with only fragments of previous sophistication preserved in myths, rituals, or surviving artifacts. These cataclysms also help explain the recurring pattern of forgotten civilizations observed across the globe, from the megalithic structures of Europe and South America to submerged cities off the coastlines of Asia and the Americas. The archaeological record often hints at highly advanced societies abruptly abandoned or destroyed. Cataclysmic events may have erased continuous development, leaving behind enigmatic structures and artifacts that defy the technological capabilities attributed to their time. These remnants form the backbone of the Forbidden Timeline, revealing a human history punctuated by brilliance, catastrophe, and resilience. The implications of these cataclysmic resets extend beyond the physical destruction of cities and monuments. They also disrupted the transmission of intellectual, medical, and technological knowledge. Tools, manuscripts, oral traditions, and educational practices were lost or fragmented, creating gaps in history. Societies that survived often rebuilt with partial understanding, rediscovering or reinventing methods that had once been mastered, giving the illusion of linear progress, while the reality was far more cyclical and complex. In essence, the Forbidden Timeline is not merely a story of forgotten achievements. It is also a story of repeated survival against the forces of nature. Cataclysms shaped the development of human civilization, wiping out centers of knowledge, scattering survivors, and forcing societies to adapt under extreme conditions. Yet despite these challenges, fragments of advanced understanding persisted, encoded in monuments, artifacts, myths, and practices that continue to puzzle scholars today. The cataclysms remind us that the human story is not one of uninterrupted progress, but of brilliance repeatedly challenged by destruction. As we transition to Section 36, Lost Cities Beneath the Waves, we will explore how rising sea levels, tsunamis, and coastal cataclysms submerged advanced settlements, preserving tantalizing clues of lost civilizations underwater. By examining these sunken cities, we gain further insight into the Forbidden Timeline, revealing evidence of engineering, trade, and technological mastery erased by water, yet preserved for modern discovery. Beneath the oceans and along submerged coastlines lie secrets that could rewrite our understanding of human history. Across the globe, underwater ruins, sunken cities, and submerged monuments hint at advanced civilizations erased by rising seas, tsunamis, or cataclysmic events. These lost cities, silent, hidden, and often inaccessible, offer tantalizing evidence of the Forbidden Timeline. Societies that achieved remarkable feats of engineering, architecture, and organization long before the supposed discovery by modern historians. The depths of our oceans may hold keys to a past far older and more sophisticated than textbooks suggest. One of the most famous examples is a submerged city near Yonaguni, Japan. Discovered in the 1980s off the coast of Okinawa, the Yonaguni Monument consists of terraces, steps, and carved structures resembling walls, roads, and possibly temples. Some skeptics argue that these formations are natural, sculpted by erosion, yet many features suggest intentional design. Precise angles, flat surfaces, and complex geometric patterns not easily explained by natural forces alone. If these structures were man-made, they would predate known civilizations in the region, suggesting the existence of an advanced society lost to rising seas around 10,000 years ago. Off the coast of India, submerged stone ruins near the Gulf of Kambat have sparked debate and fascination. Archaeologists have identified stone walls, streets, and foundations lying beneath 40 feet of water, along with pottery and tools that suggest advanced settlement. Radiocarbon dating indicates that these structures may be over 9,000 years old, far older than conventional history recognizes for organized urban civilization in the Indian subcontinent. If verified, this discovery challenges a narrative that urbanization began with the Indus Valley civilization and hints at a previously unknown chapter in human development. In the Mediterranean, numerous submerged settlements reveal a pattern of coastal loss due to rising sea levels and catastrophic floods. Off the coast of Alexandria, Egypt, ruins believed to belong to the fabled city of Heracleon include temples, statues, and streets submerged in the harbor. The city, once a thriving center of trade and culture, was lost to the sea around 1,200 years ago. Underwater exploration has uncovered massive stone statues, inscriptions, and religious artifacts, demonstrating that even recent historical cities could vanish entirely, leaving only traces of their former glory. The Americas also preserve evidence of submerged cities. Off the Yucatan Peninsula, underwater structures suggest the presence of pre-Columbian settlements inundated by rising sea levels. Similarly, off the coast of Florida, the discovery of circular and rectangular formations beneath the ocean raises questions about early maritime civilizations in North America. While much of the evidence remains speculative, the patterns of submerged urban planning, tool remnants, and potential ceremonial sites suggest that these areas were once inhabited by organized, technologically capable societies. The Caribbean holds further mysteries. Numerous underwater ruins near Cuba and the Bahamas hint at ancient cities that were inundated thousands of years ago. Stone roads, walls, and megalithic formations have been identified using sonar imaging and diving expeditions. These sunken settlements suggest complex societal organization, including urban planning, trade networks, and possibly ritual centers, much like their terrestrial counterparts. Rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age likely submerged these settlements, erasing direct evidence of their existence and contributing to gaps in the historical record. The phenomenon of submerged cities is not limited to human construction. Coral reefs and sediment have preserved and distorted these ruins, sometimes protecting them from complete destruction while simultaneously concealing their true extent. Underwater archaeology has revealed that rising seas, coupled with natural disasters such as tsunamis and earthquakes, repeatedly erase civilizations from coastal regions. These events, though catastrophic, offer modern researchers the opportunity to study cities preserved in unique underwater environments, capturing a snapshot of ancient life and urban sophistication frozen in time. The implications of these submerged sites extend beyond architecture. Many underwater ruins show evidence of advanced engineering, including stone foundation streets and drainage systems capable of managing water and maintaining urban stability. Some ruins exhibit alignment with celestial phenomena, suggesting that their creators integrated astronomy and urban planning. Such sophistication implies a level of technological and intellectual achievement far older and more complex than mainstream history acknowledges, reinforcing the notion of forbidden timeline where knowledge and civilization existed and were subsequently lost long before recognized historical periods. These underwater discoveries also hint at a global pattern. From the coast of Japan to the Mediterranean, India, the Caribbean, and the Americas, we see recurring evidence of lost coastal civilizations submerged due to rising seas and cataclysmic events. This pattern aligns with geological studies showing post-Ice Age sea level rise, which have gradually inundated low-lying regions worldwide. In many cases, these submerged cities could represent the remnants of highly advanced societies whose knowledge of engineering, trade, and governance rivaled or exceeded that of their successors on land. The study of submerged cities raises profound questions about humanity's past. What was the scope of these lost civilizations? How advanced were they in terms of technology, organization, and culture? Could some of the monumental constructions on land, megalithic temples, pyramids, and stone complexes, have been influenced or supported by knowledge from these now submerged settlements? While many answers remain elusive, the underwater record provides compelling evidence that civilization may have developed earlier and more globally interconnected than previously thought. As we conclude this exploration of lost cities beneath the waves, one truth becomes clear. Human ingenuity, resilience, and sophistication existed long before conventional timelines suggest. The ocean, once a barrier, has preserved fragments of forgotten past, offering tantalizing clues to the civilizations that rose, flourished, and vanished due to cataclysmic events. These submerged cities reinforce the forbidden timeline, reminding us that much of human history remains hidden beneath layers of water, sediment, and forgotten memory. As we trace the forbidden timeline, one of the most awe-inspiring and mysterious aspects of ancient civilizations emerges: their extraordinary understanding of the cosmos. Across continents and millennia, humans observed the skies with precision, tracking the movements of the sun, moon, planets, and stars. They aligned monuments, pyramids, and temples with celestial events, calculated solstices and equinoxes, and encoded astronomical knowledge in myths, artifacts, and sacred architecture. This celestial knowledge suggests that prehistoric societies possessed not only advanced observational skills, but also sophisticated mathematical and engineering abilities that enabled them to measure, predict, and utilize astronomical phenomena, often long before such knowledge is recognized in modern history. In Egypt, the alignment of the Great Pyramid of Giza with the cardinal points remains one of the most astonishing examples of astronomical precision. Scholars have calculated that the pyramid is aligned to true north with an accuracy of just a few arc minutes. The layout of its internal chambers and passageways appears to correlate with specific stars, particularly in the constellation Orion, which was associated with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This precise alignment implies careful observation, measurement, and understanding of celestial cycles, hinting at knowledge that blends astronomy, mathematics, and spirituality in ways that modern engineers and historians continue to puzzle over. Similarly, Stonehenge in England reveals the astronomical sophistication of prehistoric Europe. Its massive sarsen stones and bluestones form a complex arrangement that aligns with the summer solstice sunrise and winter solstice sunset. This alignment allowed ancient peoples to track seasonal changes critical for agriculture, ritual, and social organization. But beyond practical use, the monument suggests a deep cosmological understanding. The ancients were not merely recording celestial movements. They were integrating them into their cultural, spiritual, and architectural practices. Such precision implies systematic observation and knowledge passed across generations, preserved in stone for millennia. In South America, the Inca and pre-Inca civilizations displayed similarly advanced astronomical skills. Sites like Machu Picchu and Intihuatana, the hitching post of the sun, are carefully aligned to track solstices and other astronomical events. At these sites, stone structures cast precise shadows or reflect sunlight at particular times of the year, effectively functioning as solar calendars. This indicates an advanced understanding of solar cycles and the ability to manipulate architectural design to serve both practical and ceremonial purposes. Such knowledge demonstrates a synthesis of astronomy, engineering, and ritual, suggesting that celestial observation was deeply integrated into the societal and religious fabric of these civilizations. Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya and the Olmecs, pushed this astronomical knowledge even further. The Maya developed highly accurate calendars capable of predicting eclipses, planetary movements, and lunar cycles with precision that rivals modern calculations. Observatories like those at Uxmal and Köppen allowed them to track the positions of Venus and other planets, influencing agricultural planning, religious ceremonies, and political events. Their mathematical understanding, including the concept of zero, enabled complex calculations that facilitated these astronomical predictions. This level of sophistication challenges the assumption that advanced mathematics and celestial tracking emerged only in later civilizations like Greece or Babylon. The alignment of ancient monuments was not limited to structures on land. Some submerged ruins, such as the Yanaguni Monument in Japan, appear to follow geometrical and possibly astronomical patterns. While debate continues over whether these formations are natural or man-made, their geometric precision and orientation suggest that ancient builders considered spatial and possibly celestial relationships, extending the reach of astronomical knowledge to civilizations now lost beneath the waves. Even beyond these monumental constructions, prehistoric peoples encoded celestial knowledge in myths, symbols, and artifacts. Star maps, petroglyphs, and carvings depict constellations, planetary movements, and cosmological cycles. In Africa, the Nabta Playa stone circle predates Stonehenge by thousands of years and appears to align with the rising of specific stars, possibly indicating an early form of astronomical observatory. In Australia, Aboriginal songlines, oral traditions describing paths across the land, encode knowledge of stars, seasons, and geographic navigation, linking celestial observation to survival and cultural continuity. What is striking is the global consistency of this knowledge. Across different continents and epochs, civilizations independently, or perhaps through transmission, develop precise methods for observing, measuring, and integrating celestial phenomena into daily life and monumental architecture. This challenges a conventional narrative that advanced astronomy emerged primarily in classical civilizations. Instead, it suggests a deep, ancient, and possibly shared knowledge base, a forgotten legacy of human intellect capable of bridging continents and generations. The implications of the celestial expertise extend beyond mere observation. Accurate tracking of celestial cycles enables societies to regulate agriculture, predict seasonal changes, coordinate religious rituals, and even influence political decisions. Knowledge of eclipses, solstices, and planetary alignments conferred authority, reinforcing social hierarchies and cultural cohesion. In essence, astronomy was not just science. It was a tool for survival, governance, and spiritual connection, linking humanity to the cosmos in profound and practical ways. Some researchers even speculate that this advanced knowledge points to interactions with more ancient civilization or shared sources of understanding that predate known history. The consistency, precision, and sophistication of celestial observation across distant cultures suggests that humanity's forbidden timeline may include knowledge that has been deliberately lost, obscured, or erased. If so, the study of ancient astronomy is not merely an academic pursuit. It is a journey into the intellectual achievements of civilizations far older and more advanced than mainstream history acknowledges. As we prepare to explore Section 38, conclusion, what this means for human history. The celestial knowledge of ancient civilizations provides a critical bridge between lost technologies, submerged cities, engineering marvels, and medical sophistication. By observing the skies, prehistoric peoples connected disparate threads of knowledge, creating a unified understanding of the Earth, its environment, and its place in the cosmos. Their achievements, preserved in stone, myth, and artifact, challenge everything we think we know about human progress and the timeline of civilization. The forbidden timeline, illuminated by these ancient astronomers, forces us to reconsider our assumptions about history. It suggests a world in which human intellect, ingenuity, and curiosity were far more advanced and interconnected than we have been taught, leaving behind clues that demand our attention, awe, and investigation. As we conclude, these celestial insights remind us that our ancestors were not merely observers of the heavens. They were architects of knowledge, guardians of wisdom, and pioneers of civilization far older and more sophisticated than conventional record admits. As we step back from the vast expanse of evidence spanning millennia, continents, and oceans, a remarkable picture emerges. A picture that challenges everything we thought we knew about human history. The forbidden timeline, revealed through ancient engineering marvels, advanced medicine, biotechnology, cataclysms, submerged cities, and celestial knowledge, forces us to reconsider our most fundamental assumptions. History, as we have been taught, is incomplete. It is fragmented, obscured by natural disasters, lost civilizations, and deliberate omissions, leaving tantalizing clues of human ingenuity far older than conventional narratives admit. From precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza to the interlocking stones of Pumapunku, humanity's architectural achievements demand recognition of sophisticated engineering far beyond what was thought possible for their eras. These structures, aligned with celestial bodies and built with tools we still struggle to replicate, suggest knowledge that was cumulative, empirical, and global. Across continents, from Egypt to South America, Europe to Asia, there are repeated patterns of monumental construction, advanced mathematics, and astronomical observation, an interconnected web of human ingenuity that defies conventional chronology. Medicine and biotechnology further deepen the mystery. Trepanations performed with precision, herbal pharmacology, selective breeding of plants and animals, and early forms of food preservation indicate that prehistoric societies possessed knowledge of the human body, ecosystems, and genetics long before such sciences were formally recognized. These civilizations were not primitive. They were deeply observant, experimental, and capable of sophisticated manipulation of natural processes. The implications are staggering. Our ancestors may have had a holistic understanding of life itself, knowledge that was lost to time, buried beneath cataclysms and floods, yet preserved in fragments for modern discovery. Cataclysms, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and climatic shifts played a pivotal role in obscuring this history. Entire civilizations were erased, cities submerged, monuments destroyed, and knowledge scattered or lost. The rising seas swallowed coastal settlements, volcanic eruptions buried cities under ash, and droughts forced migrations that fractured the transmission of knowledge. What remains today are tantalizing fragments. Submerged cities beneath the waves, megaliths aligned with stars, artifacts crafted with impossible precision, and myths that encode memories of real events. These cataclysms explain why advanced civilizations often appear suddenly in the archaeological record, and why much of humanity's ancient knowledge seems irretrievably lost. The study of lost and submerged cities, from Yonaguni in Japan to Heraclean in Egypt, provides glimpses of these forgotten civilizations. Sunken streets, stone terraces, and foundations hint at urban planning, trade, and ceremonial life far older than conventional timelines allow. These submerged cities suggest that human ingenuity extended across coastal and maritime landscapes, adapting to environmental challenges, exploiting natural resources, and creating complex societies. The fact that these cities now lie beneath the waves reminds us that history is not static. It is dynamic, shaped by both human endeavor and the formidable power of nature. Ancient astronomy provides another critical insight. From Stonehenge to Machu Picchu, from Nabta Playa to Maya observatories, prehistoric civilizations observed, calculated, and encoded celestial phenomena with extraordinary precision. They integrated astronomy into religion, architecture, agriculture, and governance. Such knowledge implies not only advanced observation, but also mathematical sophistication, spatial awareness, and long-term record-keeping. By tracking solstices, planetary movements, and eclipses, these civilizations connected the heavens and the earth, creating a unified understanding of time, cycles, and cosmic order. Taken together, these strands, engineering, medicine, biotechnology, cataclysms, submerged cities, and astronomy, reveal a consistent pattern. Humanity's forbidden timeline is older, more sophisticated, and more interconnected than mainstream history admits. The evidence suggests that advanced civilizations existed far earlier than conventional archaeology acknowledges, transmitting knowledge across generations, continents, and oceans. These civilizations were not isolated. They engaged in trade, cultural exchange, and intellectual collaboration, creating a global network of human achievement that predates recorded history. This realization has profound implications. If history is indeed 5,000 years older than commonly believed, it reframes our understanding of human potential. The narrative of gradual, linear progress from primitive hunter-gatherers to technologically advanced societies becomes incomplete. Instead, we see cycles of brilliance, destruction, and rediscovery, a world where knowledge was repeatedly gained, lost, and sometimes recovered. Ancient humans were far more capable, observant, and intelligent than often credited, suggesting that our species has inherited fragments of wisdom that may hold lessons still relevant today. The forbidden timeline also challenges modern assumptions about technology and intellectual development. Many ancient techniques, stone cutting, metallurgy, astronomical measurement, agricultural engineering, and medical practice, may have been lost or simplified over time. What seems miraculous to us today may have been part of a continuous, albeit interrupted, tradition of knowledge. By studying these ancient achievements, we gain not only historical insight, but also potential inspiration for contemporary science, engineering, and medicine. Understanding how our ancestors mastered complex systems without modern tools could offer new approaches to problem-solving and innovation. Moreover, the forbidden timeline forces us to reconsider the global nature of human civilization. Evidence of parallel developments, shared knowledge, and similar architectural and astronomical practices across continents suggests that ancient societies were interconnected, either directly through trade and travel or indirectly through the transmission of ideas. This challenges a conventional narrative that ancient civilizations developed independently in isolation, instead proposing a vision of early humanity as an interconnected, intellectually sophisticated species. Perhaps most importantly, the forbidden timeline invites us to rethink our relationship with the past. Human history is not merely a record of dates, kings, and empires. It is a living tapestry of knowledge, creativity, and resilience. Cataclysms, environmental changes, and lost civilizations remind us of our vulnerability, but also of our capacity to observe, adapt, and innovate. The remnants of ancient achievements, sunken cities, megalithic structures, medical instruments, and celestial alignments are more than curiosities. They are testament to the enduring potential of the human mind. As we conclude this journey, it becomes clear that the story of humanity is far richer and more complex than mainstream narratives suggest. The forbidden timeline challenges us to question assumptions, investigate anomalies, and remain open to the possibility that the human story stretches far deeper into antiquity than we ever imagined. It urges us to recognize that knowledge is fragile, often lost catastrophe, but that its fragments persist, waiting to be rediscovered. By examining these ancient marvels, we reconnect with a lineage of brilliance, innovation, and curiosity that extends across time and space. Ultimately, the forbidden timeline is more than an academic curiosity. It is a profound invitation. It encourages us to explore, to question, and to marvel at what humans have achieved and what may yet be rediscovered. The monuments, artifacts, and celestial alignments left behind are not merely relics. They are messages from the past, reminding us that our ancestors were capable of extraordinary accomplishments and that history, as we know it, may only tell a fraction of the story. The forbidden timeline compels us to reconsider our place in history, our relationship with knowledge, and our potential as a species. It reveals a world in which human ingenuity flourished long before written records, where civilizations rose, achieved brilliance, and were then shattered by forces beyond their control, leaving behind fragments of wisdom encoded in stone, myth, and memory. By studying these remnants, we honor the legacy of those who came before, challenge the limitations of conventional history, and open ourselves to the possibility that our understanding of the past, and perhaps even our future, may be far richer than we ever imagined. As viewers step away from this exploration, one realization should resonate. The history of humanity is not fixed. It is alive, dynamic, and full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. The Forbidden Timeline is a call to curiosity, investigation, and imagination, reminding us that our ancestors were far more capable, intelligent, and interconnected than we have been led to believe. By acknowledging this, we not only honor the past, but also expand the horizons of possibility for our own time and for generations to come. The Forbidden Timeline, hidden, ancient, and astonishing, demands recognition. It challenges our assumptions, inspires wonder, and leaves us with a profound sense of awe. Human history is older, more interconnected, and more extraordinary than we could have ever imagined.